your favorite stories with limited commercial breaks. This is Radio Tenbond. Stay tuned. When a young man finds a tool of extraordinary powers, nothing seems out of his reach. But how long till it becomes a hubris? This is The Art of Jacob Emery.
Ghost stories? No, we don't have anything like that around here. We do have the story of Jacob, but that's about as close as you'll get. You really want to know? Well, I'm not supposed to tell you, but alright. Just no interrupting. I don't have the patience for it. How to describe Jacob Emery? Well, I guess you could say he was the kind of guy you could never take notice of. This isn't to say he was a bad kid in any sense. Many people in this town thought he was the most reliable person for an odd job in the state. But he never really excelled in anything. He was the living proof behind the statement, jack of all trades, ace of none. Most of this was due to his own lack of will. He dabbled in damn near everything this town could offer him. Automobiles, radio operation, store management, and what have you. But he never stuck with anything. His friends and co-workers went after him about it a number of times, but everyone got the same unsatisfying response. It just wasn't enough. Needless to say, any friends he kept were either very patient or never spoke of the matter altogether. It was probably inevitable then that Jacob would leave to go abroad. I don't remember where he went, but I think Gertrude down the street knew before she passed on. You'll have to scout out someone else if you ever get curious. In any case, no one even tried to stop him. Everybody thought that a little travel would stamp the ambition out of him, or else feed it until it was no longer an issue. Hell, we even gave him a sending-off party, which I thought was pretty nice of everybody. So anyways, he was gone for 6, maybe 7 years. I can't remember. You'll have to check with someone else about that too. Anyways, he came back, eventually, and he had changed, obviously enough. He was amiable, energetic, all smiles all the time, and we all quickly learned why. He showed us a souvenir he brought back, a solid black stick, the length of a pencil, but the texture of chalk. We all wondered why on earth such a simple thing would prompt such a spring in his step. Until he gave his demonstration. He took a piece of paper, and with that object, he drew a crude circle. It dropped and rested on the border of the paper, like a stone. It didn't leave the paper, but it acted out on it, sort of like an old movie projector on a screen. I know it sounds crazy. If you feel like playing skeptic, then you can leave an old man to his craziness, but I know what I saw, even if everyone's been hushing it up. That stone he drew dropped. Jake even passed around the paper, and as it was being passed, it rolled around as the paper got tilted. None of us had any words for it. Hell, what was there to say? But he continued drawing demonstration after demonstration for us. Stick figures in various pageants and plays doing everything from fighting each other to making perfect human pyramids. And we all thought it was incredible. That was all the go-ahead he needed. He announced that he planned to put on shows to pay for rent and food, where he would draw anything the crowd members wanted. That we talked to some length about, and he eventually convinced us that it would be safe, his drawings ethical, the practice lucrative and unique, and the attention would not go anywhere outside the town's borders. God, Jacob. If I'd not been so swept up in the moment, I might have read the signs right there and then, and saved that poor bastard by snapping the terrible thing in half. But I was younger. We all were. And we saw no problem with encouraging him with what we saw as an incredible experience to be shared with everyone else. Now, we didn't have any big radio or television connections, mind you, and the internet wouldn't come around for another decade, give or take. So he did what all people on shoestring budgets do. He advertised his show with flyers. Now, flyers might not mean anything to you city folk, but in a small town, they gain a fair glance over from time to time. And what's more, Jacobs managed to stick out by having little figures jump up and down and whatnot to get people's attention. His first show must have gotten nearly 60 or so people. Probably a lot more than that. And his shows were fantastic. Someone would shout out a scene from a play or a comedy sketch, and Jake's hand would fly over a white wall like a bird. He'd been holding back when he made that stone. That's for damn sure. His illustrations were all spot on, and he could make an incredible human figure in minutes. Come to think of it, I don't remember any of his scenes lasting more than 10 minutes to make. They were all really well done scenes too. Not only could you see a knight charge a castle, Jake would draw the castle's interior as well, like a wedding cake split down the middle, so you could see the knight scale the walls, fight his way through levels to the dungeon, fight back out with the princess, and make a leaping jump off the castle onto his getaway horse, all in complete silence. Not realistic, no, but that was part of the appeal. None of us went in there expecting something real. When a scene or a sketch was finished, either the characters would leave off a wall, or you'd cover the wall with white paint. This was good, in a way. It gave these shows a time limit, so that when he'd be finished with all 4 walls in the room, everyone knew the show was over until the paint dried. Jake, meanwhile, was changing in a bad way. I'd mentioned that upon his return, he'd been extremely energetic. That energy, that vitality or fervor or whatever you call it, it never left him. Not for an instant. Far from it, it seemed to grow in him, and he enjoyed it all too much. His eyes grew wider, he slept gradually less over time. His statements and opinions more radical and frenzied. And though he was never a pushover, he was starting to make people nervous in his company. A month or 2 passed, and Jake's audience grew like a wildfire. Nearly everyone in the town paid to see Jake's art in action, and he had to rent out larger and larger places for them to sit. He now didn't stop after one scene was done. He moved directly onto the next, put on the next blank space on the wall, sometimes to the intriguing effect of causing scenes to mingle, which the crowd loved. The subject matter got more wild and immoral, the monsters more bizarre and creative, the fighters using more impossible weaponry, all for the sake of the crowd's interest. Jacob got steadily more indulgent, which we figured was from the money, and he became a drinker and a womanizer, neither of which got rid of that vitality. Some of those women claim that they'd woken up in the middle of the night to see him scribbling with that stick on a drawing pad, a gigantic grin on his face. And while most of them said that they'd assumed he was drawing them in the nude, there are rumors that one or two of them got glances at that notepad. Those anonymous few supposedly said that those drawings absolutely weren't nude pictures. But neither of them, whoever they are, will say what he was drawing. And don't bother going looking for the notepads or flyers, though. They're all gone now. I'm getting off track. The point is, he was hitting the bottle. And that's important, because it was that drinking that would eventually ruin everything. On the night of one of his performances, he walked in front of his cheering crowd. It was immediately apparent to everybody that he was completely drunk. I was in the front row, and I could smell the bourbon on him from 10 feet away. The show started. He went through a bunch of sketches and scenarios the crowd recommended, when at the end, someone asked that he draw himself. Everyone cheered the idea. I guess they'd been wondering what his creations thought of him. And he eventually obliged. No sooner had Jake finished connecting the final 2 lines on his coat than every single character across the vast expansive wall all stopped and looked directly at that illustration. Lovers stopped kissing, clowns stopped laughing, robots stopped fighting pirates. Everything stopped and looked at the Jacob illustration. The crowd died almost instantly. I remember Jake's face at that moment. Pale white, full of terrible comprehension at his mistake, and looking desperately for the cans of white paint he'd forgotten to put out before the show. And everyone else, they were looking at the fake Jacob. That illustration of him reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a black stick of its own, and as we all watched, drew a door. He pushed on his side, and the door swung open, allowing him to walk through onto the floor of the auditorium. The rest was an absolute hellish pandemonium. People screamed and ran for the exits as Jacob's characters, both currently on the wall and those in which previously left before being covered up, ran out of their own exit, throwing pies, shooting lasers, blowing fire and poison, and the impossible. I was near enough the exit to escape, and gave only one backwards glance. And what I saw, that scene still haunts me. Jacob Emery was being dragged by his creations, kicking and screaming through the door his copy had made. The auditorium burned down, obviously enough, but I have no idea how many characters escaped, what happened to the fake Emery, or how many people died. The fire brought the fire department from the nearest cities up to over 100 miles away. They in turn brought the police force, which brought the government, which hushed everything up. They took the flyers and any art Jake had made, and swore everyone to secrecy or else life detainment. The fire was blamed on a cigarette in the garbage during a basketball game, and we all eventually went on with our lives. Jacob was made to have never existed. In retrospect, I realize everything. Jacob hadn't been creating illustrations. Illustrations don't move, much less act or attack. They're just images people see. Shadows made to look like real things. Jacob had been making life, actual thinking things in some alternate dimension, using a power that was never meant to fall to mortal hands. He got drunk on his power, and his punishment was probably well deserved. Incidentally, the government screwed up on 2 different accounts. They did a damn good job silencing everyone, but proof remains. The ruins are still there, you know. The auditorium ruins. I hear they're going to start reconstruction soon, which will wipe out any remaining evidence someone can definitely see. But I went back there once, several years after the fire. Just once. Amidst the rubble, covered in ash, I saw something squirming. I looked closer, and it was Jacob Emery's hand on the wall, exactly like it had been 3 years ago. Sweaty but calloused, I remember. But it was constantly flailing, as if the body it was supposed to be attached to was still writhing in flames. That was mistake number 1. Number 2 was those creations. Like I said, I don't know how many escaped, nor how many the government agents found and caught. But I will say only this. Those tall grass meadows on the outskirts of town, don't go into them. Ever. You were asking about those white figures you've seen at night, right? Like I said, this town doesn't have ghost stories.
That was The Art of Jacob Emery by Peter Devine. What would you do to save the life of a loved one? Would you kill for them? Would you damn your soul to hell for just a moment more with them? Maybe this story will give you some perspective. This is The Pastel Man.
It was 1997 when I first encountered the creature. And ever since, not a day has gone by where its awful face hasn't haunted my thoughts. I was a teenager then, but I look at that evening as the night my childhood died, corrupted and violated by a callous hellbeast with pale blue skin. Even though it happened years ago, I still remember the events of that fateful first encounter vividly. I could tell you what my dad and I were wearing, the toppings on the pizza we were eating, even the score of the football game playing on the TV. It was around halftime when my father's speech started to become slurred, which I found odd since he had been nursing the same bottle of beer since kickoff. Stranger even, I had seen him drink a 6-pack to himself in the past, without even appearing tipsy, so I was having trouble understanding how a single drink could have such an effect on him. I realized it wasn't the alcohol when half his body went limp, and he slid off the couch. I asked him if he was all right, but his words had now become incomprehensible. I grabbed the phone off the coffee table and dialed 911.
911, what's your emergency?
I think my dad's having a stroke.
The thought had only crossed my mind a second before the operator answered the phone.
Alright, we have your address. An ambulance is heading out now. It should be there soon. Is he conscious?
Yeah, he is, but I can't understand him.
Nonsensical, jumbled sounds were rambling out of my father's mouth. I was afraid. He was all I had. My mother passed away when I was a baby, so I never got the chance to know her. But my dad was always there for me, doing the job of two parents. If I lost him, then I would be alone.
That's normal with strokes. It's good that he's awake. Can you tell me how old he is?
And I didn't hear the rest, because that's when I dropped the phone. I was having one of those moments where everything faded into the background, while my world fell silent. The football game playing on the TV, the operator giving me instructions over the phone. Even the sound of my father's voice as he wailed in agony on the carpet became white noise, dissolving into the air as I lost all awareness of my surroundings. All of my attention and focus was now on one thing. The horrible abomination that was standing in my kitchen, watching me and my dad with a twisted smile across its disgusting face. Its head narrowly missed scraping against our kitchen's 9-foot ceiling as it shifted from side to side, fidgeting with anticipation, like a giddy child. The pastel blue skin that covered its entire body, from the creature's head all the way down to its horrible, grimy feet, looked weathered and wrinkled, like leather that had been left out in the sun for days. Hanging off of its long, lanky frame was a plain brown satchel with black stitching. It slightly caressed the strap of its pouch with a long finger, while it looked on with an eager expression. At first, I thought I had gone mad from the sight of seeing my father having a stroke. But the closer the monstrosity slinked towards us, the more I realized it was no hallucination. It ducked its head under the light fixture in the living room and stepped a spindly leg over the couch. Though the monstrous freak of nature was clearly bipedal, it had moved down to all fours and appeared to be stalking us like some wild animal. I should have been terrified, but the horrible smile on its god-awful face made me feel more anger towards the thing than fear. It was as if it was taking pleasure in my dad's misery. Closer still it crept, and I grabbed my dad's hand out of desperation in some veiled attempt to protect him. The creature stopped its face mere inches from mine.
I can save him, if you'd like.
I was taken aback. I had prepared for the terrible thing to take a chunk of flesh out of my neck, or slash me across the face with its black, crusty nails. But speaking to me was the last thing I expected.
He's dying, but I can save him, if you'd like.
I sat there, mouth agape, cradling my father's head in my arm, and staring into the two pink bulbous eyes that took up more than a third of the foul thing's face. I remember thinking that they reminded me of Easter eggs. A bizarre connection for my mind to make, given the situation. It stood back up on 2 feet, and once again I was reminded just how imposing the creature really was. It told me its name, which I dare not repeat, as it explained to me that speaking it is the best way to summon the beast. That's why I've given it the name, the Pastel Man, given the color of its skin and eyes. That, and for some reason, giving the creature a silly name always helped to make me feel less afraid of it. Not much less, though. Finally, my mind had recovered enough from shock to allow me to stutter out a few words.
What do you mean you can save him?
What I do is make deals, young man.
Its voice was surprisingly calm. Not the raspy, stone-grinding voice we've come to expect of hideous creatures. If one were to close their eyes while the creature spoke to them, they might imagine they were listening to a seraph, not the hideous monster that was sporting a depraved grin in my living room. However, its extraordinary voice only managed to make me feel more uneasy. It wasn't right that something so smooth and confident would belong to such a repulsive creature. The Pastel Man gestured to its satchel.
I have the ability to save your father's life, but you have to agree to a deal with me.
What kind of deal?
Everything happens for a reason, even death.
Its mischievous smile widened just a bit, as if the creature was getting to the punchline of a joke.
It's true that I can save your father's life, but someone must die in his place. One shall die, so another may live. That's the deal.
I clutched my chest.
Not you. What would be the point? No, I'm giving you the option to choose the person who will be replacing your father this evening.
I was stunned by what I was hearing. Are you Death? The Pastel Man threw its head back and let out a terrible howl. It was only later that I came to realize that was how the wretched thing laughed.
No, I'm certainly not the Grim Reaper. Although you aren't the first person to ask me that. I'm not the devil either, nor do I work for him. Let's just say I'm an independent contractor, shall we?
I can choose anyone?
Well, not anyone. That wouldn't be very fun, would it? Your father's replacement must be someone else in your life.
I'm not a murderer.
My voice was tiny. It barely escaped my mouth. I looked back down to my father. He had lost consciousness, and his skin was becoming pale.
And I don't think I can kill anyone I know.
You don't have to murder anyone, young man.
The sly creature was moving into its final pitch.
All you have to do is tell me who you want dead, and I will do the rest. Surely there must be someone you wouldn't mind out of your life. A teacher, an ex-girlfriend, a rival at school, perhaps.
There was. I'd fantasized about it many times, but never in my wildest dreams would I have ever acted on it. Everyone has that person in their life who is toxic, someone who makes getting up in the morning more difficult, and I was certainly no exception. Walter Flanagan, I muttered under my breath.
Who?
Walter Flanagan. He's the guy at school who gave me this. I lifted my shirt and showed it the handprint-shaped bruise on my chest that Walter had given me during one of his infamous hazing sessions in the locker room earlier that week.
He's been shoving me into lockers and beating me up since I was a freshman. Faculty doesn't do anything since he's the best football player on our school's team.
The pastel man began to snicker to itself as it crouched down to get face to face with me.
What fun is being a king without serfs to torment?
I'm tired of being tormented, so just go and kill him before I change my mind.
The pastel man shot a massive hand out and wrapped its long fingers around my face. The grin that it was wearing since I had first laid eyes on it had now been replaced by a scowl.
You do not tell me what to do. Are we clear?
I nodded sheepishly. The grip it had on my face was so tight. I understood then and there that if it wanted to, the creature could easily snap my neck or crush my skull like an egg.
Good. Because it's not so simple, young man. There are steps that must be taken.
Steps?
Yes.
A playful smirk once again returned to the pastel man's face.
You will have to be present when this Walter Flanagan dies. In fact, I need you to summon me, or else I can't complete my end of the bargain. Get the boy alone and speak my name. You must watch him die by sunrise, or else you will be violating the terms of our agreement. So, do we have a deal?
I nodded again, and the monster released its hold of my face before snatching my hand. Its giant paws swallowed my palm as we shook to cement the deal.
Excellent. With this handshake, our deal is binding, young man.
I watched curiously as the pastel man reached into its satchel and fumbled around until it found what it was looking for. In between its fingers, it held a strange-looking insect about the size of a quarter. The bug buzzed its wings in an attempt to flutter away, but could not escape the grasp of the pastel man. With its other hand, it pushed down on my father's jaw in order to open his mouth. "What are you doing?" I asked, but the pastel man didn't answer. It then violently stuffed the insect in my father's mouth, jamming it down his esophagus with its filthy fingers. The pastel man rose once more to its feet.
There. The deed is done. Your father will recover in full. Now it's your turn. Remember, the boy dies by sunrise, or the deal is off.
It turned its back to me and began to slither away. What if I changed my mind? The creature stopped, almost mid-stride, and twisted around. Again, its smile had been supplanted by an awful sneer. I felt even less safe than when it was holding my face in a vice grip earlier.
Your father's health has already been restored, so someone must replace him. One must die, so another shall live. That was the deal. If you fail to complete your end of the bargain, then that someone will be you. Believe me when I say this, young man, I don't need to be summoned once our deal has been broken. I will come for you. That is a promise. And when I do, you're going to wish you never crossed me.
With that, it continued out of the kitchen and through the back door. I chased after it, but by the time I got outside into the backyard, the thing had disappeared. It was then that I spotted the lights of the ambulance as it pulled up across the street from my house. I flagged down the EMTs and led them to my dad. It wasn't difficult to find Walter. I knew exactly where he was going to be, but I had completely lost track of time while waiting to hear from my dad's condition in the ICU. I had to hurry to Eddie Gillen's house. Eddie's parents were out of town, and he had been talking all week at school about the rager he had planned on throwing. There were two things I knew about Walter. One, Eddie was his best friend, and two, he never missed the party. It was somewhere around 3:30 a.m. when I pulled my car up to Eddie's. I parked a little ways down the street so I wouldn't be spotted. Because I had gotten held up at the hospital, I feared that I had missed my chance to catch Walter. My concerns were alleviated when I saw his raised pickup truck still parked in the driveway. Another thought crossed my mind. What if Walter had gotten too drunk and passed out? I tried to think of a way to get into Eddie's and get Walter alone long enough for the pastel man to do whatever it was it had planned. Luckily for me, it wasn't too long before Walter stumbled out of Eddie's front door and climbed into his truck. I let out a sigh, having just escaped a potentially challenging problem. He pulled out, and I followed him, staying far enough away so that I wouldn't tip him off, but he was drunk. Even from the distance I was tailing him, I could see his truck swerving in and out of its lane. I wondered if I even had the courage to summon the creature again. Seeing it once that night was traumatic enough. Could I really handle looking into its horrible face for a second time? And what about Walter? Even though he was a pain in the ass, he didn't deserve to die. Certainly not at the hands of that thing. It will kill you if you don't let it kill him. Just remember, you're doing this for Dad. I'm not sure if it was the little angel on my shoulder or the little devil that was whispering in my ear. I looked out my driver's side window. A pink ribbon lined the horizon, the very first signs of sunlight making its presence known in the dark evening sky. In a couple hours, morning would arrive, and I'd be too late to complete my end of the bargain. I would see the pastel man again, one way or another. Walter lived up in the foothills outside of town, where some of the wealthier people owned houses. I'd been there once for a school project, one where I did all the work and he ended up taking the credit. We had come to a part of the road leading towards his house that cut through the wooded area. I knew there would be no houses for a stretch, so I decided that that was where I would make my move. I sped up until I was tailgating the truck, and started flashing my brights and honking my horn. I was prepared to rear-end him in order to get him to stop driving, but it didn't even take that to get the job done. He must have been panicking. His truck started to swerve violently across the street before running off the road, sideswiping a tree, and coming to a complete stop. I pulled up behind him, and then hesitated for a moment. A glimpse of the creature's grin flashed through my mind, causing me to shudder. I got out of my car, but left the engine running and my headlights on.
Hey, Walter!
I shouted. Walter's door jerked open, and he jumped out of the truck to the ground below. He was confused, but clearly annoyed.
You think that was funny? You're fucking dead.
He stormed towards me with both fists clenched, again doubts crossed my mind about whether or not I could pull the trigger. Guilt began to pump through my veins. Walter's life was about to end. And it was going to be because of me. Memories darted through my consciousness. All the after-school beatings I took at the hands of Walter. The pastel man's wicked smile. The look on my father's face as he kicked and screamed on the living room floor. Walter was moving closer. It was now or never. I had to choose whether or not I would summon the beast before the decision was out of my hand. I shouted the pastel man's real name out in a burst of emotion, aimed directly at the star football player. Walter paused for a moment, looking at me in confusion, then recollected himself and proceeded towards me again. The pastel man was nowhere to be seen. For the second time that evening, I wondered if I had gone insane. Could everything that had happened to me that night been in my head? What was real? Was my dad even sick? Again, I repeated the thing's name in an effort to summon it. But this time, it did nothing to hinder Walter's pursuit of me. He violently shoved me against the hood of my car, grabbed a hold of my shirt collar, and spun me around. Walter raised his fist to me. I winced and put my hands up in order to prepare for impact. But he never struck me. It was only when I opened my eyes that I realized I wasn't crazy. Walter's face was white. His mouth hung open just as mine had when I first caught sight of the pastel man earlier that evening. I turned my head to see that unmistakably long, lanky body slink out of the shadows and in front of my car's headlights. Its face still wore that warped smile, and I knew just beyond those thin lips was a mouth full of tiny daggers capable of tearing muscle from bone. Neither Walter nor I said a word. I think I might have been almost as terrified as him. My stomach began to feel sick as the pastel man stalked ever closer. I didn't look at Walter's face. How could I? The boy was about to die at the hands of this horrible creature, and it was my fault. I didn't have to summon it. I didn't have to shake its hand. I'm sorry. I truly was. And I still am. I hadn't taken my eyes off the pastel man, but I think it had more to do with not being able to look at Walter in the face than fear for my life. Walter said nothing. My car's headlights fell on the creature's face, and now we could both see it clearly. The pastel man's large pink eyes seemed to glow bright in the light of the headlamps. Walter let go of me and made a break for his truck, but the hellbeast pounced on him with a surprising amount of speed and agility that I had not seen it demonstrate yet. His screams were met with only apathy from the creature as it dug those filthy black fingernails into Walter's abdomen. I tried to look away, but the pastel man made sure I remembered our agreement.
You must watch, young man. Don't forget, we had a deal.
I forced myself to look back at the massacre. The creature's smile had mutated from mischievous to depraved. It looked as if it was deriving some sort of sick sexual pleasure out of the torture it was putting Walter through. Deeper still,
It burrowed its long, bony fingers into Walter's stomach. With a jerk, the heinous thing yanked out a handful of his intestines and dragged them across the ground as it approached me, flaring those holes on its face that filled in for a nose, and clearly pleased with its handiwork. "Is it over?" I'm not sure if I was asking or begging the creature, as the two of us faced each other in the empty street that night. The pastel man threw its head back and once again let out that revolting howl.
Over? We're just getting started.
It headed back over towards Walter, who at this point was crawling along the ground, still trying to get back to his truck, while his innards trailed behind him. The pastel man cut him off and snatched him off the asphalt, easily lifting him by the head with one hand. It toyed with him for a bit, forcing Walter to look into its hideous face. With its free hand, the creature reached into its satchel and pulled out a much bigger insect this time. It was different than the one my father had unknowingly ingested, both in size and in appearance. If the bug the creature jammed down my dad's mouth was the size of a quarter, then this one must have been as large as a golf ball. It was slimy. The mucus-like membrane that encased its body glistened in my car's headlights. The pastel man dangled the nasty bug in front of Walter's face for a few seconds.
Now, be a good boy and open your mouth.
Walter screamed. That gave the blue beast the opening it needed. It thrust the slimy insect in his mouth and past his tonsils with its filthy fingers. I watched on as Walter gagged, presumably on the oversized maggot, as it made its way down his throat. Soon, he began to turn blue. I could tell he was choking to death. And even though I wanted to save him, there was nothing I could do. A minute later, and the pastel man dropped his lifeless body to the ground. It examined the carnage for a moment, pondering over it as if it was a masterpiece in an art gallery. Then the demon turned away, retreating back towards the shadows, and disappeared into the night without saying a word. I stood there, in the road, looking at the scene, and still feeling sick to my stomach from what I just witnessed. I don't know what I expected to happen after the deed was done. There was no explosion, no brilliant light show where I would watch Walter's soul either get dragged down to hell or ascend upwards towards the heavens. Just a dead boy in the road. A dead boy and his murderer. The pastel man was the gun, but I pulled the trigger. In a way, there were two dead boys on the road that evening. I knew that I didn't have time to dawdle. At any moment, a car could have come driving down the street and find me standing in the middle of that massacre. I sprinted back to my car and sped down the street towards town. The coroner attributed Walter's death to a drinking and driving accident. The autopsy revealed no evidence of the slimy bug the pastel man had placed in Walter's throat.
The town was devastated. I remember a candlelight vigil was held in his honor. A couple of big news outlets covered his death because of Walter's status as an elite college football recruit. My father made a full recovery, and just a couple of days after his stroke, he was released from the hospital. I would go on to graduate high school and meet the love of my life the very first semester at my university. Her name was Diana. We married shortly after college, settled down, and had a boy named Matthew. However, even after all that time, I never forgot the hand I played in Walter's death. I have carried that guilt with me since the events of that night. No matter how much I wanted to, I couldn't forget. The pastel man wouldn't let me. It must have seen me as an easy target, because the creature has come to me again and again, every time a loved one has been on the brink of death, offering me the same deal I accepted that first night. Though the creature had been persistent in its pursuit of blood, the image of Walter's gruesome death never left my mind and gave me the strength to say no to its propositions. Even years later, on the eve of my father's passing, I was able to refuse its proposal when the pastel man visited me in his hospital room. I've been cursed to have my soul tested till the day that I die by the pastel man. A test that for years I was able to persevere through, until one evening where my life began crumbling down, and once more the creature took advantage of me in a moment of weakness. Deanna and Matthew were on the way back from the airport after visiting my in-laws. I was swamped at work and had to pull an all-nighter in order to finish a project by its deadline, so my wife hailed a taxi rather than asking me to pick them up. It was around midnight, and I was alone in the office when I got a call from the police department. They told me a drunk driver had collided with their cab on the highway, coming back from the airport. My wife and the cabbie were killed on impact, and my son was in critical condition. I sat there at my desk, unable to move or formulate a coherent thought. It was then that I realized I wasn't by myself in the office anymore. Perched atop my boss's desk was the pastel man. That abhorrent smile still painted across its nasty, wrinkled face. It didn't need to make an offer. This, I believe, meant the creature already knew. Can you save them?
Yes and no.
What do you mean? Just spit it out. The pastel man's smirk disappeared, and I could tell that it was not pleased with my tone of voice. Memories of the vice grip it had on my face the last time I demanded something from the creature bled into my consciousness. Perhaps it realized I was past the point of threats, because instead of lunging at me as the creature had done in the past, it decided to clarify its cryptic response.
I cannot pull someone back from the clutches of death, only save them before it gets a hold of them. Your wife is dead. Now make your peace with that. Your son's life, on the other hand, can be salvaged. For a price, of course.
I racked my mind. I couldn't think of a single person in my life who deserved to die at the hands of that pale blue monstrosity. Even someone as awful as Walter didn't deserve the gruesome fate he received that night due to my poor decision. But my son was all I had now, and he didn't deserve to die either,
Not because someone else had made a poor decision that evening and gotten behind the wheel of a car they were too intoxicated to drive. The pastel man's smooth voice filled the room again. I seemed to be hearing it from all directions.
The drunk driver that crashed into your family's cab is still alive, and in the very same hospital as your son. Why not him?
For the first time that evening, I looked into the large pink eyes of the creature. You said it has to be someone I know.
Semantics. It just needs to be someone who has directly impacted your life. The moment he drove his car into your wife and son's taxi, he became a candidate.
The pastel man flared the tiny holes on its face with glee, the way it always did when it was content with itself. Fine, let's do it. I shook its giant hand to make the arrangement official. And with that, the pastel man gave me the instructions to complete our deal. When I met with the doctors at the hospital, they updated me on the condition of my son.
We've done all we can, but he's a fighter.
The doctors feigned optimism, but I could see in their eyes that they didn't expect him to make it through the night. They led me to his room and gave me some time alone with him. The pastel man was already there when I entered, smiling down on his broken body. Quickly, I shut the door behind me and nodded to the creature. It reached a gangly arm into its satchel and pulled out the same type of strange-looking insect that it had used on my dad. I opened Matthew's mouth, and with 2 grubby fingers, the creature crammed the bug deep into his oral cavity.
He will make a full recovery. Now it's your turn.
The pastel man waltzed behind the hospital curtain in my son's room. I knew I didn't have to check to see if it had disappeared. If it were to make another appearance at the hospital that evening, then it would be because I spoke its name. When I agreed to the bargain at my office, the pastel man had told me what room the driver was being kept in. His injuries were far less severe than Matthew's, so he was in a different wing of the facility. I could feel my heart pounding as I made my way towards his room. With each step, the beating in my chest grew louder. Already, that same feeling of guilt I had felt while I looked down at Walter's corpse, lying in the middle of the road, washed over me. I was about to take another life. Who was I to decide whether someone deserved to live or die? I felt just as ugly and horrible as the pastel man looked. Maybe I didn't have pointed teeth or wrinkly blue skin, but I knew that if I went through with our deal, then I was just as big of a monster as it was. I stepped as stealthily as possible through the door, hoping no one would notice me sneak in. As I looked down at the face of the driver, lying unconscious in his bed, I instantly felt that familiar sickness in my stomach. He was a boy, no older than Walter the night the pastel man and myself unfairly snuffed out his life before it truly had a chance to shine. Walter could have become someone different when he matured, someone capable of doing real good in this world. But he was never given the opportunity. This driver was just a stupid teenager who made a mistake, one that he'd never get the chance to atone for. I saw Walter in the boy's face, and my stomach began to churn more. I tried to call out the pastel man's name, but couldn't. Perhaps that little angel on my shoulder wouldn't allow me. I would not be responsible for the death of another boy. Not this time. I refuse to pull that trigger. I walked out of his room and didn't look back. I spent the rest of the evening sitting next to my son's bed. The first few rays of morning sunlight snuck into Matthew's hospital room and caught my attention. I peeked out through the blinds and watched the sun rise for the first time since the night Walter died. It was beautiful. The pink ribbon that lined the horizon that bled into the sky, creating a dazzling purple hue. I had my light show, and it was spectacular. I broke my deal with the pastel man, and in doing so my fate now rests in its filthy hands. Hands that it likely plans on burying into my abdomen. On the plus side, my son will recover in full. It will be hard for him growing up without his parents, but he's always been close with his aunt. My wife's sister is a great woman with a caring family. She's his legal godmother and promised us the day he was born that she would always be there for him. Her husband does well for himself, and they've never had a problem with money. The life insurance policy Deanna and I took out, combined with the money we had been putting away for Matthew to go to college, it will ensure that there should be no financial issues while he's under their care. It's only a matter of time before the pastel man comes for me. I have accepted that my death is near, but I'm not scared. In a way, I look forward to it. It's almost as if the boy that died within me on that terrible night has been given another chance. When I die, all the guilt and hate that I've had for myself dies with me, wiped away so that my soul can cross over to a new plane of existence, pure and innocent, the way it was before I ever met that monster. One must die, so another shall live. That's what the pastel man said.
That was The Pastel Man by Vincent Venicava. In the news, multiple unexplained deaths are popping up in Japan. Authorities are still unsure of the cause. Fringe groups are speculating that a game cartridge is responsible for this loss of life. Opponents are calling this group Pearl Clutchers. Keep an eye out for anything strange. You're listening to Radio Tenbond. Stay tuned. In this story, we follow the life of a man who has had his fair share of tragedy and joy. Come take a ride on the Midnight Train.
In my old age, I've seen a lot of things. Some things I'm a little more proud of than others. As a boy, there wasn't a damn thing that could sate my appetite for the world around me. Everything in reach I had to get my hands on, take it apart, and study it. My natural curiosity is what got me into the many scrapes and situations of my youth. I remember when I wasn't any older than 6. It was the fall of 1928. Me and several of the local boys were out playing a game of hide-and-seek. Denny Lewis was the seeker, and a damned good one at that. So, I took it upon myself to find a damn good hiding spot. I remembered the hayloft out in the barn, and I figured I could hide myself among the many bales of hay up there. Maybe even push some of those bales around like I had times before when I wanted to build a fort and get myself a perfect hiding space. Denny started counting out loud from 100, and I took off, running to the barn, the breeze tickling my cheeks and smelling like the harvest. I ran through those big red doors, and my eyes fell on Denny Lewis's mom, laying on the ground, straw in her hair and her dress hiked up, with my dad laying on top of her, looking like he was trying to pick himself up, but he seemed to be having trouble. I had no idea what I was seeing, but I would later learn about what he was doing when I was 14, and me and Sandra Hannigan made our way up into the same hayloft that I had hid so many times and made so many forts in, just to get out of the rain. "Dad?" My small voice rang out, echoing off the dusty wooden walls. My old man turned and stared at me, like he had been caught dipping his hand into the honey pot. And for a lack of better words, that's exactly what he was doing. He hoisted himself off Mrs. Lewis and made his way over to me. "What are you doing in here, son?" He spoke slowly and calmly. "We were playing hide and seek. I was gonna hide up in the loft." "Yeah? You ain't gonna be telling nobody about what you saw, right, boy?" I could hear the anger rising up in his voice, but I kept on pushing it, like the curious boy I was. "Well, what exactly were you doing?" He just stared at me, his eyes slowly growing darker in the brightness of that fall day. Mrs. Lewis, still a ways behind him, was up on her feet, straightening her dress and picking bits of straw from her long, golden hair. I was too busy looking at Mrs. Lewis to notice that my dad meandered his way over to the wall, where he kept the tools and picked out a hefty, dirt-crusted shovel. "You ain't gonna be telling nobody, right, boy?" He repeated in that slow and calm way he always spoke when he was angry. But me being the stupid child I was, I just kept right on prying. "Dad, what were—" I didn't have a chance in the world to ask before the right side of my cheek exploded with pain. As I fell to the ground in a pathetic bundle, my vision went white-hot. All noise became muffled, as if the world suddenly got sucked into a vacuum. What I could hear seemed distant, ghostly even. I could hear Mrs. Lewis screaming her head off, and strangely, the long, low whistle of a train in the distance. Whether it was my imagination or not, I don't know. But I've learned in life that there are no coincidences. I heard that whistle, as clear as I could hear Mrs. Lewis screaming, Sandra Hannigan's soft, whispering moans as thunder rumbled across the gray spring sky, and my father's harsh, labored breathing as he stood over me, brandishing his shovel, as if it was Excalibur. I tell you, honest to God, I heard that train. You ain't gonna be telling nobody about this, right, boy? I tried to plead with him, but another explosion erupted as my father brought the shovel down onto my exposed chest. I heard several pops and cracks echoing throughout my body. I held up my small arms in defense, but they were crumbled like paper at the force of his blow. I dared to raise my hands up for protection again, only to see my fingers crooked and bloody. Mrs. Lewis was no longer screaming, but babbling on like she'd seen a ghost. My father turned to her and waved his weapon. He threatened her, his voice like that of an angry god. While he was distracted, I tried to crawl away, my crushed fingers clawing at the straw and earth, pulling myself to freedom. It was all for naught, though, as my father grabbed me by the leg and threw me towards the ladder of the loft. Mrs. Lewis begged him to stop. He swung the shovel down on me again. I heard a very loud crack, almost like lightning skimming across the sky. Very faintly, I heard the train's whistle again. That loud, shrill pitch in the distance. He flipped me over onto my back and spoke again. Are you going to be telling anyone about this? His voice had calmed. There was deep anger in there. Calm and intense. I felt one of my teeth fall to the back of my throat. A small fountain of vomit and blood gushed from my mouth as I tried to cough it up. I feebly turned my head and spit it out. No, I ain't telling nobody. Good. My father tossed his shovel aside, scooped me up in his arms and carried me like I was just a baby. His voice had flipped to that of genuine concern, like any good father's voice. You okay, boy? You took a mighty big fall off the ladder, right, Janice? He turned to Mrs. Lewis, still holding me in his arms, her face burning from tears. She only nodded rapidly. She rushed over and ran her shaking hands across my tiny, battered face. My father pushed me into her arms. Take him up to the house and into bed. Tell Martha what happened. I'll go to town and get a doctor. Quickly now. Mrs. Lewis pulled me even closer and ran to the house to get my mother to put me down and be comfortable until the doctor came. Before I blacked out, I remember Mrs. Lewis running across the field to my house, a smell of the harvest filling my nostrils. Mrs. Lewis quietly muttering how sorry she was. And in the distance, my eyes caught the slowly moving shape of a black train, smoke pluming out from the engine, the slow chugging of the wheels, and the horrible shriek of the whistle, calling me to darkness. The doctor came and went, but I had no idea. I was unconscious the entire time. 3 broken ribs, 1 dislocated, a cracked skull, 2 missing teeth, 4 broken fingers, 1 broken wrist, and miles of bruises. Other bits of damage appeared over time. I lost hearing and most of the sight out of the right side of my face. On a good day, and I can say I had plenty of them, I had a slight limp, but on a bad day, I was practically a cripple.
My left hand froze up sometimes. Couldn't move my fingers worth a damn, but I got along fine with my condition. My father was never found out, and the fact that Mrs. Lewis never came back around the house only meant she would never speak about it. We all just sort of went on with life. I lived as best as I could for 10 years before I heard the whistle again. Now, it wasn't uncommon to see or even hear a train near the farm. Hell, there was even a track not more than a mile away from my front door. But this train was different. The whistle didn't sound right. It was like a dying rabbit, nails against a chalkboard, and steam spewing out of a kettle, all rolled into one. It's like that sound pierces through you and sends shivers down your very bones. Not a pleasant feeling, in other words. I was 16 and living like my fathers before me, working my hands to leather in the earth. I had spent time at what my wife would later refer to as a hick school, but I soon left after my teacher figured that I was unteachable. I wasn't unteachable. I just would have rather spent my time reading or taking something apart or going somewhere I've never been. The world was my playground, and I wanted to play. The thought of leaving my mother alone with my father scared me, though. I owed it to her to stay around and try to protect her. What my father did to me was only the tip of the iceberg compared to all the things he did to my mother. I remember laying up at night, hearing them fighting. My father's booming voice, broken up only by the reality cracking sound of broken glass, or the cool, clean sound of flesh on flesh contact. My mother would be in the kitchen the next day with a few new bruises, maybe a cut or two. But she never complained. It was plain for everyone to see, but they never paid it any mind. That's just how things were. I remember it was a pleasant enough summer night. A little humid, but that's just nitpicking. I spent most of the night out on the porch, watching the stars and listening to the creatures of the night as they went about their business. Occasionally, I found myself glancing out to the barn. It stood there, like a mausoleum in the pale moonlight, an effigy to many things. Pain, lost love, hard work, and my family who died on this land before me. My mind wandered to memories of Sandra Hannigan. God rest her soul. Memories of the shovel bearing down on me like a locomotive bears down on those endless steel tracks. My mind liked to wander whether or not I wanted to take the ride. Always has. Always will. I remember my father driving up in his truck. The bastard was swerving horribly. Obviously, he had indulged to his heart's content on Jimmy McGruder's personal moonshine. What burns blue makes your blues go away, boy, he would always say. I knew he'd be in a fighting mood, and instinctively made me go to my room. Before I could even reach the stairs, I heard his voice, dripping with that damned white lightning. He shouted out to my mom in a slurred fashion. Their ceramic jug in his hand spilled the foul liquid onto the floor. My mother promptly came up from the cellar without a word and greeted him to his liking.
a kiss on the lips, and the removal of his coat. As she turned to put his coat on the hook, he reached out and began to grope her. My mother, I will admit, was an attractive woman, but years of beatings had slowly taken the brightness from her eyes, the skip in her step, and the song on her lips. We made quick eye contact, but just a brief moment said it all. Go to bed. Maybe it won't be so bad tonight. Just go to bed. But like most nights, it was the same. Her giving in to this predator and his sexual advances just to keep him happy. She suffered through it in silence. God, the things she did to provide for me. I pray every day that she is smiling down on me while he's rotting in hell. My mind quickly wandered back to Sandra Hannigan. Did she suffer in silence? Did she let him take her every night? Or did she kick and scream and bite until she was too tired to go on? I don't know. I can't say. I pray she fought back. I climbed the stairs to my room, trying to block out the labored breathing of my drunken father and the cold, complacent whimpers of my mother. Laying in my bed, I tried to nod off and sleep, just so it all can happen again tomorrow. Soon sleep found me, and I dreamed. A dream that haunted me for years, always picking up new details along the way. My father standing above me with a shovel, staring at me with all the fury of God. His eyes as black can be. The shovel coming down. I closed my eyes in fear, only to open them and see Sandra Hannigan before me. Her beautiful, smooth skin, now wormy and rotted. Her hair still crimson as fresh blood, and a deep black line ran along her neck. Too horrid to look at, but I can't look away. All the while, the slow, methodical chugging of a train. Sandra opens her mouth, her cheeks staring wide open into a disgusting, skeletal smile, to speak once more. Only her voice isn't there. Only a sound that pierces right through you, chilling you to the bone, scratching at your soul. A whistle. I woke up, sweating bullets and soaking my shirt and underwear. But it wasn't the dream that woke me, as horrible as it was. No. It was the rumbling in my stomach for release. I didn't need to be told twice before I swiftly jumped out of the bed, slipped on a pair of trousers, and descended the stairs quite quickly, nearly tripping on the last step in the dark. I could see my father asleep in his armchair in the family room, his jug tipped over, empty and bone dry. The moonlight shone through the window, and I could see a line of drool falling from the corner of his open mouth, his head tilted back in the way he always slept when he was in his chair. I quickly shoved on my shoes, rushed to the front door, and off to the tiny little shed, far to the house. I reached the outhouse, flung the door open, and squat down on the splintery seat without a second thought.
There were always stories of porcupines getting their way into outhouses and gnawing on the seats for the salt from sweat and such. But I can say I never did see a porcupine. A raccoon did get in once. Poor thing fell into the hole and drowned in the filth of a small farming family. Kinda sad, really. That was years ago, and that hole had been long buried. I let myself relax and let the body do what it's trained to do in that type of situation. I nearly nodded off in the smelly little shack, but something jolted me off my seat. A whistle, low and hot at first, but it grew into a cacophony, like hundreds of screaming voices. I quickly cleaned myself up and hurried outside. There it was, in the moonlight, not too less than a mile from where I stood. Just sitting there on the tracks, which wouldn't have been too uncommon, except there was no switching station out there. Just open land and those endless steel tracks. Like I said, I was a curious boy, and obviously something that had been haunting me for 10 years was well worth a look. I broke into a run, the excitement and fear gripping my heart. I wanted to turn back to the house, tell myself I'm just dreaming, but my feet kept moving. Thank God for the moon that night. You could see for miles. As I got nearer, the darker it got. The smoke from the engine creeping into the sky and blotting out the light. The bright diamonds and their satin cloth began to disappear too. I stopped, only briefly, panting and sweating. I looked up, only to find myself right there, next to it. It was unlike any train I'd ever seen. It was black all over. So black it hurt my eyes to look at it directly for too long. It was also very noticeably darker right next to this massive machine, like it was devouring the light that got near it. Most trains that came through were freight trains, carrying coal and such to parts unknown. But this was a passenger train. The interior of the cabs brightly lit, revealing its deep red color scheme. And the people in the windows. Each of them just sat there, motionless, unmoving like statues of some lost civilization. I tried working my way to the front of the thing, each car the same, filled sparsely with unknown, unmoving faces. One or two passengers did turn to look out their windows at me, only to return to their original position, their eyes gray and sad. I kept on walking my way to the engine, till it caught my eye. In one of the windows, it was my father. I wasn't sure at first, but it had to be. It was my dad. I yelled out to him, but he didn't turn to look. I saw that the entrance to the car was wide open, light spilling out onto the land. I had to get in that car. Why was he on there? I thought. What the hell is he doing? I hoisted myself up onto the metal steps into the car, only to be knocked on my back by a black mass that smelled of oil and smoke. I looked up to see a man standing there. Soot-stained overalls, greasy white hair jutting out from under his conductor's cap. He stared at me intently,
before a smile cracked his lips.
You ain't getting on, boy. Ain't got no ticket.
He laughed, an unnerving sound, like that of crunching bugs under your foot.
Why you want to get on anyways for?
His smile still beamed at me, a strange skeletal smile, wide and menacing. I found myself reverting back to that scared little boy in the barn 10 years ago. My dad's on there. I gotta talk to him. He just bellowed that laugh of his.
Lots of people's daddies be on this train. No ticket, no ride.
He clapped his gloved hands together, black dust puffing out. Please,
No ticket, no ride.
That's when I truly saw him. His skin pale and free of any sort of blemishes. And his eyes, they were on fire, glowing orange like the coals that move his train. Those fiery coal eyes burning right through me.
Get out of here, boy. And don't come back till you got yourself a ticket.
His teeth, they were jagged and pointed like dog's teeth. I'm not afraid to say I was scared. In fact, I pissed myself right then and there. He just laughed that crunchy laugh of his. He turned and slammed the door shut behind him. Soon enough, the pistons started their slow chug, smoke billowing out of the engine. It smelled like rotting eggs and bloated summer roadkill. I still laid there in my own filth, watching the black train slowly pull away. He laid on the whistle. Close up, I could truly hear the sound. It was screaming, melting steel and burning souls, screaming into the night. I watched as the train pulled away. The screaming black behemoth, riding the endless steel tracks. I walked home, shaken, scared, questioning whether or not I am truly dreaming, or if this is all a nightmare. The moon was back, shining in all its glory. The stars sparkled in the dark folds of the night sky. Finally reaching home, I numbly pushed the front door open. It groaned in protest, but I paid it no mind. I trudged into the family room, figuring my father would be gone. But there he was, still sitting there. I crossed over to him, my hands shaking as I touched his face. It was cold. I saw that it wasn't drool that dribbled out from his lips. It was vomit. My father was dead to the world, drowned in his own sick. I saw the devil that night, and he took my father with him on a slow, screaming ride to hell. The funeral was like any other, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. A man was buried on holy ground, and nobody but me and my mother ever knew that I was no man, but a monster. I remember how she looked when they lowered him into the cold, hard earth. She had this little smile on her face. No tears, no anguish. Just a little smile. She was free. A few years later, she sold the farm. "I want to go to the city, leave all of this behind," she would say. I didn't blame her. I was glad to leave, but I admit I did miss the place once we were gone. And I know she did too. It was a quiet life, a fine life. But she couldn't stand to be in a house where memories ran rampant and hid in every corner and shadow, whispering to her, reminding her of my father. It was 1942. The world was at war, and I couldn't do anything but work building bits and pieces for guns and tanks. Being partially crippled, I was 4F. I could only hear about how all my friends I had growing up went over to fight for liberty and came back in boxes. I suppose I was lucky on that part. My mother took up a job in the same munitions plant as me. Propaganda at its best, I suppose. It put a smile on her face, though. That's all I needed to know. It was a good thing. We'd been living with her mother in Boston, and life was indeed fine. I liked my grandmother well enough, but she always looked at me like I was a leper. She saw too much of my father in me, I suppose. She hated him for what he did to my mother. The beatings were a secret, but she hated him for taking my mother away. A soldier returns from war, knocks up a pretty young woman with the whole world in front of her, steals her back to his home, where the fruits of several steamy nights ends up dying in its sleep. My sister didn't get much of a chance at the world, but I sure did. She resented me for everything that I represented. A sex-driven farmer turned soldier. It wasn't until I started bringing Claire around that she began to warm up to me a little more. Maybe Granny was finally seeing I wasn't my father. Or maybe she was just going senile. I don't know. I can't say that I didn't love Claire. She was a great woman. But I do know that I saw a hell of a lot of Sandra in her. That blazing crimson hair of hers, and those deep green eyes. Maybe it was me mourning over a long-lost love, or guilt for never stealing Sandra away from her life. 6 feet of rope. Funny how something so seemingly average could remove someone from your life. I loved Sandra. I did. And so did her dad. A little too much. She was probably praying that I'd come to her window at night and steal her away, like Romeo and Juliet. She had something inside of her. Something horrible. Something God forgot about. She wanted it to be something positive, but it could never be as such. I loved her. But I loved Claire too. Not as the one in a truly hopeless romantic way. But I loved her all the same. Claire and I were married at a lovely ceremony in 1945. The war was over. Our boys were coming home. And the world began to get even more scared of itself. The Reds were everywhere. They started saying, I don't know, men were men, but it's their toys that always end up hurting them. I found work as a mechanic, and Claire was teaching. Money was tight, but we didn't complain. We had an apartment to live in and each other. We didn't need to worry about much else. Until one day, I got home from the shop, and she was waiting for me. I greeted her with my usual sweet words in her ear as I kissed the back of her neck, like I always did when I got home. "I'm late," she said. I frowned in confusion. "What?" "I'm late," she emphasized. "I don't know what you mean." She took my hand and placed it on her belly. It all hit me like a ton of bricks. My expression changed suddenly, letting her know that I realized what she meant. She was trying to hold back her tears and smile, but they broke through anyway. We spent that night in each other's arms, like it was our honeymoon all over again. My son was born December 20th, 1949. William Hudson Bronson. He took after me, just as I had taken after my father. I was determined to make him have all the things I never could, but money was tight, and it wasn't getting any better. My grandmother had died 2 years prior to the birth, and my mother was living alone, but she delighted in seeing her little Billy B, as she called him, whenever we dropped by. She loved him with all her might. It did me well to see her so happy. Billy had just turned 1 when I got the news that our old home was back on the market. My mom handed me a check that had all the money she had been saving for the last 10 years. She told me it would be good to go home, return to my roots, and raise Billy like I had been raised. I didn't think that was such a good idea. I just knew those memories would be waiting for me there, hiding in the shadows, waiting for me to let my guard down so they could strangle me. Any ghosts in that house have long since left, my mother said to me. She asked me if I missed that life, working the land, watching my deeds flourish. I did. I did miss the farm life, but I didn't know how much I missed my farm life. We left Billy with my mother while Claire and I made our way back to my childhood home. The town had grown quite a bit, everything a modern family would need. When we did finally reach the old farm, my eyes fell on the barn, and a deep chill ran through me. "You okay?" Claire asked me in that sweet, concerned voice of hers. "Goose walked over my grave, I suppose." The man who owned it most recently was a rich yuppie who thought about trying his hand at farm life. Couldn't live without the amenities of the modern man. Fully wired, plumbing, plenty of farming equipment, and a completely new paint job and decor. It wasn't my home anymore. Hadn't been for a long time. After our tour, Claire got into the car and instantly spilled out her opinion. "We need to buy this house," she told me with confidence. "You really think so?" "I do. I can work at the school in town. You can make a living here, growing corn, raising cows, and doing whatever it is farmers do." She had the excitement of a little girl almost, and I loved it. "You really want to live here?" I questioned. I did want to come back, but there was too much in my head screaming at me not to come back. "Yes," she stared at me intently. She knew that I would crack, like always. She had that special kind of power over me. Then it settled. It's ours.
We settled in, and we got our new life off to a good start. The land was good. The crops grew like weeds, and Billy was taking a liking to the open air. It wasn't much longer after our first harvest that Claire was late once again. We had our baby girl, Esther May Bronson, in the summer of 1953. She took after her mother in spades. A slice of the American dream. I found myself walking out to the railroad tracks every now and then. I don't know what I expected to see. Maybe it was sort of my way of trying to make sense of something so unbelievable. I never told anyone. Not once. The devil and his hellbound train were my secrets to keep. I wasn't crazy. I prayed to God I wasn't crazy. Sometimes, late at night, I hear a train whistle pierce out in the night, the slow chugging pushing the metal beast along those endless steel tracks. Sometimes, I swear, just under those whistles, I could hear screams. We led a fine life indeed. Billy was growing into a man before my very eyes, and Esther was becoming a fine young woman more and more every day. It was 1968. Another war was going on halfway around the world, but it didn't bother me none. Not till Billy came to me and said he was going to join the army. He wanted to be fighting for his country. Claire had a fit, as expected, but he had his mind set, and he was damned if anyone was going to change it. We got his letters every week, and every week we'd write back. I was sleeping when it came again, the first time in years. My father standing over me, holding his shovel, his eyes burning orange like coal, the shovel coming down on me before the scene melts away, and I'm with Sandra. Her rotting lips formed a smile, her gaping maw open to reveal an unimaginable darkness, and from that darkness came a low whistle, slowly building into deafening screams. I woke up, sweating bullets and soaking my nightshirt and pants. I didn't have to use the bathroom, but it was the whistle, cutting out into the night, calling me like a sailor to the rocks. I silently slipped from the bed and down the stairs, each step creaking slightly under my weight. I slipped on my shoes, flung the front door open, and started running. The wind chilled me slightly in the autumn night air. My mind raced with the memories reaching out, not from the corners and shadows of my home, but from my mind, reaching out and trying to hold me down and suffocate me. It was the same as it was all those years ago. The smoke plumed from the engine, falling to the ground and lingering like a thick black fog. The deep black metal glared back at me as I walked along the side of the great beast. The devil stood outside of a car, watching me as I approached, his eyes burning brightly with excitement.
Danny boy has come back. Still no ticket, I see.
His voice shuddered through me, but I pressed on. Why are you here?
Oh, my, Danny boy. We all have a job to do. This is just my job.
But why are you here? In that moment, I heard my father sneaking into my voice. A calm and quiet anger. A voice from inside the car rang out like a bell. "Dad?" Out of the open doorway, my son, Billy, clad in his official army gear, and looking quite confused. "Billy." I ran over to him and held him close to me, never wanting to let go. "Billy, why are you on this train?" "I don't know. I remember my squad was walking through the jungle and there was this white flash and then I woke up on this train. What are you doing here?" "I don't quite know myself." I smiled lightly. I squeezed him tighter. "It's good to see you."
How touching. You have 5 minutes, Billy boy.
The conductor stepped into the car and made his way to the engine. Once I knew he was gone, I grabbed Billy's hand and tried to pull him away. "Come on, we gotta get you home." He pulled away from me. "No. Dad, if this is what everyone else on here is saying, then I can't leave. I can't. We can go home right now. Tell your mother you're home and... No. I belong here. And who knows, maybe this train don't just go to hell. Maybe it makes a stop off somewhere else. I don't know. Billy, Dad, I heard from friends of mine who went home. They got problems. I'd rather be dead than mangled and messed up in the head." We stood silently for a long moment, staring at each other, trying to think of the words to say. The whistle sounded. "Love you. Love you. Goodbye." The black metal behemoth pulled away from me once more, screaming down those endless steel tracks. I waved goodbye to my son long after the train was out of sight. Even after its screaming whine disappeared in the night air, I watched. I prayed. Just like every week, we got another letter. Only this time it wasn't from Billy. Claire was wrecked. She wouldn't leave the house for days, laying around and crying, wailing that she should have kept him here, kept him safe. She left me, not more than a year after that. Said she couldn't stand looking at me and seeing Billy. I know she hated me. I couldn't join her in her sorrow, in her pain. I got to say my goodbye. I got my closure. I don't blame her for hating me. But to take my daughter away from me was just cruel punishment. I haven't seen either in years. Many years. I did the best I could. I tried to live life as best I could with what I had. I was a good father. I was a good son. I was a good husband. None of that means anything in the long run, though. We all end up in the cold, hard earth, feeding the maggots and creepy crawlies that haunt our nightmares. I can hear it now. The screaming,
screaming in the darkness, calling out to me. I've seen a lot of things in my life. Some things I'm more proud of than others. As a boy, nothing could sate my appetite for the world around me. I suppose that there is just one last thing to figure out. The train is out there, and I finally got my ticket. Only thing left to do is to take a ride.
The subways can be home to strange things. It even seems like a different world at times. In this story, one man will learn why he should never have followed the strangers.
My name is Andrew Eriks. I lived, once, in a city called New York. My mother is Terry Eriks. She's in the phone book. If you know the city, and you read this, find her. Don't show her this. Just tell her I love her, and that I'm trying to come home. Please. It all started when I decided around the time that I turned 25 that it was time for me to give up taking my backpack into work. It would make me look more mature, I thought, if I weren't lugging around a book bag everywhere like a high school student. Of course, this meant that I had to give up reading in the subway in the mornings and afternoons, since I couldn't quite fit my paperbacks into a pocket. A briefcase would have been out of line since I was working in a factory, and messenger bags always seemed a little, fruity to me, I guess. Too purse-like for my liking. I had an MP3 player, which helped pass the time for a while, but when it broke, it would shut down at the end of every song if I didn't skip to the next track manually. I gave that up too. So, every morning, I'd sit in the metro for half an hour that dragged on endlessly, with nothing at all to do but watch my fellow passengers. I was slightly shy, so I didn't like to be caught at it, so I'd surreptitiously watch people. Interestingly enough, I quickly discovered that I wasn't the only person in the world who was uncomfortable in public. People covered it up in various ways, but I learned to see through them. I divided them up into categories in my head. There were the fidgeters, who couldn't get comfortable, constantly moving their hands, shifting their weight, moving their legs closer to the bench, then further. They were the most noticeably nervous types. After them were the fake sleepers, who'd take their seat and practically close their eyes in the same second. Most of them weren't really sleeping, though. The real sleepers shifted more, came awake suddenly at stops or after loud noises. The fakes just zoned from the second they sat, till the moment the train pulled into their stop. Then there were the MP3 player addicts, the occasional laptop people, the people who traveled in groups and talked too loudly. The cell phone junkies were either very popular or just completely unable to shut up for more than 2 minutes at a time. Just as people watching was threatening to get unbearably boring, I found my first incongruity. A middle-aged looking man, brown-haired, average size and weight, and dressed casually. Oddly enough,
He seemed almost too normal. He had no remarkable features, no mannerisms, as if he were designed to fade into a crowd. It was that genericness which led me to, ironically, notice him. I was intentionally trying to see how people acted on the subway, and he didn't act at all. Didn't even react either. It was like seeing someone sitting in front of the television, watching a documentary about fish. They aren't excited, aren't engaged, but they aren't looking away either. Present, but not accounted for. He was on the subway in the afternoons. It was more than a month into the people-watching experiment before he caught my eye, because I didn't catch the same subway every day, and didn't consciously sit in the same car when I did. I saw him for the first time on a Monday. I think it was a Monday anyways. And for the second time on the Tuesday of the same week. He obviously did catch the same train and sat in the same car, in the same seat even. OCD much? I thought at the time, since he'd caught my attention so much the first time, I watched him more avidly the next. He was, frankly, downright unsettling. He didn't do anything at all. He sat there, expressionless, head straight no matter what happened. A woman with a wailing child entered the car and sat right behind him. And still, he did nothing. He didn't so much as turn his head or frown in annoyance. And that kid was fucking loud too. By the time the subway reached my stop, I found myself queasy. And when I exited the car, my hands were shaking like I was having a nicotine fit. Something about that man was wrong. He was, I thought, some kind of freak. A sociopath, maybe. One of those quiet guys who it turns out has a dozen women's heads in his freezer. The first victim, his mother. I found myself intentionally dawdling after work in the afternoons, stopping to browse in the kiosks in the mall near the subway, even when I didn't intend on buying anything. For a couple of weeks, I avoided catching that subway, and when I found myself at the stop when it was pulling in, I made sure to choose a train car as far from the one I'd seen him in as possible. Then, one morning, I saw another person who set off the same warning bells in my head. A woman, just as plain looking, just as out of place in hustle and commotion around her. The moment I recognized her, I realized later, was when my obsession began. My people watching, which began as a bit of a hobby to stave off boredom, became something of a religion to me. I couldn't enter a subway or ride a bus without finding myself examining everyone, filling out a mental checklist in my head. Plain clothes of solid color, no brands, check. No expression, no casual glances out the windows or towards other passengers, check. No bags, purses, or accessories, check, check, check. We've got another. I started calling them the strangers. I didn't see them every day, even after I started taking the metro more than I needed to, even when I found myself riding buses out of my way in the evenings. But they were there, often enough. Seeing one would set my teeth on edge, make my palms sweaty and my throat feel dry. If you've ever given a speech, you might recognize the feeling. Even though they didn't pay me the slightest bit of attention, I felt like I was on display for them. I could see them, plain as day. How could they miss me? They didn't. Not in any way that I could tell. And when, eventually, my curiosity overpowered my fear, I decided to follow one. I chose the one that I'd found first, the man in the afternoon subway who always kept the same seat. I got on, and I took a seat behind him. We rode to the end of the line, and he rose and walked out before I did. Keeping distance between us, I tailed him, but he didn't go far. He took a seat on a nearby bench, as expressionless as always, and I turned a corner and waited, trying to look nonchalant. After a few minutes, the next metro arrived, and I watched him enter it, and I saw him take the same seat. I couldn't find the nerve to follow him again. He hadn't gone anywhere. He just rode the metro to the end of the line and then what? Rode it back? What possible reason would anyone have for that? It nagged at me. Long after I rode a later train back home, tried to get some sleep. I couldn't leave it alone. Not until I could make some sense of it. I found myself more than confused. I was downright angry now. Why was this uncanny bastard, this almost inhuman person, riding subway trains back and forth, going nowhere? The mind I once read recoils from certain things, because the very sight of them is an affront. Spiders set it off in a lot of people, particularly the big ones. They just look wrong to us, alien. That was the effect the strangers were beginning to have on me. They offended my senses. I followed him again the next day, and again the day after that. Every day, for at least a week, the two of us made our silent trips together, though only I knew it. By the end of the week, I was following him for hours, until the last train that stopped near my apartment block that night. We rode from one end of the city to the other, then back again. I wasn't people watching any longer. I was person watching. Stranger watching. I didn't have eyes for anyone else, though peripherally I noticed more than a few confused glances sent my way. Other than that, we two might have been the only two people on the planet, for all I cared. I lost my job the next week. My manager was kind and timid, but firm. I wasn't concentrating, I had no focus, wasn't being anywhere near productive. It was actually quite a speech, I think. I could barely hear it. All I could think about was my new work, my vigil. What would that man, no, that thing on the subway, get up to when I wasn't there to keep an eye on him? I left work for the last time at noon that day. Normally I'd have started tailing my subject at 5:30, but I was sure that he'd be waiting for me. I wish now that I paid more attention to that day. Was it sunny? It was summer after all. I could have walked around downtown, maybe checked out a few pretty girls. Could have had an iced cappuccino and a smoke at an outdoor cafe and then gone home. Put my growing obsession out of my head, found a new job,
and taken to reading on trains and buses again. Instead, I waited. More than one train goes up and down the lines, so I sat in the station for at least an hour till I saw him through a window. I walked into the subway car. I noticed that for the first time, my skin wasn't clammy. My hands weren't shaking. My heart wasn't pounding hard. I sat, for the first time, right across from him, directly in his line of sight. Watched for a change in his face. Would he recognize me? If he did, I saw no sign of it, and I was looking hard. We must have made quite a pair, sitting across from one another that afternoon, staring at and into one another. It was hard not to let the building rage in me contort my face, but with effort, I was able to keep still and expressionless as him. Inside, I practically screamed at him. "React to me, you fucking asshole! See me, damn it! I know you for what you are!" I didn't, though, and my silent demands weren't answered. Not the first trip around, or the second, or the third, or 10th. We rode far into the night together, and at each terminus, we got out together and waited. I sat right beside him on the bench, watching him from the corner of my eye, and still got nothing from him. But two could play that game. Finally, we made our last trip together. I had him, and I knew it. Last trip of the night before the train stopped running. I'd always let him get away from me at that point, because the end of the line is a long way from my home, and the buses stop running at the same time as the subways. But this time, I'd follow him, finally see what he was when the train stopped running. I'd get some answers. Maybe. The subway rolled on, and the anticipation grew in me. The car emptied out around us slowly, till it was just we two silent watchers below the city. I fought to keep a manic grin at bay, and the subway train slowed to a crawl, then stopped. The end of the line. The stranger didn't move, still didn't react at all. The car stood still, doors opened. I could dimly hear the last few stragglers making their way out of the station somewhere behind us, footsteps echoing in the silence. Nothing. Speaker system dinged to let anyone half asleep know that we'd reached the terminus. Still nothing. And finally, I could hear footsteps again. A conductor or something, popping his head into each car to make sure it was empty before taking the train wherever the hell it goes for the night. I didn't take my eyes from my silent quarry. I managed to see the conductor from the corner of my eye when he finally reached our car. He looked in. His eyes roamed over us, and a puzzled look came over his face. He blinked a few times and paused. I waited for him to speak, and the moment moment stretched out. But then, with a slight shake of the head, he left us. There was a car ahead of ours, and I heard him stop to check that too. And then a few minutes later, the train started up again. We rode for a time, and then looped around, and the subway was parked. I could see into the windows of more trains on either side of us, and through their opposing windows into even more. And then, he smiled at me. It was just a small curl of the lip that would have gone unnoticed if I hadn't spent the last several hours studying his face. "So," he said, in a rough baritone, "here we are." I tried to respond, but couldn't right away. My throat had clamped shut. Terror filled me. I felt like the whole underground cavern we were in had just collapsed onto me. I coughed and stammered, and finally managed, with a raspy voice, to ask the question that had kept me up at night, drove me halfway to madness, and led me to this place, in this moment. "What are you?" He ignored me. He stood, and the train doors opened. Then, shockingly, he turned to face me. "Coming." He didn't wait for an answer, but walked out onto the platform. I scrambled to follow.
Wait, hold on. Talk to me. Who are you? Why do you ride the metro all fucking day?
He didn't look back or slow his step. I couldn't see his face, but it's safe to guess that he didn't react at all, no more than he had to anything else. I stalked after him, still shouting for a time, but eventually gave up. 5 words was all I was going to get out of him, I guessed. We walked along the platform until we came to a junction, then turned. Now we were perpendicular to the trains around us. The path ahead was lit from above, but I couldn't see where it ended. The trains on either side of us went on forever, as far as I could tell. Far too many trains to service one city, I realized. It wouldn't have mattered by then, I figured. But I probably should have paid more attention to that at the time. I'm not sure how long we walked. I had a watch once, but it broke. I took out my cell phone at one point, but got no reception down there. All it would show me was no signal. The stranger would stop every now and then, look at a subway car for a minute or two, but then pass on. It took me a while to figure out why, but eventually I saw that they weren't all the same. Long lines of them would be similar, and then we'd come to a different model. It would be a bit larger or smaller, or have a slightly different shape. The cockpits, or whatever you call the front part where the conductor sits, were superficially different as well. I didn't, and I don't know what exactly he was looking for. But eventually he must have found it, because we turned again. The subway doors opened when my impromptu guide stopped in front of them. We entered and took our seats. "So you finally gonna talk now?" I asked him. No answer.
I sighed with frustration and seriously weighed the pros and cons of punching him right in the face for a time. When suddenly, lights in the car came on, and I heard the engine starting up. He gave me a look that was almost sad.
You're not gonna be able to go back.
What are you talking about? Go back where? Nothing. Again. The stonewalling asshole. The train lurched into motion, pushing off in the opposite direction than the one we'd came from. I think. The endless parade of them had thrown off my sense of direction. It rolled for a few minutes, and then began to slow as we approached the stop. His vacant gaze grew sharper. For the first time, I got the sense that he was actually staring at me, rather than just looking in the direction I happened to be in.
Be still. Be silent. Don't catch their attention.
The train stopped. The doors opened, and they began to flood in. I don't know what I noticed first. The weird clothes, the two long arms with hands that almost brushed the floor, the jet black eyes and angular faces, or the blue-gray hue of their skin. My eyes took in all those stimuli, but for a long second my brain refused to process it. And when it finally did, I was barely able to bite down on the shriek that tried to tear its way from my throat. I thought my heart was going to explode. Hell, I thought I was going to explode. I was like a strummed guitar string. Everything in me lurched and throbbed. My sight grew dizzy, which I was thankful for, and I vomited. My mouth was clenched shut, and I forced myself to swallow it, barely managing to. My instincts were screaming his words at me. Be still. Be silent. Don't catch their attention. That day is a blur. We rode the subway car up and down the line, still and expressionless, for hours, for days perhaps. That was some time ago. But it seemed much longer than the line I knew, the line I'd followed the stranger along. The hideous things around us seemed to pay us no undue attention, though we must have stood out fiercely. I was so petrified with fear that, when we finally returned to the endless caverns of trains, alone, I burst into tears. I collapsed on the floor and just sobbed for a long time. The stranger watching impassively. When I gained control of myself, I looked at him imploringly. Take me home, please.
I can't, he told me. Don't know which one of these would lead you back, if any of them do.
He stood and walked out onto the platform, and I rose wearily and followed him. He spun around sharply.
I think you followed me enough.
The rage I'd felt for him before rose up in me. Rushing forward, I grabbed him by the shoulders, and with a burst of insane strength I didn't even know was in me, slammed him up against the side of a metro car. What the fuck did you do to me? I slammed him again and again. Take me back! He bore it all, passively, and soon the flare of anger in me guttered out, leaving me hollow. Please, please take me back, I begged. That's not how it works, he said. If we stay together, it's more likely that we'll be noticed. Go your own way. Be still and be quiet, and they'll think that you're one of theirs. Why did you do this to me? He gave me another, almost sad look. I had to. You will too. You get stuck sometimes. He brushed my hands off his shoulders and turned to walk away. I fell to my knees, suddenly out of strength, and watched him leave. At the junction, he turned back to face me. I'm sorry. And then he was gone. I stayed there on the cold tiles for a very long time. I curled up into a ball and wept for a while. After there weren't any tears left in me, I even managed to get some sleep. When I awoke, the subway train I'd come in on was gone, off carrying more blue-gray abominations to wherever blue-gray abominations go. I couldn't handle going back there anyways. I tried to find my way back to where I'd started, to find a subway that I recognized. But I wasn't even sure which direction I should have been going in anymore. I walked for an hour, and then another. Finally, I found one that might have looked familiar, or I was so desperate that I imagined that it did. When I stepped up to the door, it opened for me, and I took a seat. It started up, and in spite of being a lifelong agnostic, I prayed my heart out. The train slowed to a stop. The doors opened, and for a second I thought I was saved. People. Human beings. I'd be the most devout man in the world. Then I noticed the eyes. Specifically, a third large eye in the center of their forehead. Well, fuck you then, God, I thought. They were easier to take than the last bunch, though, and I was thankful for that. The third eye blinked independently of the other two, though, and that was nauseating. And when one of them smiled or laughed or spoke with another, I couldn't help but notice that their teeth were sharp and misshapen and yellow-green with filth. But if I was careful and selectively blind, I could pretend for a stretch that I was home. Until one of them entered with a sandwich in hand, and I realized that I was starving and hadn't eaten or drank in what must have been days. The next terminus I came to, I decided to try and find something to eat or drink. I don't know why I waited, but it seemed important.
to ride to the end of the line. I got there and could barely bring myself to leave. I'd never seen the stranger leave the underground. I'd never seen him eat or drink either. My stomach would not take no for an answer, though. I steeled myself and tried to keep my face carefully neutral. Made my way out onto the station proper. And then I got confused. I was looking for escalators or stairs or something like that. But all I saw was holes in the ground, the walls and the ceiling. Gaping, irregular-sized holes. Like I was in the middle of a beehive. What was I supposed to do? Leap into one? It didn't make any sense to me. Not until someone came through one. He floated up through the floor, and then floated by me. He frowned for a second, or at least I think it was a frown. But apparently whatever kept them from recognizing me as an alien in the subway extended at least this far. It did not, unfortunately, allow me to levitate, which seemed to be the only way out of the subway station beehive thing. Swearing to myself, I made my way back down to the tunnel. I was angry, lost, starving, and I had been abandoned to a fate that, if it wasn't worse than hell, was at least twice as stupid and 3 times as nonsensical. I was not in the best frame of mind, which I feel excuses the mistake. Normally, I take corners with a wide berth because everyone knows that if you just dart around a corner sharply in a public place, chances are decent that you're going to walk right into someone. As I did. I slammed into someone, a woman, and fell to the ground. Without thinking, I reacted like any New Yorker would. Badly.
Jesus, you stupid bitch! Watch where you're going!
I realized my mistake even before she did. Her eyes grew quizzical and confused. And when she really noticed me, they bulged with horror. She leapt, well, floated quickly, back from me and let out something scream-like, a little more yowly than what I was used to. But I got the point. Further down the tunnel, I saw alien, 3-eyed heads turning towards us. I thought, suddenly, about all those sharp, filthy teeth. And just like that, I was running. Subway train wasn't there, but there's a walkway along the tunnel. For the repairmen, I assume. That's who would use it where I'm from anyways. I took it at full speed and just kept running until breath felt like getting stabbed. I stopped, panting, and looked back. The tunnel had curved, so I couldn't see the light any longer, but nobody appeared to be following me. Going back, though, was not an option. I continued forward in the dark for a long time. Eventually, I came to a small opening in the wall and stopped there for a rest. Hunger, despair, and a full-speed terrified run had left me absolutely drained. I probably would have wept again, which seemed to be all I was capable of lately. But it just seemed like too much work. I sat against the wall, legs splayed out, and imagined I was beating that bastard stranger to death with a hammer. It was a relieving image.
a rat was shuffling around nearby in the dark. Every so often, I would kick out a foot to scare it away. But after a while, I didn't even bother with that. Rabies or any other disease it might be carrying would be a blessing compared to endless traveling through the subways of strange worlds, lost, destitute, and alone. When it crept near me, I didn't shoo it off. Even when it reached and pressed against my leg, I couldn't bring myself to care. Not until a train passed by. The lights of its cars lit up the culvert I was in. And the thing that I had thought was a rat. It was rat-like, yes, but not as much as it was spider-like. If someone had bred the two of them together, the resulting abomination might have been almost as horrible as the thing nuzzling my leg. I shrieked, flung myself up from the floor, and booted it like a soccer player would, right into the opposite wall. Its back made a sickening crunch, and I watched it twitch out its last before the final car passed, and the darkness returned. And in the darkness, a terrible thought came to me. I wondered if it was edible. I didn't want to, and I gagged just imagining it. But I was hungry, and there was no guarantee that I'd be able to find food in this place, or ever again. Rat spider was my only option. I held off as long as I could, but in the end, survival trumped squeamishness. I had my lighter, but nothing to light on fire. I picked meat off of its carcass and cooked it a little by holding it over the flame. But it didn't help much. Nothing could have. Its meat was foul, more foul than anything you can imagine. I've been that desperate for food since, and eaten many other questionable things. But nothing has ever been as bad as that rat spider. In retrospect, that is when I became a stranger. Before, I'd struggled to reach that expressionless state the other had maintained. What I'd taken for calm was numbness. A sharp rock thrown in a river will, over time, have its edges rounded off by the water beating over it. And what I'd gone through had done the same. Tearing up and eating a monster in the dark, below an alien world. The last of my edges smoothed. By the time I left the darkness and came back into the tunnel, I was expressionless and empty, as much as the one who led me here had ever been. That wasn't the worst of it, though. The worst came later, the first time I got stuck. The stranger had mentioned it, but in the state I'd been in, I hardly noticed. One night, at the end of the line, I was asked to leave the train. The world was one of the closer to normal ones. The people were almost human, as I recognized it. They were orange, sure, and hunchback, but other than that, they were practically normal. After the last world,
where the people had been hideously overweight, six-breasted hermaphrodites with no noses. The orange guys were pretty good looking to me. I thought at first that the conductor was talking to someone else, but I was the only one in the car. And moreover, I understood him. The oranges certainly hadn't been speaking English all day, but nonetheless, I could understand what he was saying. When I stood, I began to realize why. I couldn't stand up straight. I was hunchbacked, and as I saw in my reflection against the window as I exited, orange. I pieced together the rest from there. Stuck meant that I was trapped in this world, for some reason, and stuck looking like them as well, which would be handy if I wanted to take the opportunity to leave the subway station, which is possible most times, but requires a lot of care and is quite overwhelming. Alien worlds are a little revolting, I've found. You try to compare them to your own, but the differences are so vast that it just makes you sick. I left that subway anyways, because it was clear I wasn't returning to the central hub, what I'd taken to calling the infinite line of subway trains that night. Or any other night, I soon found out. Whatever had let me go unnoticed wasn't working any longer. I considered, briefly, staying. But this place wasn't home, and could never be. Even if they look like me, their culture was bound to be different. That was a lesson I'd learned before. Even worlds where the people are absolutely indistinguishable from me are fraught with danger. I was once on a world where the people looked just like me. Well, actually, they looked Brazilian. But that was more than close enough. But then I learned the hard way that the gesture that to me means hello meant something gravely insulting. Insulting enough that I'd been beaten half to death while a crowd looked on with approval. Besides, even if that place had a culture I could fake, I didn't want to stay. I wanted one of two things: to find my way home, or to find the stranger who'd set me on this path and beat the shit out of him. Nothing else would do. So I wanted to move on. I wasn't sure, though, if I could do to some poor sucker what had been done to me. Could I really force someone else to wander the eternal underground like me? It turned out I didn't have to. After a few months, one of them did notice me. Yes, and began to follow me for weeks. I very carefully made it seem like I hadn't seen him, just like the stranger had. But I was torn between the desire to warn him away and the desire to bring him to the end of the line so I could leave this dismal world already. The last night, he followed me to the end of the line, just as I had once done. He hadn't managed to work up the nerve to sit right across from me, though, and as soon as the train stopped at the terminus, he rushed off. I waited, hoping the conductor wouldn't see me and I could move on. But to no avail.
I left the car, and the metro rushed off without me, and I cursed inside. As I walked around the corner towards the ticket booths, the young man who had been following me attacked. He had a wicked, curved knife and should have caught me by surprise. But I'd been traveling through hostile alien worlds for several years. My reflexes were sharp. We struggled viciously before I managed to wrestle the knife from him. I don't know how it got in his neck. I don't think I wanted to kill him. I hadn't even been that angry. Remembering my own building rage from so long before. Afterwards, as he lay there, bleeding out, I got pissed. I kicked him repeatedly, shouting at him. He was supposed to follow me, I told him, as I kicked his ribs, feeling them break. I fled the scene of the crime, but not for long. I was there, bright and early the next day, to catch the first subway of the morning. And that night, when I rode it to the end of the line, I was invisible to the conductor again. I guess you can either kill them or bring them with you if you want to return to the central hub. I was invisible again, but I was also orange and hunchback still. I stayed that way until the next time I became stuck, the next time I killed. That one went much faster. I didn't wait for her to follow me. Once I was recognized as a stranger, I recognized her as the next one. And I made my choice. I won't bring anyone else into this. It makes me wonder, though, about the stranger who inducted me. I wonder what he originally looked like, and whether he knew he could have killed me. I wonder, too, about the others I saw back home, and the rare few I come across since I left. Do they kill them, or take them? And whichever one they choose, do they consider it a mercy? I can't bring myself to talk to them, to ask. We're damned either way, and the damned should suffer in solitude. I've killed 15 of them now, and I've gotten very good at it. But I've made a decision. I'm done killing. Innocents, at least. Before I returned to the central hub, I filled a backpack with as much paper as I could cram into it, and I wrote this story over and over again, to be left in as many subway trains as I can, a couple thousand messages and bottles, cast into a sea of steel rails. This is a request, and a warning. My request above was that you find my mother and tell her a lie. It's a white lie, don't worry. Tell my mother that I love her, and that I am trying to come home. It may give her some hope, or a small measure of peace. I wish it were true, too. But here's the thing. I've been thinking of myself like Odysseus, lost and adrift looking to return to familiar shores. But I am not lost at sea. I am lost in endless tunnels. The labyrinth. The difference is important, because labyrinths are designed, built. Somebody or something made this impossible place, and they must be held accountable for what they've done to me. They cast me as Theseus, not Odysseus. But I won't play that part any longer either. The strange rules of this place have turned me from the human I began as into something else, then something else again. They have made me into a monster, and so I will be the minotaur of this labyrinth. And if I can, I will tear it down around me and destroy those that built it.
Radio Tenbond has been brought to you by Jeff's Butchery. No matter where your meat comes from, he'll cut it. Seclusion can do crazy things to some of us. For this man, it comes in the form of something that might not be as crazy as you think. This is psychosis.
I'm not sure why I'm writing this down on paper and not my computer. I guess I've just noticed some odd things going on. It's not that I don't trust the computer, I need to organize my thoughts. I need to get down all the details, somewhere objective, somewhere I know that what I write can't be deleted or changed. And not that that's happened, it's just everything blurs together here, and the fog of memory lends a strange cast to things. I'm starting to feel cramped in this small apartment. Maybe that's the problem. I just had to go and choose the cheapest apartment, the only one in the basement. Lack of windows down here makes day and night seem to slip by seamlessly. I haven't been out in a few days because I've been working on this programming project so intensively. I suppose I just wanted to get it done. Hours of sitting and staring at a monitor can make anyone feel strange. I know, but I don't think that's it. I'm not sure when I first started to feel like something was odd. I can't even define what it is. Maybe I just haven't talked to anyone in a while. That's the first thing that crept up on me. Everyone I normally talk to online while I program has been idle, or they simply have not logged on at all. My instant messages go unanswered. The last email I got from anyone was a friend saying he'd talk to me when he got back from the store, and that was yesterday. I'd call with my cell phone, but reception's terrible down here. You know what? I think that's it. I just need to call someone. I'm gonna go outside. Well, that didn't work so well. As the tingle of fear fades, I'm feeling a little ridiculous for being scared at all. I looked in the mirror before I went out, but I didn't shave the 2-day stubble I've grown. I figured I was just going out for a quick cell phone call. I did change my shirt though, because it was lunchtime and I guessed that I'd run into at least one person I knew. That didn't end up happening, and I wish it did. When I went out, I opened the door to my small apartment slowly. A small feeling of apprehension had somehow already lodged itself in me, for some indefinable reason. I chalked it up to having not spoken to anyone but myself for a day or two. I peered down the dingy gray hallway, made dingier by the fact that it was a basement hallway. On one end, a large metal door led to the building's furnace room. It was locked, of course. 2 dreary soda machines stood by it. I bought a soda from one the first day I moved in, but it had a 2-year-old expiration date. I'm fairly sure nobody knows those machines are even down here, or my cheap landlady just doesn't care to get them restocked. I closed my door softly and walked the other direction, taking care not to make a sound. I have no idea why I chose to do that, but it was fun giving into the strange impulse not to break the droning hum of the soda machines, at least for the moment. I got to the stairwell and took the stairs up to the building's front door. I looked through the heavy door's small square window and received quite the shock. It was definitely not lunchtime. City gloom hung over the dark street outside, and the traffic lights at the intersection in the distance blinked yellow. Dim clouds, purple and black from the glow of the city, hung overhead. Nothing moved, save the few sidewalk trees that shifted in the wind. I remember shivering, though I wasn't cold. Maybe it was the wind outside. I could vaguely hear it through the heavy metal door. And I knew it was that unique kind of late-night wind, the kind that was constant, cold, and quiet, save for the rhythmic music it made as it passed through the countless unseen tree leaves. I decided not to go outside. Instead, I lifted my cell phone to the door's little window and checked the signal meter. Bars filled up the meter, and I smiled. Time to hear someone else's voice, I remember thinking, relieved. It was such a strange thing, to be afraid of nothing. I shook my head, laughing at myself silently. I hit speed dial for my best friend Amy's number and held the phone up to my ear. It rang once, but then it stopped. Nothing happened. I listened to silence for a good 20 seconds, then hung up. I frowned and looked at the signal meter again. Still full. I went to dial her number again, but then my phone rang in my hand, startling me. I put it up to my ear. "Hello?" I asked, immediately fighting down a small shock at hearing the first spoken voice in days, even if it was my own. I had gotten used to the droning hum of the building's inner workings, my computer, and the soda machines in the hallway. There was no response to my greeting at first, but then, finally, a voice came. "Hey," said a clear male voice, obviously of college age, like me. "Who's this?" "John," I replied, confused. "Oh, sorry, wrong number," he replied, then hung up. I lowered the phone slowly and leaned against the thick brick wall of the stairwell. That was strange. I looked at my received calls list, but the number was unfamiliar. Before I could think on it further, the phone rang, loudly, shocking me yet again. This time, I looked at the caller before I answered. It was another unfamiliar number. This time, I held the phone up to my ear, but said nothing. I heard nothing but the general background noise of a phone. Then, a familiar voice broke my tension.
John?
Hey, it's you.
Who else would it be? Oh, the number. My phone just died when you were calling me. This is someone else's phone, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Where are you?
My eyes glanced over the drab, whitewashed cylinder block walls and the heavy metal door with its small window. At my building, just feeling cooped up. Didn't realize it was so late.
You should come here.
I don't feel like looking for some strange place by myself. At least not in the middle of the night. I said, looking out the window at the silent, windy street that secretly scared me just a tiny bit. I think I'm just gonna keep working, or go to bed.
Oh, nonsense. I can come and get you. Your building is close to 7th Street, right?
How drunk are you? You know where I live.
Oh, of course. I guess I can't get there by walking, huh?
You could, if you wanted to waste half an hour.
Right. Okay, have to go. Good luck with your work.
I lowered the phone once more, looking at the numbers flash as the call ended. Then, the droning silence suddenly reasserted itself in my ears. The two strange calls in the eerie street outside just drove home my aloneness in this empty stairwell. Perhaps from having seen too many scary movies, I had the sudden, inexplicable idea that something could look in the door's window and see me. Some sort of horrible entity that hovered at the edge of aloneness, just waiting to creep up on some unsuspecting people that strayed too far from other human beings. I knew the fear was irrational, but nobody else was around. So, I jumped down the stairs, ran down the hallway into my room, and closed the door as swiftly as I could while staying silent. Like I said, I feel a little ridiculous for being scared of nothing, and the fear has already faded. Writing this down helps a lot. It makes me realize that nothing is wrong. It filters out half-formed thoughts and fears and leaves only cold, hard facts. It's late. I got a call from a wrong number, and Amy's phone died, so she called me back from another number. Nothing strange is happening. Still, there was something a little off about that conversation. I know it could have just been the alcohol she'd had. Or was it even her that seemed off to me? Maybe it was. Yes, that was it. I didn't realize it until this moment, writing these things down. I knew writing things down would help. She said she was at a party, but I only heard silence in the background. Of course, that doesn't mean anything in particular. She could have just gone outside to make the call. No, wait. That couldn't be it either. I didn't hear the wind. I need to see if the wind is still blowing. I forgot to finish writing last night. I'm not sure what I expected to see when I ran up the stairwell and looked out the heavy metal door's window. I'm feeling ridiculous. Last night's fear seems hazy and unreasonable to me now. I just need to go out and get some sunlight. I'm gonna check my email, shave, shower, and finally get out of here. Hold on. I think I heard something. It was thunder. That whole sunlight and fresh air thing didn't happen. I went out into the stairwell and up the stairs, only to find disappointment. The heavy metal door's little window showed only flowing water, as torrential rain slammed against it. Only a very dim, gloomy light filtered in through the rain. But at least I knew it was daytime.
even if it was a gray, sickly, wet day. I tried looking out the window and waiting for lightning to illuminate the gloom, but the rain was too heavy, and I couldn't make out anything more than vague, weird shapes moving at odd angles in the waves, washing down the window. Disappointed, I turned around, but I didn't want to go back to my room. Instead, I wandered further up the stairs, past the first floor and the second. The stairs ended at the third floor, the highest floor in the building. I looked through the glass that ran up the outer wall of the stairwell, but it was that warped, thick kind that scatters the light. Not that there was much to see through the rain to begin with. I opened the stairwell door and wandered down the hallway. The 10 or so thick wooden doors, painted blue a long time ago, were all closed. I listened as I walked, but it was the middle of the day, so I wasn't surprised that I heard nothing but the rain outside. As I stood there in the dim hallway, listening to the rain, I had the strange fleeting impression that the doors were standing like silent granite monoliths erected by some ancient forgotten civilization for some unfathomable guardian purpose. Lightning flashed, and I could have sworn that, just for a moment, the old grainy blue wood looked just like rough stone. I laughed at myself for letting my imagination get the best of me. But then it occurred to me that the dim gloom and lightning must mean there's a window somewhere in the hallway. A vague memory surfaced, and I suddenly recalled that the third floor had an alcove and an inset window halfway down the floor's hallway. Excited to look out into the rain and possibly see another human being, I quickly walked over to the alcove, finding the large, thin glass window. Rain washed down it, as with the front door's window, but I could open this one. I reached a hand out to slide it open, but hesitated. I had the strangest feeling that if I opened that window, I would see something absolutely horrifying on the other side. Everything's been so odd lately. So I came up with a plan, and I came back here to get what I needed. I don't seriously think anything will come of it, but I'm bored, it's raining, and I'm going stir crazy. I came back to get my webcam. The cord isn't long enough to reach the third floor by any means, so instead I'm going to hide it between the 2 soda machines in the dark end of my basement hallway, run the wire along the wall and under my door, and put black duct tape over the wire to blend it in with the black plastic strip that runs along the base of the hallway walls. I know this is silly, but I don't have anything better to do. Well, nothing happened. I propped open the hallway to stairwell door, steeled myself, then flung the heavy front door wide open and ran like hell down the stairs to my room and slammed the door. I watched the webcam on my computer intently, seeing the hallway outside my door and most of the stairwell. I'm watching it right now, and I don't see anything interesting. Just wish the camera's position was different, so that I could see the front door. Wait, somebody's online. I got out an older, less functional webcam that I had in my closet to video chat with my friend online. I couldn't really explain to him why I wanted to video chat, but it felt good to see another person's face. He couldn't talk very long, and we didn't talk about anything meaningful. But I feel much better. My strange fear has almost passed. I would feel completely better, but there was something odd about our conversation. I know that I've said that everything has seemed odd,
But still, he was very vague in his responses. I can't recall one specific thing he said, no particular name or place or event. But he did ask me for my email address to keep in touch. Wait, I just got an email. I'm about to go out. I just got an email from Amy that asked me to meet her for dinner at the place we usually go to. I do love me some pizza, and I've just been eating some random food from my poorly stocked fridge for days. Again, I feel ridiculous about the odd couple of days I've been having. I should just get rid of this journal when I get back. Huh. Another email. Holy shit. I almost left the email and opened the door. I almost opened the door. But I read the email first. It was from a friend I haven't heard from in a long time, and it was sent to a huge number of emails that must have been every person he had saved in his address list. It had no subject, and it said simply, "Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them, they." What the hell is that supposed to mean? The words shock me, and I keep going over and over them. Is it a desperate email sent just as something happened? The words are obviously cut off without finishing. On any other day, I would have dismissed this as spam from a computer virus or something. But the words, "Seen with your own eyes." I can't help but read over this journal and think back on the last few days and realize that I have not seen another person with my own eyes or talked to another person face to face. The webcam conversation with my friend was so strange, so vague, so eerie now that I think about it. Was it eerie? Or is the fear clouding my memory? My mind toys with the progression of events I've written here, pointing out that I have not been presented with one single fact that I did not specifically give out unsuspectingly. The random wrong number that got my name, and the subsequent strange return call from Amy. The friend that asked for my email address. I messaged him first when I saw him online. And then I got my first email a few minutes after that conversation. Wait a minute. That phone call with Amy. I said over the phone, I said that I was within a half an hour's walk of 7th Street. They know I'm near there. What if they're trying to find me? Where is everyone else? Why haven't I seen or heard from anyone else in days? No. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. God, I need to calm down. This madness needs to end. I don't know what to think. I ran about my apartment furiously, holding my cell phone up to nearly every corner to see if I got a signal through the heavy walls. Finally, in the tiny bathroom near one ceiling corner, I got a single bar. Holding my phone there, I sent a text to every number in my list. Not wanting to betray anything about my unfounded fears, I simply sent, "You seen anyone face to face lately?" At that point, I just wanted a reply. I didn't care what the reply was or if I embarrassed myself. I tried to call someone a few times, but I couldn't get my head up high enough. And if I brought my cell phone down even an inch, I lost signal. Then I remembered the computer, rushed over to it, instant messaging everyone online. Most were idle or away from their computer. Nobody responded. My messages grew more frantic, and I started telling people where I was and to stop by in person for a host of barely passable reasons. I didn't care about anything by that point. I just needed to see another person. I also tore apart my apartment, looking for something that I might have missed, some way to contact another human being without opening the door. I know it's crazy. I know it's unfounded. But what if? What if? I just need to be sure. I taped the phone to the ceiling, just in case. Exhausted from last night's rampage, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the phone ringing and ran into the bathroom, stood on the toilet, and flipped open the phone taped to the ceiling. It was Amy, and I feel so much better. She was really worried about me, and apparently had been trying to contact me since the last time I talked to her. She's coming over now, and yes, she knows where I am without me telling her. God, I feel so embarrassed. I am definitely throwing this journal away before anyone sees it. I don't even know why I'm writing in it now. Maybe it's just because it's the only communication I've had at all since God knows when. I look like hell, too. I looked in the mirror before I came back here. My eyes are sunken, my stubble is thicker, and I just look generally unhealthy. My apartment is trashed, but I'm not going to clean it up. I think I need someone else to see what I've been through. These past few days have not been normal. I am not one to imagine things. I know I have been the victim of extreme probability. I probably missed seeing another person a dozen times. I just happened to go out when it was late at night, or the middle of the day when everyone was gone. Everything's perfectly fine. I know this now. Plus, I found something in the closet last night that has helped me tremendously. A television. I set it up just before I wrote this, and it's on in the background. TV has always been an escape for me, and it reminds me that there is a world beyond these dingy brick walls. I'm glad Amy's the one that responded to me after last night's frantic pestering of everyone I could contact. She's been my best friend for years. She doesn't know it, but I count the day that I met her among one of the few moments of true happiness in my life. I remember that warm summer day fondly. Seems a different reality from this dark, rainy, lonely place. I feel like I spent days sitting in that playground, much too old to play, just talking with her and hanging around, doing nothing at all. I still feel like I can go back to that moment sometimes, and it reminds me that this place is not all that there is. Finally, a knock on the door. I thought it was odd that I couldn't see her through the camera I hid between the two soda machines. I figured it was bad positioning, like when I couldn't see out the front door. After the knock, I yelled through the door jokingly that I had a camera between the soda machines. After I did that, I saw her image walk over to the camera and look down at it. She smiled and waved.
Hey.
It's weird, I know, I said into the mic attached to my computer. I've had a weird few days.
Must have. Open the door, John.
I hesitated. How could I be sure? Hey, humor me a second here. Tell me one thing about us. Just prove to me you're you. She gave the camera a weird look.
Alright. We met randomly at a playground when we were both way too old to be there.
I sighed deeply as reality returned and fear faded. God, I've been so ridiculous. Of course it was Amy. That day wasn't anywhere in the world except in my memory. I never even mentioned it to anyone. Not out of embarrassment, but out of a strange secret nostalgia and a longing for those days to return. If there was some unknown force at work trying to trick me, as I feared, there was no way they could know about that day. "All right, I'll explain everything," I told her. "I'll be right there." I ran to my small bathroom and fixed my hair as best as I could. I looked like hell, but she would understand. Snickering at my own unbelievable behavior and the mess I'd made of the place, I walked to the door. I put my hand on the doorknob and gave the mess one last look. Completely ridiculous, I thought. My eyes traced over the half-eaten food lying on the ground, the overflowing trash bin, and the bed I'd tipped to the side, looking for, well, God knows what. I almost turned to the door and opened it. But my eyes fell on one last thing. The old webcam. The one I used for that eerily vacant chat with my friend. Its silent black sphere lay haphazardly tossed to the side. Its lens pointed at the table, where this journal lay. An overwhelming terror took me, as I realized that if something could see through that camera, it would have seen what I just wrote about that day. I asked her for any one thing about us, and she chose the only thing in the world that I thought they or it did not know. But it did. It did know. It could have been watching me the whole time. I didn't open the door. I screamed. I screamed in uncontrollable terror. I stomped on the old webcam on the floor. The door shook and the doorknob tried to turn, but I didn't hear Amy's voice through the door. Was the basement door made to keep out drafts too thick? Or was Amy not outside? What could have been trying to get in, if not her? What the hell is out there? I saw her on my computer through the camera. I heard her on the speakers through the camera. But was it real? How can I know? She's gone now. I screamed and shouted for help. I piled up everything in my apartment against the front door. It's Friday. Or at least I think it's Friday. I broke everything electronic. I smashed my computer to pieces. Every single thing on there could have been accessed by networks, or worse, altered. I'm a programmer. I know. Every little piece of information I gave out since this started. My name, my email, my location. None of it came back from outside until I gave it out. I've been going over and over what I wrote. I've been pacing back and forth, alternating between stark terror and overpowering disbelief. Sometimes I'm absolutely certain some phantom entity is dead set on the simple goal of getting me to go back outside. Back to the beginning, with the phone call from Amy. She was effectively asking me to open the door and go outside. I keep running through it in my head. One point of view says I've acted like a madman, and all of this is extreme convergence of probability. Never going outside at the right time but pure luck, never seeing another person by pure chance, getting a random nonsense email from some computer virus at just the right time. The other point of view says that extreme convergence of probability is the reason that whatever's out there hasn't gotten to me already. I keep thinking, I never opened the window on the 3rd floor. I never opened the front door. Until that incredibly stupid stunt with the hidden camera, after which I ran straight to my room and slammed the door. I haven't opened my own solid door since I flung open the front door of the building. Whatever's out there, if anything's out there, never made an appearance in the building before I opened the front door. Maybe the reason it wasn't in the building already was that it was elsewhere, getting everyone else. And then it waited until I betrayed my existence by trying to call Amy. A call which didn't work until it called me and asked me my name. Terror literally overwhelms me every time I try to fit the pieces of this nightmare together. That email, short, cut off. Was it from someone trying to get the word out? Some friendly voice desperately trying to warn me before it came? Seen with my own eyes, don't trust them. Exactly what I've been so suspicious of. It could have masterful control of all things electronic, practicing its insidious deception to trick me into coming outside. Why can't it get in? It knocked on the door. It must have a solid presence. The door. The image of those doors in the upper hallway, Asgardian monoliths, flashes back in my mind every time I trace this path of thoughts. If there is some phantom entity trying to get me to go outside, maybe it can't get through doors. I keep thinking back over all the books I've read or movies I've seen, trying to generate some explanation for this. Doors have always been such intense focus of human imagination, always seen as wards or portals of special importance. Or perhaps the door is just too thick. I know that I couldn't bash through any of the doors in this building, let alone the heavy basement ones. Aside from that, the real question is, why does it even want me? If it just wanted to kill me, it could do it any number of ways, including just waiting until I starve to death. What if it doesn't want to kill me? What if it has some far more horrific fate in store for me? What can I do to escape this nightmare? A knock on the door. I told the people on the other side of the door I need a minute to think and I'll come out. I'm really just writing this down so I can figure out what to do. At least this time I heard their voices. My paranoia, and yes, I recognize I'm being paranoid, has me thinking of all sorts of ways their voices could be faked electronically. There could be nothing but speakers outside, simulating human voices. Did it really take them 3 days to come talk to me? Amy is supposedly out there, along with 2 policemen and a psychiatrist. Maybe it took them 3 days to think of what to say to me. The psychiatrist's claim could be pretty convincing if I decided to think this has all been a crazy misunderstanding, and not some entity trying to trick me into opening the door. The psychiatrist had an older voice, authoritarian but still caring. I liked it. I'm desperate just to see someone with my own eyes. He said I have something called cyberpsychosis, and I'm just one of a nationwide epidemic of thousands of people having breakdowns triggered by a suggestive email that got through somehow. I swear he said, got through somehow. I think he means spread throughout the country inexplicably. But I'm incredibly suspicious that the entity slipped up and revealed something. He said I am part of a wave of emergent behavior, that a lot of other people are having the same problem with the same fears, even though we've never communicated. That neatly explains the strange emails about the eyes that I got. I didn't get the original triggering email. I got a descendant of it. My friend could have broken down too and tried to warn everyone he knew against his paranoid fears. That's how the problem spreads, the psychiatrist claims. I could have spread it too, with my text and instant messages online to everybody I know. One of those people might be melting down right now, after being triggered by something I sent them, something they might interpret any way that they want. Something like a text saying, "Seen anyone face to face lately?" The psychiatrist told me that he didn't want to lose another one, that people like me are intelligent and that's our downfall. We draw connections so well that we draw them even when they shouldn't be there. He said it's easy to get caught up in paranoia in our fast-paced world, a constantly changing place where more and more of our interaction is simulated. I have to give him one thing. It's a great explanation. It neatly explains everything. It perfectly explains everything, in fact. I have every reason to shake off this nightmarish fear that some thing or consciousness or being out there wants me to open the door so it can capture me for some horrible fate worse than death. It would be foolish after hearing that explanation to stay in here until I starve to death just to spite the entity that might have got everyone else. It would be foolish to think that, after hearing that explanation, I might be one of the last people left alive on an empty world, hiding in my secure basement room, spiting some unthinkable deceptive entity, just by refusing to be captured. It's a perfect explanation for every single strange thing I've seen or heard. And I have every reason in the world to let all of my fears go and open the door. That's exactly why I'm not going to. How? How can I be sure? How can I know what's real and what's deception? All of these things, these damn things with their wires and their signals that originate from some unseen origin. They're not real. I can't be sure. Signals through a camera, faked video, deceptive phone calls, emails, even the television lying broken on the floor. How can I possibly know it's real? It's just signals, waves, light. The door. It's bashing on the door. It's trying to get in. At least I'll finally see with my own eyes. There's nothing left in here for it to deceive me with. I've ripped apart everything else. It can't deceive my eyes. Can it? Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them. Wait. Was that desperate message telling me to trust my eyes? Or warning me about my eyes too? What's the difference between a camera and my eyes? They both turn light into electrical signals. They're the same. I can't be deceived. I have to be sure. I have to.
I calmly asked for paper and a pen, day in and day out, till it finally gave them to me. Not that it matters. What am I gonna do? Poke my eyes out? The bandages feel like a part of me now. Pain is gone. I figure this will be one of my last chances to write legibly, as without my sight to correct mistakes, my hands will slowly forget the motions involved. This is a sort of self-indulgence, this writing. It's a relic of another time, because I'm certain everyone left in the world is dead, or something far worse. I sit against the padded wall day in and day out. The entity brings me food and water. It masks itself as a kind nurse and unsympathetic doctor. I think it knows that my hearing has sharpened considerably now that I live in darkness. It fakes conversations in the hallways, on the off chance that I might overhear. One of the nurses talks about having a baby soon. One of the doctors lost his wife in a car accident. None of it matters. None of it's real. None of it gets to me. Not like she does. That's the worst part. The part I almost can't handle. The thing comes to me, masquerading as Amy. Its recreation is perfect. It sounds exactly like Amy. Feels exactly like her. It even produces a reasonable facsimile of tears that it makes me feel on its lifelike cheeks. When it first dragged me here, it told me all the things I wanted to hear. It told me that she loved me, that she had always loved me, that it didn't understand why I did this. That we could still have a life together, if only I would stop insisting that I was being deceived. It wanted me to believe. No, it needed me to believe that she was real. And I almost fell for it. I really did. I doubted myself for the longest time. In the end, though, it was all too perfect, too flawless, and too real. The false Amy used to come every day, and then every week, and finally stopped coming altogether. But I don't think the entity will give up. I think the waiting game is just another one of its gambits. I will resist it for the rest of my life if I have to. I don't know what happened to the rest of the world, but I do know that this thing needs me to fall for its deceptions. If it needs that, then maybe, just maybe, I am a thorn in its agenda. Maybe Amy is still alive out there somewhere, kept alive only by my will to resist the deceiver. I hold on to that hope, rocking back and forth in my cell to pass the time. I will never give in. I will never break. The doctor read the paper the patient had scribbled on. It was barely readable, written in the shaky script of one who could not see. He wanted to smile at the man's steadfast resolve, a reminder of the human will to survive. But he knew that the patient was completely delusional. After all, a sane man would have fallen for the deception long ago. The doctor wanted to smile. He wanted to whisper words of encouragement to the delusional man. He wanted to scream. But the nerve filaments wrapped around his head and into his eyes made him do otherwise. His body walked into the cell like a puppet and told the patient once more that he was wrong and that there was nobody trying to deceive him.
That was Psychosis by Matt Dymersky. In entertainment news, a revival of the classic play, Puppet Master, is set to hit the stage this summer. Theater junkies should get their tickets early, before this enchanting production sells out. Most of us enjoy sleep, but for this child, peace is not something that comes to him at bedtime.
Bedtime is supposed to be a happy event for a tired child. But for me, it was terrifying. While some children might complain about being put to bed before they've finished watching a film or playing their favorite video game, when I was a child, nighttime was something to truly fear. Somewhere in the back of my mind, it still is. I can't remember exactly when it started, but my apprehension towards falling asleep seemed to correspond with my being moved into a room of my own. I was 8 years old at the time, and until then, I had shared a room quite happily with my older brother. As is perfectly understandable for a boy 5 years my senior, my brother eventually wished for a room of his own, and as a result, I was given the room at the back of the house. It was a small, narrow, yet oddly elongated room, large enough for a bed and a couple of chests of drawers, but not much else. I couldn't really complain because, even at that age, I understood that we did not have a large house, and I had no real cause to be disappointed. I had a happy childhood. During the day. A solitary window looked out onto our back garden. Nothing out of the ordinary. But even during the day, the light which crept into that room seemed almost hesitant. As my brother was given a new bed, I was given the bunk beds which we used to share. While I was upset about sleeping on my own, I was excited at the thought of being able to sleep in the top bunk, which seemed far more adventurous to me. From the very first night, I remember a strange feeling of unease creeping slowly from the back of my mind. I lay on the top bunk, staring down at my action figures and cars strewn across the green-blue carpet, as imaginary battles and adventures took place between the toys on the floor. I couldn't help but feel that my eyes were being slowly drawn towards the bottom bunk, as if something was moving in the corner of my eye, something which did not wish to be seen. The bunk was empty, impeccably made with a dark blue blanket tucked in neatly, partially covering two rather bland white pillows. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I was a child, and the noise slipping under my door from my parents' television bathed me in a warm sense of safety and well-being. I easily fell asleep. When you awaken from a deep sleep to something moving or stirring, it can take a few moments for you to truly understand what is happening. The fog of sleep hangs over your eyes and ears, even when lucid. Something was moving. There is no doubt about that. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. Everything was dark, almost pitch black. But there was enough light creeping in from outside to outline that narrowly suffocating room. Two thoughts appeared in my mind almost simultaneously. The first was that my parents were in bed because the rest of the house lay both in darkness and silence. The second thought turned to the noise, a noise which had obviously woken me. As the last cobwebs of sleep withered from my mind, the noise took on a more familiar form. Sometimes, the simplest of sounds can be the most unnerving. A cold wind whistling through a tree outside, neighbors' footsteps uncomfortably close, or, in this case, the simple sound of bed sheets rustling in the dark. That was it. Bed sheets rustling in the dark, as if some disturbed sleeper was attempting to get all too comfortable in the bottom bunk. I lay there in disbelief, thinking that the noise was either my imagination or perhaps just my pet cat finding somewhere comfortable to spend the night. It was then that I noticed my door, shut, as it had been as I'd fallen asleep. Perhaps my mom had checked in on me, and the cat had snuck into my room then. Yes, that must have been it. I turned to face the wall, closing my eyes in the vain hope that I could fall back to sleep. As I moved, the rustling from underneath me ceased. I thought that I must have disturbed my cat somehow. But soon I realized that the visitor in the bottom bunk was much less mundane than my pet trying to sleep, and much more sinister. As if alerted to and disgruntled by my presence, the disturbed sleeper began to toss and turn violently, like a child having a tantrum in their bed. I could hear the sheets twist and turn in increasing ferocity. Fear then gripping me, not like the subtle sense of unease I had experienced earlier, but now potent and terrifying. My heart raced as my eyes panicked, scanning the almost impenetrable darkness. I let out a cry. As most young boys do, I instinctively shouted on my mother. I could hear something stir on the other side of the house. But as I began to breathe a sigh of relief that my parents were coming to save me, the bunk bed suddenly started to shake violently, as if gripped by an earthquake, scraping against the wall. I could hear the sheets below me thrashing around, as if tormented by malice. I did not want to jump down to safety, as I feared the thing in the bottom bunk would reach out and grab me, pulling me into the darkness. So I stayed there, white knuckles clenching my own blanket like a shroud of protection. That wait seemed like an eternity. The door finally and thankfully burst open, and I lay bathed in light while the bottom bunk, the resting place of my unwanted visitor, lay empty and peaceful.
I cried, and my mother consoled me. Tears of fear, followed by relief, streamed down my face. Yet through all the horror and relief, I did not tell her why I was so upset. I can't explain it, but it was as though whatever had been in that bunk would return if I even so much as spoke of it or uttered a single syllable of its existence. Whether that was the truth, I don't know. But as a child, I felt as if that unseen menace remained close, listening. My mother lay in the empty bunk, promising to stay there until morning. Eventually, my anxiety diminished. Tiredness pushed me back towards sleep. But I remained restless, waking several times momentarily to the sound of rustling bed sheets. I remember the next day wanting to go anywhere, be anywhere, but in that narrow, suffocating room. It was a Saturday, and I played outside, quite happily with my friends. Although our house was not large, we were lucky to have a long sloping garden in the back. We played there often, as much of it was overgrown and we could hide in the bushes, climb in the huge sycamore tree which towered above all else, and easily imagine ourselves in the throes of a grand adventure in some untamed exotic land. As fun as it all was, occasionally my eye would turn to that small window. Ordinary, slight, and innocuous. But for me, that thin boundary was a looking glass into a strange, cold pocket of dread. Outside, the lush green surroundings of our garden, filled with the smiling faces of my friends, could not extinguish the creeping feeling clawing its way up my spine. Each hair standing on end. The feeling of something in that room, watching me play, waiting for the night when I would be alone, eager and filled with hate. It may sound strange to you, but by the time my parents ushered me back into that room for the night, I said nothing. I didn't protest. I didn't even make an excuse as to why I couldn't sleep there. I simply and sullenly walked into that room, climbed the few steps onto the top bunk, and then waited. As an adult, I would be telling everyone about my experience. But even at that age, I felt almost silly to be talking about something which I really had no evidence for. I would be lying, however, if I said this was my primary reason. I still felt that this thing would be enraged if I so much as spoke of it. It's funny how certain words can remain hidden from your mind, no matter how blatant or obvious they are. One word came to me that second night, laying there in the darkness alone, frightened, aware of a rotten change in the atmosphere, a thickening of the air as if something had displaced it. As I heard the first casual twists of the bed sheets below, the first anxious increase of my heartbeat at the realization that something was once again in the bottom bunk. That word, a word which had been sent to exile, filtered up through my consciousness, breaking free of all repression, gasping for air, screaming, etching, and carving itself into my mind. Ghost. As this thought came to me, I noticed that my unwelcome visitor had ceased moving. The bedsheets lay calm and dormant, but they had been replaced by something far more hideous. A slow, rhythmic, rasping breath heaved and escaped from the thing below. I could imagine its chest rising and falling with each sordid, wheezing, and garbled breath. I shuddered and hoped beyond all hope that it would leave without occurrence. The house lay as it had the previous night, in a thick blanket of darkness. Silence prevailed, all but for the perverted breath of my, as of yet, unseen bunkmate. I lay there, terrified. I just wanted this thing to go, to leave me alone. What did it want? Then, something unmistakably chilling transpired. It moved. It moved in a way different from before. When it threw itself around in the bottom bunk, it seemed unrestrained, without purpose, almost animalistic. This movement, however, was driven by awareness, with purpose, with a goal in mind. For that thing lying there in the darkness, that thing which seemed intent on terrorizing a young boy, calmly and nonchalantly sat up. Its labored breathing had become louder, as now only a mattress and a few flimsy wooden slats separated my body from the unearthly breath below. I lay there, my eyes filled with tears. A fear which words cannot relate to you or anyone else coursed through my veins. I would not have believed that this fear could have been heightened, but I was wrong. I imagined what this thing would look like, sitting there, listening from below my mattress, trying to catch the slightest hint that I was awake. Imagination then turned into an unnerving reality. It began to touch the wooden slats which my mattress sat on. It seemed to caress them carefully, running what I imagined to be fingers and hands across the surface of the wood. Then, with great force, it prodded angrily between two slats into the mattress. Even through the padding, it felt as though someone had viciously stuck their fingers into my side. I let out an almighty cry, and the wheezing, shaking, and moving thing in the bunk below replied in kind by violently vibrating the bunk as it had done the night before. Small flakes of paint powdered onto my blanket from the wall as the frame from the bed scraped along it, backwards and forwards. Once again, I was bathed in light, and there stood my mother, loving, caring as she always was, with a comforting hug and calming words which eventually subdued my hysteria. Of course, she asked what was wrong, but I could not say. I dared not say. I simply said one word, over and over and over again. Nightmare. This pattern of events continued for weeks, if not months. Night after night, I would awaken to the sound of rustling sheets. Each time I would scream as to not provide this abomination with time to prod and feel for me. With each cry, the bed would shake violently, stopping with the arrival of my mother, who would spend the rest of the night in the bottom bunk, seemingly unaware of the sinister force torturing her son nightly. Along the way, I managed to feign illness a few times and come up with other less than truthful reasons for sleeping in my parents' bed. But more often than not, I would be alone for the first few hours of each night in that place. The room where the light from outside did not sit right. Alone with that thing. With time, you can become desensitized to almost anything, no matter how horrific. I had come to realize that, for whatever reason, this thing could not harm me when my mother was present. I am sure the same would have been said for my father, but as loving as he was, waking him from sleep was almost impossible. After a few months, I had grown accustomed to my nightly visitor. Do not mistake this for some unearthly friendship. I detested the thing. I still feared it greatly, as I could almost sense its desires and its personality, if you could call it that. One filled with a perverted and twisted hatred, yet longing for me, of perhaps all things. My greatest fears were realized in the winter. The days grew short, and the longer nights merely provided this wretched thing with more opportunities. It was a difficult time for my family. My grandmother, a kind and gentle woman, had deteriorated greatly since the death of my grandfather. My mother was trying her best to keep her in the community as long as possible. However, dementia is a cruel and degenerative illness, robbing a person of their memories one day at a time. Soon, she recognized none of us, and it became clear that she would need to be moved from her house to a nursing home. Before she could be moved, my grandmother had a particularly difficult few nights, and my mother decided that she would stay with her. As much as I loved my grandmother, and I felt nothing but anguish at her illness, to this day, I feel guilty that my first thoughts were not of her, but of what my nightly visitor may do should it become aware of my mother's absence. Her presence being the one thing which I was sure was protecting me from the full horror of this thing's reach. I rushed home from school that day and immediately wrenched the bed sheets and mattress from the lower bunk, removing all the slats and placing an old desk, a chest of drawers, and some chairs which we kept in a cupboard where the bottom bunk used to be. I told my father I was making an office, which he found adorable, but I would be damned if I'd give that thing a place to sleep for one more night. As darkness approached, I lay there, knowing that my mother was not in the house. I didn't know what to do. My only impulse was to sneak into her jewelry box, take a small family crucifix, which I had seen there before. While my family was not very religious, at that age I still believed in God, and hoped that somehow this would protect me. Although fearful and anxious, while gripping the crucifix under my pillow tightly in one hand, sleep eventually came, and as I drifted off to dream,
I hoped that I would awaken in the morning without incidents. Unfortunately, that night was the worst of all. I woke gradually. The room was once again dark. As my eyes adjusted, I could gradually make out the window and the door, and the walls, some toys on a shelf, and there was no noise. No rustling of sheets. No movement at all. The room felt lifeless. Lifeless, yet not empty. The nightly visitor, that unwelcome, wheezing, hate-filled thing which had terrorized me night after night, was not in the bottom bunk. It was in my bed. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. Terror had shaken the very sound from my voice. I lay motionless. If I could not scream, I did not want to let it know I was awake. I didn't see it yet. I could only feel it. It was obscured under my blanket. I could feel its outline, and I could feel its presence, but I dared not look. The weight of it pressed down on top of me, a sensation I will never forget. If it had been during the summer months, it would have been light by then, but the grasp of winter is long and unrelenting, and I knew it would be hours before sunrise, a sunrise which I yearned for. I was a timid child by nature, but I reached a breaking point, a moment where I could wait no more, where I could survive under this intimately deviant abomination no longer. Fear can sometimes wear you out, make you threadbare, a shell of nerves, leaving only the slightest trace of you behind. I had to get out of that bed. Then I remembered. The crucifix. My hand still lay underneath the pillow, but it was empty. I slowly moved my wrist around to find it, minimizing as best as I could the sound and vibrations caused. But I couldn't find it. I had either knocked it off the top bunk, or that thing had taken it from my hand. Without the crucifix, I lost any sense of hope. Even at such a young age, you can be acutely aware of what death is, and intensely frightened of it. I knew I was going to die in that bed if I lay there, dormant, passive, doing nothing. I had to leave that room behind, but how? Should I leap from the bed and hope that I make it to the door? What if it's faster than me? Or should I slowly slip out of that top bunk, hoping not to disturb my uncanny bedfellow? Realizing that it had not yet stirred when I moved, trying to find the crucifix, I began to have the strangest of thoughts. What if it was asleep? It hadn't so much as breathed since I had woken up. Maybe it was resting, believing that it had finally got me, that I was finally in its grasp. Or perhaps it was toying with me. After all, it had been doing just that for countless nights. And now with me under it, pinned against my mattress with no mother to protect me,
Maybe it was holding off, savoring its victory until the last possible moment, like a wild animal savoring its prey. I tried to breathe as lightly as possible, and mustering every ounce of courage I could, I reached over slowly with my right hand and began to peel the blanket off of me. What I found under those covers almost stopped my heart. I didn't see it, but as my hand moved the blanket, it brushed against something smooth and cold, something which felt unmistakably like a gaunt hand. I held my breath in terror, as I was sure it must now have known I was awake. Nothing. It did not stir. It felt dead. After a few moments, I placed my hand carefully further down the blanket and felt a thin, poorly formed forearm. My confidence and almost twisted sense of curiosity grew as I moved down further to a disproportionately larger bicep muscle. The arm was outstretched, lying across my chest, with the hand resting on my left shoulder, as if it had grabbed me in my sleep. I realized that I would have to move this cadaverous appendage if I even so much as hoped to escape its grasp. For some reason, the feeling of torn, ragged clothing on the shoulder of this nighttime invader stopped me in my tracks. Fear once again swelled in my stomach and in my chest as I recoiled my hand in disgust at the touch of straggled, oily hair. I could not bring myself to touch its face, although I wonder to this very day what it would have felt like. Then it moved. It was subtle, but its grip on my shoulder and across my body strengthened. No tears came, but God, how I wanted to cry. As its hand and arm slowly coiled around me, my right leg brushed along the cool wall which the bed lay against. Of all that happened to me in that room, this was the strangest. I realized that this clutching, rancid thing which drew great delight from violating a young boy's bed was not entirely on top of me. It was sticking out of the wall, like a spider striking from its lair. Suddenly, its grip moved from the slow tightening to a sudden squeeze. It pulled and clawed at my clothes as if frightened that the opportunity would soon pass. I fought against it, but its emaciated arm was too strong for me. Its head rose up, writhing and contorting under the blanket. I now realized where it was taking me. Into the wall. I fought for my life. I cried, and suddenly my voice returned to me, yelling, screaming. But no one came. Then I realized why it was so eager to suddenly strike, why this thing had to have me now. Through my window, that window which seemed to represent so much malice from outside, streaked hope. The first rays of sunshine. I struggled further, knowing that if I could just hold on, I could get rid of it. As I fought for my life, the unearthly parasite shifted, slowly pulling itself up my chest, its head now poking out from under the blanket, wheezing, coughing, rasping. I don't remember its features. I only remember its breath against my face, foul and cold as ice. As the sun broke over the horizon, that dark place, that suffocating room of contempt, was washed, bathed in sunlight. I passed out as its scrawny fingers encircled my neck, squeezing the very life from me. I awoke to my father offering to make me some breakfast. In that moment, it was the most wonderful sight I've ever seen. I had survived the most horrible experience of my life until then, and now. I moved the bed away from the wall, leaving behind the furniture I had believed would stop that thing from taking a bed. Little did I think that it would try to take mine, and me. Weeks passed without incidents. Yet on one cold, frostbitten night, I awoke to the sound of the furniture where the bunk beds used to be, vibrating violently. In a moment, it passed. I lay there, sure I could hear a distant wheezing coming from deep within the wall, finally fading into the distance. I have never told anyone this story before. To this day, I still break out in a cold sweat at the sound of bed sheets rustling in the night, or a wheeze brought on by a common cold. And I certainly never sleep with my bed against the wall. Call it superstition if you want. I can't discount conventional explanations such as sleep paralysis, hallucination, or that of an overactive imagination. What I can say is this. The following year, I was given a larger room on the other side of the house, and my parents took that strangely suffocating, elongated place as their bedroom. They said they didn't need a large room, just one big enough for a bed and a few things. They lasted 10 days. We moved on the 11th.
That was Bedtime by Michael Whitehouse. Our childhood homes give us all kinds of memories, but for this story, the memories of this child are one of a kind. This is Mr. Widemouth.
During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories are rooted in Rhode Island, but there are fragments in the attic of my mind which belong to the various homes we had lived in when I was much younger. Most of these memories are unclear and pointless, chasing after another boy in the backyard of a house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on a creek behind the apartment we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on. But there's one set of memories which remains as clear as glass, as though they were just made yesterday. I often wonder whether these memories are simply lucid dreams produced by the long sickness I experienced that spring. But in my heart, I know they were real. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine, population of 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms that I didn't see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute to my father's place of work. The day after my 5th birthday, attended by my parents alone, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mononucleosis, which meant no rough play and more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and these served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I don't exactly remember how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth because his mouth was large. In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears. But his mouth was by far the largest. "You look kind of like a Furby," I said as he flipped through one of my books. Mr. Widemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look.
Furby? What's a Furby?
I shrugged. You know, the toy, the little robot with the big ears. You can pet them, almost like a real pet.
Oh. You don't need one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend.
I remember Mr. Widemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped by to check in on me.
I lay under your bed,
he later explained.
I don't want your parents to see me because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore.
We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and pictures they contained. The 3rd or 4th morning after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face.
I have a new game we can play. We have to wait until after your mother comes to check in on you, because she can't see us play it. It's a secret game.
After my mother delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Widemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged my hand.
We have to go to the room at the end of the hallway.
I objected at first. My parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission. But Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguishing feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open. He then beckoned me to look out at the ground below. We were on the 2nd story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from this angle the drop was farther than 2 stories due to the incline.
I like to play pretend up here. I pretend that there's a big, soft trampoline below this window, and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try.
I was a 6-year-old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibility. "It's a long drop," I said.
But that's all part of the fun. It wouldn't be fun if it was only a short drop. If it were that way, you might as well just bounce on a real trampoline.
I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through thin air only to bounce back to the window on something unseen by human eyes. But the realist in me prevailed. "Maybe some other time," I said. "I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt." Mr. Widemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment.
If you say so.
He spent the rest of the day under my bed, as quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived holding a small box.
I want to teach you how to juggle. Here are some things you can use to practice with before I start giving you lessons.
I looked in the box. It was full of knives. "My parents will kill me!" I shouted, horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives into my room. Objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. "I'll be spanked and grounded for a year!" Mr. Widemouth frowned.
It's fun to juggle these. I want you to try it.
I pushed the box away. "I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe to just throw in the air." Mr. Widemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Widemouth often woke me up at night, saying he put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mother came to me one morning and told me that I had her permission to walk around outside. She thought the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined in my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put my sneakers on and trotted out to the back porch, yearning to feel the sun on my face. Mr. Widemouth was waiting for me.
I have something I want you to see.
I must have given him a weird look, because he then said,
Don't worry. It's safe. I promise.
I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail which ran through the woods behind the house.
This is an important path. I've had a lot of friends about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day, I hope to take you there.
I returned to the house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond that trail. 2 weeks after I met Mr. Widemouth, the last load of our things had been packed into a moving truck. I would be in the cab of that truck, sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I would be leaving. But even at 6 years old, I was beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to keep my departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow with the help of an endless supply of coffee and a 6-pack of energy drinks. He seemed more like a man who was about to run a marathon rather than one who was about to spend 2 days sitting still. "Early enough for you?" my father asked with a hint of sympathy. I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. "This is the last move, son, I promise. I know it's hard for you, as sick as you've been. Once Dad gets promoted, we can settle down and you can make some friends." I opened my eyes as we backed out of the driveway. I saw Mr. Widemouth's silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood, motionless, until the truck was about to turn into the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to New Vineyard. The piece of our land our house stood upon was empty except for the foundation. The house burned down a few years after my family left. Out of curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Widemouth had shown me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me. But I felt that Mr. Widemouth was gone, somehow tied to the house that no longer existed. The trail ended at the New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery. I noticed that many of the tombstones belonged to children.
This is a special place. I hope to take you there someday.
That was Mr. Widemouth by Perfect Circle 35. The Craftlovian Circle would like to invite you to their weekly crustacean sacrifice Saturdays. Enjoy fun for the whole family, including bas-relief carving lessons, translating the words from the stars, finding ancient cities in places you never thought possible, and more. We've all seen strange things on TV, but were they intended art or something more? This is Broadcast Interruption.
You might have already heard of the TV broadcast hijacking in Seneca, South Carolina. The story's gained pretty wide currency on the internet, and part of the broadcast is available on YouTube, assuming it hasn't been taken down for whatever reason. For the uninitiated, the Seneca hijacking is one of the lesser-known broadcast signal intrusions. It was big news here, but the national news media barely touched it. Anyway, I've decided to jot down my impressions of the whole thing, even though other eyewitnesses have already described it more eloquently than I could. I was home on winter break when it happened, making chemistry flashcards in front of the TV. No one else was around. After watching the umpteenth Law & Order rerun, I got bored and started channel surfing. A couple of minutes later, I stumbled onto the shitty public access channel where, bizarrely enough, my old high school Latin teacher was reciting a poem while wearing this dorky three-cornered hat. I watched for a few minutes and had a good laugh. I remembered him as a pretty serious guy, not the sort of person who would embarrass himself in public like this. When suddenly there was this staticky crackle, and the screen cut to this multicolored test pattern. Before I had time to change the channel, there's another crackle and this weird cartoon shows up on screen. The animation style was detailed, but kind of jiggly and rough. It reminded me of those old anti-drug PSAs. Anyway, it seemed normal enough at first. An ordinary-looking middle-class family eating breakfast together at a round kitchen table. There was a mom with an old-fashioned hairdo, a dad, two cherub-faced kids, a boy and a girl, all very Norman Rockwell. The family is making banal small talk. The dad complains about his day at the office, the kids prattle on about soccer practice, and so on. Gradually, though, the scene starts to get slightly sinister. A green light is seeping through the open window, and the family starts to acquire a jaundiced, unhealthy look. Their skin changes color, and their eyes become sunken. In the background, a droning radio broadcast slowly becomes perceptible. The announcer gives the date as November 15th, 2017, and starts to go on and on about some strange crisis. You can barely hear what he's saying. He says something about a green light, melting flesh, mutations, strange shapes emerging from the sea. Again and again, the phrase, "report to the nearest shelter immediately," is audible. Still, the family keeps eating breakfast, as if nothing was happening. And here's where it gets really macabre. The family finishes eating breakfast, and the mom loads the kids into a minivan. By now, they look really unhealthy. Their bodies are skeletally thin, the whites of their eyes are a sickly yellowish color, and their hair is disheveled. The car drives through a landscape bathed in the green glow from before. Strange shapes bob in and out of the screen, but you can't quite tell what they are. And all the buildings the car passes look weathered and deserted. Finally, the car stops at a playground, and the mom drops off the kids before driving away. There are large, odd-colored rocks all over the ground, and moaning can be heard in the distance. The kids hang mirthlessly on the monkey bars for a while. Eventually, the camera pans over to the playground, and you see that the rocks littering the ground aren't rocks at all, but naked human forms, horribly disfigured. They seem to be either growing into or from the ground. I can't say which. And they are very much alive. Behind the monkey bars, a tree can be seen with a human face growing from the trunk. Its features are writhing and contorted in agony. The scene suddenly shifts to a white-collar office where the children's father is stooped over a desktop, typing away. His features are as sunken and diseased as that of the other family members, and the office is covered in a green glow. In the other cubicles, fleshless corpses sit upright at their desks, frozen in death. Finally, we see the family return home for the evening, walking through the front door together. Their skin is no longer simply jaundiced, but actually melting off, dripping from their outstretched arms and running down their faces in drops. As they are literally falling to pieces, the family sits down in the dining room and begins wordlessly to eat dinner. Their flesh becomes more and more amorphous, ribbons of skin dangling from their bodies like the tendrils of an octopus. I can barely describe it, but they somehow begin to merge with the chairs they're seated on, or rather, their skin grows over them. By now, their skin has the consistency of melted ice cream, and they're barely recognizable as human, except for their eyes, which somehow remain intact. The camera zooms closer and closer to the table, and finally, their eyes all move directly towards the camera, conveying a feeling of unfathomable sadness. The screen goes black, and large white letters appear. Report to the nearest shelter immediately. Remaining at private residences is strictly prohibited. And with that, the screen turned to static. I stared in stunned silence for a few minutes before the banal local channel switched back on. And that's all I really know. I almost thought I was dreaming until the paper reported the story the next day. God knows what really happened. A ridiculously elaborate prank? Maybe an ill-advised marketing campaign? I don't know, but the crazier parts of the internet have their own theories.
The day is November 15th, 2017. We are in a state of emergency. If you can hear this message, do not go outside. I repeat, do not go outside. There are reports of a green light emitting from the sky. This light is possibly the cause of skin melting off people and strange mutations occurring to those exposed to it. We have numerous reports from civilians and National Guard alike, claiming massive creatures emerging from the sea. If you can hear this broadcast, report to your nearest shelter. I repeat, report to your nearest shelter. This is not a drill. Report to your nearest shelter.
Radio Tenbond has been brought to you by Mike Oxlong's Comedy Emporium. The glamour of Las Vegas is only matched by the illusion it can bring, especially to those who venture to find the secrets that lie outside its lights. This is the Vegas Illusion.
When going to Las Vegas, ride the rides from places like New York, and the Stratosphere. Gamble away your money in a drunken state and a few hands of poker. Or take a complete stranger back to your expensive hotel room.
Or perhaps you'd prefer a magic show from Cirque du Soleil or David Copperfield. I would suggest this option for your first night in Sin City. Real magic is to be found in Vegas, but not on the Strip. Oh no. For a true experience that will make you believe in the realm of magic, you must seek out Master Illusionist Mephisto Centurion. To see his astounding performance, drive off the Las Vegas Strip past the airport, and keep going until you reach Desert. Be sure you make this journey after midnight, for Mephisto's act is only to entertain the nightlife. Once it seems like you've made a wrong turn, stop your car, get out, and peer across the night desert. You won't see anything at first, but then a hotel shrouded in darkness will catch your eye. Leave your vehicle behind and approach the hotel in the distance. You will notice that no lights are on in this hotel. Don't be fooled. It is plenty occupied. Walk up to the hotel's entrance and knock on the glass doors, which will swing open. The entire lobby will be dark and no one will be there to greet you. So, bring a flashlight as you enter the building and make your way through a large, empty casino. Follow the signs hanging from the ceiling that will direct you to the hotel's theater. While there will be no one around, if you get the sense that you're being watched, you're correct. However, don't let that feeling hold you back. Continue to follow the signs until you come to two large golden doors with many faces sculpted on them. These doors will open for you, and to your surprise, you will find an enormous, bright theater filled with hundreds of people you didn't even know were there. It will be a full house, but one seat will still be available in the front row. Take it. It's yours. Once you are seated, the lights will dim, the curtains will open, and the great Mephisto Centurion will appear in a flash of light on stage. Dressed entirely in black with a cape, top hat, and a long black beard and mustache, he will have a wide variety of tricks up his sleeve that will astonish you, so try not to blink. The beginning part of his act typically consists of card tricks, like making a card float in midair out of the deck, or making a card appear on the other side of the room. Something even more mind-boggling is when he takes a real sword and impales himself through the stomach. This special trick isn't even performed inside a box. It looks like the sword is actually going through his body, and he'll pull it straight out and be just fine. He can also make real animals and automobiles disappear and reappear at his command. His talents are endless. Fire will accompany many of his acts, and you will find yourself cheering and applauding with amazement. But in the back of your mind, you'll be thinking that nothing you saw actually happened in real life. Once this thought crosses your mind, Mephisto will ask for a volunteer and point directly at you. He tells the audience that he will make you disappear. How can you resist such an honor to be a part of his legendary act? A spotlight will shine upon you, and the whole audience will join in applause to give you encouragement. Stand up and get on stage where the real experience will begin. You may have seen disappearing acts before, and you'll probably think that a trap door will open before Mephisto's assistant will help you back to your seat while everyone claps for you. Instead, you'll feel the most intense rush of your life. Mephisto, at nearly 7 feet tall, will loom over you and inform the crowd that the trick is about to begin. He'll have you tell everyone your name and what you do for a living. Then he'll have you stand atop a platform and wave his hands at you while chanting words of an ancient language. At a certain point during his speech, you'll notice his eyes glowing an eerie purple, and before you can scream, a beam of light will engulf you. After the light comes the darkness, but it only lasts for a few moments before you're flying through a wormhole at a rate beyond your control. It will be quite a thrill, so don't close your eyes. When you reach the end of the wormhole, the next thing you know, you'll be soaring high in the air, above the stratosphere, and an invisible force will keep you up there. The feeling of the wind will make you realize that it is not a dream. Don't be afraid to swoop down over the Vegas Strip that glows in the night. Enjoy this flying sensation. Don't even question it. Just have fun while you can, because it won't go on for too long. Before you know it, you'll be teleported inside a lion's habitat at the Mirage. A lion will wake up and approach you, and you'll run for your life, frantically searching for an exit, but there will be none. The ferocious beast will eventually have you cornered and ease in for the kill. In fear, you'll curl into a ball, shut your eyes, and prepare for the end. When you open your eyes again, you'll be in a dark room with a wide opening at the top. You'll realize all too quickly that you're standing inside the Mirage's volcano, and the show is about to start. You may scream loudly in hopes that someone will rescue you, but it will be too late. A ball of fire will come for you, and there will be no way to escape it. Just seconds from your impending doom, there will be another flash, and you'll be back at your seat, sweating and trembling as you suddenly hear clapping from everyone in the theater. Mephisto knows your journey was intense, but he was there with you the entire time to guide you along your way. He welcomes you back and thanks you. He then bids the crowd farewell and vanishes. Converse with the crowd if you wish, then make your way back through the dark lobby. As soon as you exit the hotel, there will be another flash. It will be morning, and you'll be in your own hotel room with no memory of how you got there. That's when the realization comes that the magic trick isn't over, and it never will be. Don't bother looking for this place in daytime, because you won't find it. If you look up Mephisto Centurion online, all that exists is a single article titled, "Vegas Hotel Burns, Illusionist Gone Missing." This article was written in 1960, only a few days before the famous El Rancho Hotel burned down, which was a far bigger story. The hotel was called the Vegas Illusion, and Mephisto's act was the main attraction. Little did the audience that attended know, their entertainer was completely out of his mind. He committed arson that night, burning the whole place down with the intent of taking himself with it. Many guests fled, but some did not make it out alive, and their remains were never found. Mephisto, whose real name was Albert Torrents, worshipped an ancient god who promised him great power if he sacrificed his body, and he would do it in the most dramatic way possible, with one show. Now he has abilities you can't possibly comprehend, and he'll be entertaining you for all eternity. You can ask for help from the people around you, but they won't hear you because, well, you're dead. You died the second you got out of your car and stepped into a dark abyss that consumed you. There was never a hotel. There was never an audience. There was only him and his beloved act. How do I know all of this? I am the creator of the magic realm. I am amongst you, and I invite you to the show of a lifetime. I promise that my dear apprentice will make it all worthwhile.
That was The Vegas Illusion by J. Stan Shocker. Here at Radio Tenbond, we get a lot of write-ins. This one comes from a new listener. Hi, Tenbond. I'm new to listening to your station, but already a big fan. I came across it only a week ago, after heading home from a hunting trip with a friend. A skinwalker attacked me, but I was able to kill it. Haven't seen my friend since the trip, though. Well, thanks for listening, and I hope your friend is doing okay. This is Radio Tenbond. Stay tuned. From the unforgiving trenches of warfare to the murky depths of civilized plumbing, there are things out there that traverse it all, that we dare not cross paths with. This is Mr. Trenchfoot.
I know the topic of scary, or rather disturbing stories from our childhoods are outdated, and furthermore considered cliché. But I thought you might like this one. This one was from my high school years. I wasn't always rebellious. In fact, I was a good kid. I wasn't what you would call an angel of a child, but I was still keeping up appearances, had good grades, was disciplined enough, and I had a pretty well-developed set of manners. I hung out with this delinquent, Cody. He was an asshole, the biggest one you'll ever meet. Nobody really liked him, but he was quite wealthy, and while his parents were away, he would throw huge parties that half of the 10th grade students from my high school would go to. I was always invited to these, but he always started the parties late at night, around midnight. His last party did, at least, which meant my parents wouldn't let me go, so I didn't even bother asking. I know it wasn't my nature, and now that I look back at it, it was a really stupid choice. But I decided I would sneak out. My dad stayed up till 11 every night and never emerged from his bedroom until the following morning, and my mom always slept till noon, using beauty sleep as an excuse. Time came. It was the night of the party. It was about 11:30, and my dad had already stumbled into his bedroom and proceeded to snore loudly. I slowly twisted the handle of my door to reveal the inky blackness of the hallways. Now would be the perfect time to escape. If not now, then never. He lived pretty far away. It would take at least an hour to get there by foot. I softly closed my door and lightly paced towards our sliding glass door. I opened it slowly. It must have been a minute before there was an opening big enough for me to squeeze through. Once I was through, I took no risks and took another minute to close it again. I was outside, and the moon illuminated the ground quite well. I live in a desert area, and there were really no threats at night, save for coyotes, but they rarely attack. I kept a pocket knife on me, however. They were usually more scared of you than you were of them, but this is just a precaution. You can't ever be too careful out here. There are also a fair amount of shady people for such a small town, but that didn't worry me. The terrain was rugged and difficult to navigate. I had to dodge tall bush and jump over eroded crevices in the earth. I checked my watch. It was around 12:15, and I knew I must be close, because I saw a familiar house that I always passed by while walking on the sidewalk to get to Cody's house. Only a couple more blocks and I would have made it. The terrain had gotten surprisingly less jagged and smoother after a couple of minutes. The ground was mainly free of rocks and other obstructions, save for beer bottles and some dried up bushes. But there was one thing that caught my eye. There was a brown torn tarp lying next to the side of the ditch I was walking through. I stopped for a moment and observed it, before my curiosity managed to claw its way through and I slowly approached it. It was probably just trash, but for some reason, I felt inclined to see what it was. I nudged it with my foot, and a tall figure rose swiftly from under the cover. I was knocked back and frozen with fear. It was a bear-like creature that wore a dark brown trench coat and dusty brown pants. He was barefoot, and his feet were larger than any creature I know of. The bear-like thing stood up. He had to have stood higher than 6'5",
towering over me. Long white hair protruded from every visible inch of body there was, almost like an animal. Its glossy eyes met mine, and I was ready to run. I managed to stutter out a few words. What are you? The figure looked at me and let out a laugh-hearty chuckle. He wiped a few tears of joy from under his eyes and gave me a smile.
"Why, my boy, I am Mr. Trenchfoot,"
he said, still grinning at me. His tone was nothing short of friendly, and that was the only thing stopping me from making a mad dash back to my house. He gave me a puzzled look and asked,
"Do you by any chance know the date?"
I thought he was joking at first, and I laughed a bit. Then I saw his serious expression. I stuttered again, but managed to collect myself. "It's, June 7th, I said. He looked shocked, or maybe intrigued, I think. He looked at me again, and my eyes met his once more.
My, I have been asleep quite long. It was, November last time I was awake. Now tell me, what have I missed?"
We strangely got into a conversation, and it lasted a good 15 minutes. He asked me about politics and celebrities, but nothing too serious. We spoke for a while, and I looked down at my watch and noticed the time. I had about 16 minutes to get there before it hit 1. I sat up from the rock on which I previously rested. "I have to get going," I said. Mr. Trenchfoot stood up and wiped off his coat and coughed before speaking. He walked towards a storm drain that seemed to lead into blackness.
"Follow me. I need to show you something."
His voice was still calm and inviting. He crawled farther into the pipe, and soon he was enveloped in blackness. I dare not enter, and stood there for a while. He turned, and the only reason I knew that is because the little bit of moonlight illuminated his eyes, just as it would a dog's or a cat's. I stepped back a bit, a little frightened, and reminded him I had to go.
"Come here,"
he said softly. He repeated, and each time he got more angered and menacing.
"Come here. Come here. Come here."
He inched forward, just enough so I could fully see him. Long black claws protruded from his fingers. He clawed the sides as he repeated,
"Come here now. Come here now."
I ran as fast as I could back up the ditch I was walking in, daring not to look back to see if he was following until I was at a safe distance. After about a minute of running, I looked back, and I was relieved. He did not follow. He stood, watching, as the moon outlined his figure. I continued to run as fast as I think I've ever ran. I hopped over my fence, this time not cautious of making any noise, and ran inside. Tired and frightened, my dad heard my entrance and ran to see what had caused the noise. I explained something had tried to attack me, and he called the police without hesitation. I explained to the police where it had happened and what I saw. They took no time to rush to the area and investigate. No sign of Mr. Trenchfoot. I was at the scene watching them at a safe distance with my mom and dad. I had shown the chief the drain pipe that Mr. Trenchfoot had tried to lure me in. He took no time to motion several armed men inside. They didn't find him though, and they still haven't to this day. Well, that was my story. Creepy, right? Things have been the same. I got grounded for a couple of weeks, but they let me off because they were glad I was safe. So you could say this had a happy ending, I guess for me at least. Though, I still haven't told you the best part. You know how I said they didn't find him? Well, when they kicked open a grate, they entered a concrete room, no bigger than a walk-in closet. Again, they didn't find Mr. Trenchfoot in there. However, they did find something. They found Mr. Trenchfoot's tarp in there, still dusty as ever. There was no sign of Mr. Trenchfoot, or any life for that matter. There was another thing in the room. In the far corner of the dark, cold concrete shelter was a pile of bloody, torn clothes, all of them belonging to children in my town that went missing in the last 20 years. The night air was cold in the trenches that night. It was late, and a young soldier, Arthur, was on guard duty. The trenches were extensive and built like a maze, so bumping into another soldier was unlikely. The only sound was a soft pattering of rain and wind, and as always, the sloshing of mud and water below Arthur's boots. He carried his rifle, rested on his shoulder. He was trained to do this, and it was his task every night to keep out any enemies from the opposite side. Of course, they had a few trained snipers, but you never know when the enemy could hatch a brilliant plan. The light rain mixed with heavy winds only made his job even harder tonight. As the tedious task of patrolling around his normal route continued, the rain turned from a light sprinkle to a heavy downfall. It was about at this time Arthur couldn't see more than 10 feet in front of him. He pushed against the headwinds and the pouring rain and trudged on. He was taught to never let nature hinder his main objective, no matter how bad it was. Hours later, the wind still blew. Arthur was pushing with all of his might, trying to keep his balance, though he had promised himself he wouldn't give up. He kneeled down for a breather, though the night air was cold, especially with winds and rain mixed in. Sweat ran down from Arthur's face. The wind died down, and Arthur could now see farther in front of him. When he looked up from his position, he spotted someone unfamiliar. He was bulky and wasn't wearing any uniform he had seen. He was taught what all the uniforms looked like, and didn't recognize the one the figure donned. It was a dark brown coat, half buttoned up. Arthur did what he was taught and raised his gun. Arthur thought about putting on his gas mask, for a chemical attack may be imminent. But it was too late. Arthur already had his gun trained on the figure's head. Arthur shouted out at the figure. The figure turned to Arthur, their eyes meeting each other. The figure's eyes were glossy and plainly visible. The figure had long, dirty white hair protruding from every visible inch of skin. The figure's nose was pink and pressed into its face, as of that of an animal, like a cat or a dog, perhaps. Arthur quivered at his massive size. Arthur told the figure to put his hands up. He was ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The figure did not comply to Arthur's commands. Without hesitation, Arthur pulled the trigger. The figure flinched, but the thick fur blocked the bullet. Arthur dropped his gun out of fright. He went to pick it up, but it was too late. The figure was dashing towards him. Arthur reacted by pulling out a pistol and firing a couple of rounds, to no avail. The figure slashed into Arthur's chest with what he assumed was a blade of sorts. As Arthur flew back into the mud, holding his chest, he soon learned the figure had claws. Long, black claws. Arthur scuttled back, hoping the creature that was attacking would have mercy. The creature tore into Arthur's neck before dropping him. Arthur laid, clinging for life, looking into the eyes of his ferocious killer. He choked on blood and mucus. He managed to sputter out a few words, coughing up more blood in the process, asking what the creature was. The creature smiled at Arthur, examining a job well done. It chuckled a hearty chuckle before gazing back into Arthur's eyes. His friendly grin contorted into a twisted smile. It revealed rows of sharp, pointy teeth.
Aye, my boy.
The creature started. Arthur was moments away from death, holding back tears while bleeding out.
Aye, my boy. The Mr. Trenchfoot.
Arthur's eyelids grew heavy as Mr. Trenchfoot tore his dog tags from his neck. He opened a pocket to reveal a whole collection of them. His was just another statistic. He closed his pocket and trudged off. The last thing Arthur saw before dying was his glossy, evil eyes.
That was Mr. Trenchfoot by Macaroni Art Zombie. Radio Tenbond is brought to you by Alucard's Mirror Shop. If you don't see your reflection, you'll see a refund. In the dead of winter, when the comforts of modern man fail us, what is waiting just beyond the candlelight? Our lonely inhabitant is about to find out. This is Cabin Fever.
Stranded in the middle of that colorless, gray period that one gets in the deepest throes of winter, cabin fever was starting to set in. The only signs of life on the outside were headlights of the drivers, brave enough to take on the dangerous, otherwise dead roads. Nature's makeshift bridges, made up of mostly broken tree limbs, fallen trees, and downed power lines, were everywhere, and posed a great threat to those stupid drivers who wanted to go to God knows where. Even more dangerous was the black ice. By day it was present yet avoidable. By night it was deadly, and it blended in perfectly with its environment. Black on black on black. Like some cold, heartless chameleon, out to and hell-bent on showing people their maker, or possibly lack thereof. Life on the inside wasn't much better. Here the only signs of life were the dancing candle flames and our own slowly beating hearts. It was as if we were all living in the colonial era, surviving by the light that emanated from the candle. It cast an eerie glow. There was nothing but such to keep us company. We were all in the darkest shadows, cast by a town-wide blackout, and it had been like that for days. Perhaps as many as 2 weeks had gone by, since the last pulse of electricity had faded. For me, the small town of North Brookfield seemed unreachable from the threshold of my front door. The ethereal blackness that covered the whole town was so alien. There was a mysterious, omnipresent hostility to it. I said goodbye to my family, who, understandably so, had left me in charge of looking over the house while they looked for a shelter that wasn't filled to capacity. As soon as they faded into the night, I knew I was alone. Cut off from the rest of the world, there was nothing to do but write and read. In the deepest pits of the realm of horror, I could only lay still and have fantasies of my darkest dreams, bursting through some psychic wall into reality. Whispers within the crackles of fire, demons within the shadows, dancing, enticing me. That night, I had the most horrible nightmare, as sleep dominated over my physical and mental will. In my dream, I saw nothing other than the decay and rot brought on by some worldwide disaster, some unknown apocalyptic cataclysm. From the deepest dungeons inside my mind, I envisioned myself walking the dark streets of my own town, which sat dormant in days dead, past all the blackened houses, all the storefronts that were left only to stray cats to rule, past the rotting corpses that littered the street. In my most natural calm, I sidestepped and stepped over bodies of people I once knew. In this alien world, it was only me and the dead to keep me morbid company. In a blinding flash of light and a deafening burst of sound, the dream world is brought back to light, brought back to life. I watched in awe as the dead stood up in a flurry of stiff, cracking, primitive movement, like a butterfly flapping its wings in front of a stop-motion camera. Completely unaware of me, they all began to partake in an orgy of life of sorts. They lived through death in the most macabre way. The walking dead mobbed the streets and marched, en masse, into oblivion and into the darkness beyond. I woke up and feel even more dead than the walking corpses, plunged into a darkness deeper than my dream. A sudden, inexplicable fear washes over me. Paralyzed with fear, I sat, unwillingly, and let my eyes adjust to the darkness. I looked over and felt so stupid as the realization hit me that the candles went out while I was asleep. I got up to find the matches, and a new terror crawled up the nape of my neck. Not able to shake the feeling of being watched, I made haste to get to the kitchen, checking over my shoulders as I went. I expected to be confronted by some unspeakable terror, stalking me from behind. The shadows played with my psyche, and horrifying demons formed out of the anonymous shadows that mercilessly enveloped the house. The shadows reached out to me. They spoke to me. They beckoned to me. I found the matches that would deliver me from the darkness and keep me safe, keep me alive. As I walked alone in my house, I saw from the corners of my eyes the shadows that were creeping on me, retreating back to the creases created by the walls. Always surrounded, though, my heart rate accelerated as I turned to keep the demons at bay, in turn, making myself vulnerable. With my flame dancing wildly, I could think of nothing other than how, with every move I made, I'd run the risk of the flame blowing out. Then I'd really be fucked. Laying on the couch in a fetal position, and sometimes twitching as the whispers grew louder and louder, I gave up on resisting the beckoning calls of the living blackness within the shadows. Still continuing to increase in volume, the voices rose to a grand crescendo, nearly screaming into my ears. My head was in a vice of noise, and the clamp was pressing against my temple, ready to crush my skull at the slightest change in decibel level. Then, as suddenly as the noise started, it stopped. Intrigued and relieved at the sudden peace that befell the house, I propped my head up with a couple of pillows. With my head up and my ears perked, an incessant ringing in my ears developed. The noise came at 1-second intervals. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. Jesus Christ, it was the phone. The power grid must have come back online when I was in the grip of some kind of mental breakdown. Slowly making my way up the stairs, the phone's ring grew louder, ever so gradually, Walking down the halls, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as if acting as the sentries against some unknown adversary. I passed rooms filled by only dusty furniture, the darkness and the unspeakable evils that had been plaguing me. The demons were in my house and there was no denying it. The thought of sharing my home with these beasts, only to be tormented day after day, deeply disturbed me. Despite my state of sheer terror, I casually walked down the hallway at a slow pace as to keep my calm and not attract any attention to myself. In front of the home library, I stood at the threshold, debating whether or not to answer the phone. Taking the step in, I could almost feel the shadows caressing me. A sense of weightlessness came over me as if I was suspended in some ethereal dream. Again. I walked towards the desk on which the phone sat and, with my hand mere inches over the receiver, I stood, as if waiting for something to happen. I picked up the receiver. "Hello?" I asked. Nothing. The only sound that came out was the subliminal humming of dead air. "Hello?" I demanded as I became more and more irate. Nothing. Then, in an explosion of sound that almost made me drop the phone, the sound of static and unintelligible rambling deafened and dazed me temporarily. The static died down to a low rumble, almost instantly. But the phantom caller, speaking in strange tongues, still spoke as loud as he did just seconds ago. From under the noise, I could hear "you" and "me" being repeated over and over again. You and me. Just you and me. The ultimate realization hit me like a cement truck. The power wasn't back on. When I walked down the hall and through the house, not a single light flashed. Random times did not blink on and off on the faces of the electronic clocks. I wanted to throw up. I felt like I had just been jumped by a brick wall. The phone rang again. I feared picking it up. I did so nonetheless. Nothing. Static. Tongues. You and me. I didn't bother putting the receiver back on the hook. I turned to walk out of the room and admit defeat. No dice. The door to the library slammed shut in my face. With a surreal calm, depressed stoicism, I tried the door. To my surprise, it opened without any problems. I did not want to exit the room, though. I waited for someone to come up the stairs and face me. I waited to see someone at the end of the hallway suddenly materialize. I waited to feel the icy hand of death come up from behind and wrap themselves around my throat. No such thing happened. In front of me, the hall stretched in length, farther than possible. In front of me, the hall stretched in length, as if I had been previously walking for miles. It stretched, and at the end, a black void materialized from the collective shadows, congealing into one mass like a blood clot, obstructing an artery. In an instant, everything snapped back to where it had once been. Then the doors, they were just seconds before ajar, started violently slamming, open and closed by themselves. It was as loud and violent as any 21-gun salute. From the darkness of the threshold of the doors, I could see faces, blacker still, peeking out whenever the doors opened. Open, face, slammed shut, and repeat. The whole ordeal was like some kind of fucked up, sadistic carnival. After watching this for an unbearable amount of time, The entire situation halted, as if someone stopped time itself in its tracks. My heart was pounding in my head, and my blood was pumping as fast as possible. I jumped up to the door and quickly closed it behind me. I was not going into that hallway even if my life depended on it. The adrenaline was coursing in my veins, and I hardly let out a peep as a figure suddenly materialized outside of the second-story window, staring through me with eyes that were almost invisible to my naked eye. I watched as the being, darker than the night itself, backed up and repeatedly rammed into the window pane trying to break through. I guess I would leave the library after all. Running through the hallway, constantly looking over my shoulder to see if anything was giving me chase, I quickly turned a sharp right and descended down the stairs, carefully placing my steps as to not fall down. It wasn't so hard. Anyone so uncoordinated as to fall down a flight of stairs surely deserves to die. At the bottom of the staircase, I was face to face with another horrifying entity. Its face and palms were pressed up against the glass, which made it look like a bloated, boorish beast. Anything other than its face and hands were invisible when put up against the night outside. Its eyes were as black and soulless as its skin was pale. A disturbingly wide grin revealed teeth that were a disgustingly rotted mix of greens and yellows and blacks. Its short, quick, and shallow breath instantly appeared on the cold glass and almost as rapidly disappeared. I speedily turned on my right heel and sprinted down the first-floor hallway, past windows which were occupied similarly by terrifying monsters. I stopped as I almost ran into a wall. Feeling all of their eyes on me, I slowly turned to face the beast. Every single one of them looked at me with a primal, greedy, ravenous hunger that chilled me down to the marrow. Everywhere I moved, their eyes, and their eyes only, would follow. I screamed, and they found sadistic delight in my suffering. Their breath fogged up the glass as the demons breathed more and more rapidly. Their fists and palms hammered against the glass as they drool and rave and chant as they awaited their prey's surrender. Drowning in noise and sheer terror, I closed my eyes and blocked my ears and screamed. Above my shrill cries, I hear a humming. A brilliant radiance burns through my tightly closed eyelids. I open my eyes to see nothing but pure whiteness and, as my sight adjusted, nothing beyond the windows. The power was back on. The lights were all on, and for the first time in days the clocks tell the time. I sighed a long breath of relief. I relished in the light. Then, with the return of electric life, the return of my family followed in close suit. Opting not to tell anyone of my ordeal, I walked into the living room, shut off the lights, happily anticipating the comfortable flow of the television. As the light goes out, my jaw dropped as all the demonic horrors congregated around the living room windows. I was pale and frozen by fear. My parents looked at me, and then outside the window, and asked, "What do you see? There's nothing out there."
To play with the devil is to certainly be a fool, but are you cunning enough to prove otherwise? This is the devil game.
This is a set of instructions for how to speak with the devil, which, as those of you with any sort of brains at all might note, is a patently moronic position on the face of it. one likely to culminate in any number of thoroughly unpleasant fates. Honestly, it would be smarter to publish your credit card number on Facebook, or take up a career in crocodile wrestling. But then, that isn't going to stop you, is it? Not if you're sincerely interested, at least. Technically, if you do everything just right, there's a fair chance you'll walk away scot-free. And that seems to be reason enough for some people to decide that it's a good idea. Especially if you're the fate-tempting, thrill-seeking, scare-junkie type. Or the desperate type. Which brings me to a point of clarification I ought to make. This is not a manual for making any kind of Faustian bargain. You know, the whole sell your soul type of deal. Although, if you happen to bring it up in conversation, he certainly wouldn't be one to refuse. Follow through with such a foolhardy bargain, however, would necessitate removing some of the protections which you will put in place for your conversation. And I don't think I need to spell out for you why that would be a bad idea. If you're really mathematically impaired to want to trade something that will last an infinite number of years for something that might last about 90 tops, there are plenty of other rituals out there for you to follow. This one, if performed correctly, should only allow the two of you to talk. This, perhaps, begs the question of why exactly you would want to speak with the devil in the first place. Maybe some of you just like the idea of making small talk with extremely dangerous occult entities. But for the sake of the human race, I hope most of you aren't quite that stupid. Short answer is, he knows things. Things that some of you may have a deep, vested interest in finding out. I mean, he's not omniscient or anything, as much as he might like to pretend otherwise. He's not God. But he's definitely got a supernatural advantage over the kind of knowledge any human would be able to obtain. For example, he probably wouldn't be able to predict when the next world war will happen, or tell you the cure for cancer. But he could very well be able to predict the winning numbers of tomorrow's $500 million Powerball drawing, or tell you what deadly, undiagnosed condition might be afflicting one of your loved ones. Of course, the Prince of Darkness doesn't just go around giving out winning lottery numbers to anyone who asks, and trusting any sort of information obtained from a being commonly described as the father of all lies is liable to land you in a worse situation than you were in when you started. However, if you're really dead set on finding something out, and you've exhausted all other options, there is a way to try to get accurate information out of the guy. You see, like so many of the more urbane villains in popular culture, the devil has a bit of a penchant for games and gambling. Of course, the reason he likes them so much is that he almost always wins. Unless you happen to be a fiddler named Johnny, or being represented by Daniel Webster, you're probably going to get your ass handed to you. But if you're determined enough to want to face the risks and the long odds, there's a certain game the two of you could play to try and win the information you need. First things first, though. We'll start off with a description of the summoning process, then get into the rules of the game, some tips for how to play, and finally, of course, the inevitable litany of arcane shit that might go horribly wrong. In order to contact your conversational partner, you'll need to go to a church at midnight. It doesn't matter what kind of church, large or small, old or new, liberal or conservative. Just as long as you're sure it will be empty. Last thing you want is for some preacher to walk in on you while you're in the middle of this, for the sake of the preacher's well-being, as much as your own. The process will probably work best if you try it on a new moon, or a full moon, or Friday the 13th, or Halloween. The actual day is less important than the psychological effect it has on you. As long as you don't try it on Christmas Eve or some stupid thing like that, you should be fine. The time is important, though. You don't have to start or end your ritual at exactly 12 a.m. Greenwich Atomic Time or anything. But as a general rule of thumb, you ought to show up a bit before midnight and have everything set up by no later than 10 or 15 after. Show up a lot before midnight if you don't know how you're going to get in. Shockingly enough, most houses of God do tend to lock their doors at night, at least if no one's there to watch over them. And remember, we want empty. Got it? There are, of course, certain things you need to bring, and certain things you can't bring. For this ritual, you will need a full can of salt. You won't need to use all of it, but it's always better to have more than you need than to have less. 7 candles, red or white being preferable. Something to light the candles with. You would be shocked how often people forget this. Occult ritual or not, they aren't going to magically light themselves. A length of red string, rope, yarn, or thread. A full-length floor or wall mirror. Ideally, you want to find one of these already present in the church. They're a bit unwieldy to be lugging around with you during a break-in. However, if there really aren't any there, you'll have to bring your own. You might also find it useful to bring some markers, pencils, paper, a flashlight, and any sort of tools that might be necessary to secure your entrance into the church. You will not be permitted to bring any electronic or timekeeping devices. This includes all cell phones, smartphones, tablets, e-readers, MP3 players, PDAs, calculators, wristwatches, pocket watches, kitchen timers, hourglasses, etc., etc., etc. If you're one of those people that has your smartphone practically wired to your brain, don't worry. You can bring those with you to the church, as long as you leave them outside the room which you will be doing the ritual in. If you brought a flashlight, helpful for finding your way around without attracting unwanted attention, leave that outside too. Also, don't bring any sort of religious paraphernalia to protect you, especially if it pertains to the Abrahamic religions. And yes, if those gothy black cross earrings you're wearing are hanging right side up, they count. If you have any kind of holy symbols like that with you, the devil will simply refuse to show up. Don't worry, you're not going to be totally unprotected. In fact, most of the supplies with you are not for any sort of devil summoning ritual, but for your own protection. Old superstitions and folk magic remedies to guard oneself from evil. From what I know of it, the effect's mostly based on the power of belief, so there are probably numerous other objects, artifacts, and procedures that would work as well. If you'd like to risk being left helpless at the mercy of the devil in order to test that theory, feel free to experiment. However, for anyone without a psychotic death wish, I recommend sticking to the ritual as follows. Once you're sure you have the right supplies with you, make your way into the church and find some place to set up. It can be anywhere from the main sanctuary where services are held, to a Sunday school classroom, to a walk-in supply closet, as long as you have a sufficient amount of open floor space and are certain not to be disturbed. Set up your mirror first. This is where the devil will appear when you summon him. As such, you mustn't complete the summoning until you've laid down certain words around it. First, surround the mirror with an unbroken circle of salt. If the mirror is hanging on a wall or door, lay down a semicircle around it, making sure that the salt touches the wall at both ends. Then, wrap your red string around the mirror several times. The color red, especially red string, is symbolic of protection in the folklore of many cultures and religions. This is also why red candles are a good idea. Speaking of the candles, set them up around the outside of your circle, or semicircle, of salt, spaced at relatively even intervals. Now, you don't have to get out a measuring tape and make it exactly perfect, but do at least try to make it look as though it was set up by someone old enough to be trusted with matches. Light the candles in a clockwise fashion, being careful not to disturb the salt. If you break the circle, you'll have to start all over again. Once all of the candles are lit and burning strongly, your protective wards are complete. You are now ready to proceed to the actual summoning. To do so, you must first get the devil's attention and demonstrate your resolve by performing some sort of sacrilegious act in the holy place. Turning a crucifix or cross upside down is fairly conventional, but it's not the only option. For example, I know of a kid who once fulfilled this requirement by scribbling obnoxious graffiti all over a painting of Jesus hanging in his Sunday school classroom. The nice thing about turning a cross upside down is that once you've finished your encounter, assuming you've survived it in one piece, you can just flip it right side up again and no one's the wiser. Sidestepping the relatively minor, but still irritating risk of having your Sunday school turn into a reenactment of the Spanish Inquisition for the next month and a half. After you've finished doing whatever offensive thing you've decided on, shut all the doors to the room and turn off all the lights so that the space is lit only by the candles. Face the mirror and stare deeply into it, concentrating on your desired outcome. There are no incantations, no arcane strings of Latin you have to recite. Just look into the mirror and wish as hard as you can for the devil to appear there. After a few moments of this, when you feel ready, close your eyes and count to 10. Then open them. If all has gone correctly, you will no longer see your own reflection. You will be looking at the devil. Or at least, looking at the way the devil has chosen to appear to you. Chances are he won't look like your conventional red-horned demon with goat legs and a pitchfork, nor any sort of terrible apparition. No point in scaring you off now. Better to lure you in, make you feel safe. To that end, he generally takes on the appearance of a fairly average, nondescript human being. If anything, he's prone to vanity and will lean towards the more attractive end of the spectrum. The only really frightening part of him will be his eyes. No matter how hard he tries, he can't hide the sinister gleam smoldering deep within them. The malevolent amusement and hunger, like the eyes of a spider contemplating a fly struggling in its web. They're supremely confident, those eyes. Confident and without pity. Don't look into them too deeply, or you'll begin to feel helpless and paralyzed with dread, losing your hope and your will to fight. Since you'll probably be just standing there, staring at him in shock for a few seconds, having on some level expected for the ritual to fail, he'll hesitate the conversation by asking you what it is you desire from him. If you can gather your wits enough to string together a coherent sentence, you should respond with something like, "I wish to challenge you in a game of question and response." Even if you don't get the words exactly right, he'll know what you mean, and he'll accept your request with a wide, predatory grin of anticipation. He's been playing this game for a long time, you see, and he's very good at it. Most humans, on the other hand, are very bad at it. This gives him the chance to, at the very least, thoroughly mess with your mind, and at most, well, we'll save that for the litany of shit that can go wrong. You'll have to play it very smart to avoid justifying his expectations. The general rules of the game are very simple, with a few caveats that can make things more complicated. He'll begin by asking you a question. He always initiates the game. It can be anything from a piece of obscure trivia, to a riddle, to an extremely personal inquiry. Don't worry, you won't be immediately plunged into hell if you get the wrong answer or anything like that. As a matter of fact, He won't even tell you whether you got the answer right or wrong. Once you've answered his question, you get to ask him one in return. Now, here's where the consequences of your response came in. If you answered his last question correctly, he will respond to your question as honestly and accurate as he is able. However, if you answered it incorrectly, he is free to lie to you as he sees fit. Perhaps if you've asked him something you're better off not knowing, he'll tell you the truth about it anyway. More likely, he'll feed you the most insidious, damaging lie he can come up with. Either way, after he's responded, he'll ask you another question, and the process will repeat over and over again until you decide to call it quits. Now, you may be sitting there thinking it sounds fairly easy to get information you need. All you have to do is wait for a question you can answer correctly, and then take that opportunity to ask him what you really want to know, ignoring everything else he said. Well, it's not that simple. The devil will never give you an easy question, one that you can be completely sure of the answer to. He may instead give you a question that you have some vague knowledge of, that you think maybe you know the answer to, but aren't really confident, thus forcing you to endlessly second-guess yourself, obsessing over whether or not you can trust the information that he gave to you. Perhaps you'll think that what he said was a lie, wish it was a lie, but be eternally consumed by doubt, unable to fully convince yourself that you were wrong. Or perhaps you'll have to make a huge choice based on the information that he gave you, and be tormented by fear and indecisiveness as you realize that your fate, perhaps that of others as well, rests entirely upon whether or not you were able to correctly recall some arcane piece of trivia that you don't even remember now. And by the way, you'll never remember the exact questions the devil asked you. That would make it too easy for you to go back and check on your responses. Or maybe, instead of testing your knowledge, he'll ask you something personal, something you even lie to yourself about. You'll answer back to him, thinking you've gotten the question correct. No, I don't resent my sister. Yes, I would turn the money into the police. But he'll know better. He'll know better than you do that you're lying. And he'll lie to you in return. And you'll believe him. You'll believe him until you are no longer able to deceive yourself. And by then, it might be too late. Or maybe he won't even give you a chance to get an accurate response at all. Maybe he'll just ask you endless strings of completely impossible questions, making you more and more frustrated and disheartened as you realize you'll never be able to force him to tell you the truth. Questions like, what was the exact height of Mount Everest in centimeters in the year 1666? Or, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Although, knowing his sense of humor, if he ever asked the latter, he might consider African or European a correct response. There are a couple of ways to short-circuit this particular strategy, however. Additional rules and courses of action that make the game more interesting and prevent you from being stonewalled completely. Although, in all honesty, he probably wants for you to try one of those options anyway. The first option is to ask him a riddle instead of a question. If you somehow manage to stump him and he answers the riddle wrong or gives up, he'll be obligated to give you a truthful response to your next question. If he answers the riddle correctly, once again, don't worry. He won't pounce on you like a sphinx or drag you into hell. What will happen is that he will get a pass, allowing him to lie in response to one question he would otherwise be obligated to answer truthfully. Honestly, if he gets a pass, you might as well just give up and quit the game right there. It's nearly impossible to determine when he's telling you the truth under the best of conditions, adding another layer of complexity by constantly trying to figure out when and if he's used his pass. It's about enough to make any normal person's brain explode. There's no way. Just forget it. The second option is for you to take a dare from him. If you accept it and vow to follow through, then once again, he'll have to answer your next question truthfully. If you choose instead to reject it, he'll get another pass. Now, before you freak out and reject the whole idea completely, you should know that he won't ask you to do anything overly dramatic or unspeakably evil, like blow up a hospital or murder somebody. As a rule of thumb, most dares won't involve direct loss of life or any major felonies. However, they certainly won't be easy. Inflicting severe pain on yourself, doing something that terrifies the shit out of you, cutting off a treasured relationship, publicly humiliating yourself, or someone you love. All of these things and more, things you might not even be able to imagine, are completely on the table. If you're willing to go that far, to put yourself in that kind of position, you'll get your answer. However, if he manages to come up with the one thing you know you simply can't or won't do, well, then once again, you might as well just quit. One last thing. Don't think you can just tell him you're going to do something and then not do it. If you accept a dare and then don't follow through with it, well, let's just say there will be consequences. Just suck it up and keep your promise, no matter what it was. Trust me, you're better off that way. Finally, when you've either gotten the information you wanted or given up on it completely, you may end the ritual by simply thanking the devil for accepting your request, bowing politely at the waist, and bidding him farewell. The surface of the mirror will seem to swim and flicker for a moment, and then you will be looking at your own reflection again. Only when you are absolutely certain that you are looking into your own two eyes again, may you turn away from the mirror, flick the lights back on, and begin dismantling your protections. Now, and this is important, even if you haven't gotten the information you wanted, you must end the ritual in this manner before 66 minutes have elapsed. Well, I suppose that technically you have 66 minutes and 6 seconds. Subtle, right? But if you're seriously going to try to cut it that close without any kind of timekeeping device, you're probably screwed anyway. I cannot emphasize how important it is that you keep to this time limit. I'll save the reason behind that for the end, but don't skip ahead. I've still got a few important tips on how to play. 1. Be very careful what sort of personal information you give out. Try not to talk about yourself, especially your emotions and problems, any more than absolutely necessary. This guy knows human psychology like the back of his hand, and he will get inside of your head. It's like talking to Hannibal Lecter. Give him enough to work with, and even if you don't believe a single word he says, he will still find a way to fuck with your mind like nobody's business. If anything he asks you makes you feel even remotely uncomfortable, do not hesitate to lie through your teeth. There will be plenty of other questions. 2. On a similar note, try to keep the game on track and moving briskly. Unstructured interactions of any kind are to be avoided. Chances are at some point he will try to draw you off on a tangent, discussing something that fascinates you, analyzing a response you've given him, or finding some other excuse to speak at length without moving the game forward. This is not only a waste of valuable time, but also another excellent opportunity to mess with your mind. 3. If you choose to give him a riddle, use one you've made up yourself. If your riddle has been written down anywhere at all, from the pages of The Hobbit to some long-lost tome of ancient magic, he will already know the answer. That said, it still has to be a legitimate riddle, with an answer that makes logical sense from some angle. You can't just ask him something like, "What's green, has 10 legs and hops?" then claim for some inexplicable reason that the answer was marshmallows. Nor can you ask him a straight question like, "What have I got in my pocket?" He probably knows that anyway. There are no hard and fast rules to determine whether a riddle makes sense or not. But you're a reasonable human being. Your ancestors ate from the tree of knowledge. Please, for the love of God, use some common sense. 4. If you choose to take a dare, there is a slight chance that the devil will ask you to do something seemingly easy. Deliver a letter, for instance, or scribble a 10-digit number in a public restroom stall. If he does ask you for something like this, and you have even a shred of common decency in you, do not accept. Chances are that he's using you to further some sinister plot, one liable to ruin a lot of lives and harm a lot of people. Who knows? Maybe you're the type of person who really doesn't mind throwing an unknown number of total strangers under a bus to find out what you want to know. But at least be aware that this is what you're doing. 5. Last but not least, be very aware of the time. It might be helpful to do some practicing beforehand and get a feel for how long an hour is without a watch. The devil will probably put off discussing the things you're most keen to find out for as long as he can, and as you near the 66-minute deadline, he'll start trying harder and harder to distract you, captivate you, and otherwise keep you playing until it's too late. He'll string you along, feed you little glimmers of false hope, keep you thinking, just a few more minutes. I'm almost there. Don't fall for it. Don't go over the time limit, no matter what. Now, you might be thinking that this game really doesn't sound all that dangerous so far. Threats of psychological damage rarely seem to carry the same weight as threats of physical damage, even though their costs are often just as great. Hate to burst your bubble, but the game is far from safe. There are plenty of ways for you to seriously screw yourself over, both physically and mentally, not to mention spiritually. And it is with these that I will conclude, in the vain hope that they may make some sort of impression. First, while you are speaking with the devil, do not let him out of your sight. Keep staring into the mirror, no matter what happens. He will undoubtedly try various tricks to make you look away. You will hear noises behind you, feel eyes on the back of your neck, see shadowy phantoms writhing in the depths of the mirror. A cold breath will blow upon you from behind, smelling like the crypt. A deep silence will settle, only to be interrupted by a loud smack directly behind your head, giving you about the worst jump scare you've ever had. Hell, the devil may even abandon a measure of his own dignified facade and give a sudden jump of fright shock, shouting loudly and pointing behind you with a very convincing look of terror on his face. Whatever he might test you with, you must not look away from him. If you look away, if you lose sight of him completely, even for a second, you will look back at the mirror to find him gone. Well, not gone. Out of the mirror, in the room, with you. Exactly how much of your body the police will find the next morning, and what state it's in, will depend entirely on the sort of mood he's in. Same thing goes if you break any of the protections you laid down before beginning the ritual, interrupting the circle of salt, letting the red string unwind, knocking over a candle, or letting one go out. Any of these things will free him from the mirror. And then, well, you're all a bunch of creative horror junkies. I'm sure you can fill in the blanks. On a different topic, you may reach a point in the game, probably after a long series of maddeningly impossible questions, where the devil asks you the deceptively simple question, what is your full name? You must not give it to him. Names can be things of great power. Although the devil will, of course, already know your name. Telling it to him yourself is akin to inviting a vampire into your home. Your name is deeply synonymous with your own inner self. Thus, giving him your name is powerfully symbolic of giving him yourself. If you're foolish enough to make this mistake, all of your protections will be for naught, and he will seize upon your unwitting offer with malicious glee, stealing away your soul and dragging it back with him into hell. At least this way, the police will find a complete, identifiable body. As a matter of fact, your vacant shell will be totally unblemished, seemingly having dropped dead of sheer terror. Last, but certainly not least, there's the matter of what happens if you go over the time limit. This is arguably the worst thing you can do. You won't think so at first. The devil will give you no indication that you have in fact exceeded the time limit, and you will conclude the ritual as if nothing had gone wrong. Perhaps, as the devil's image in the mirror trembles and gives way, you'll see a particularly nasty, triumphant smirk flash across his face. But this will be easily dismissed as your imagination. You'll turn the lights back on, gather your belongings, and go to leave the room. But when you open the door, you will see nothing. That's right, nothing. Just a flat, white void extending infinitely in all directions. Only the room which was reflecting in the mirror will now exist. Incidentally, if you turn back around to face the mirror again, you may catch a last glimpse of your own reflection. Perhaps it will even turn and favor you with a smirk and a cheeky wave before sweeping out the door into the perfectly normal church hallway outside. As you may have already figured out, you yourself are no longer in the church. Your soul is now trapped in the mirror, and the devil has taken the liberty of possessing your body, now that you are no longer using it. Pound on the glass and scream all you like. You'll never get out on your own, and no exorcist can help you. But don't worry, it's not like you're in hell, right? At least not necessarily. What you have to understand, see, is that a human soul stripped bare of its flesh is a deeply volatile and vulnerable thing, especially when trapped in the land of the living. You are now an entity of pure mental properties, and as such, the barriers between what is real to you and what is imaginary have been completely dissolved. As you fill that reflected room with your anger, your sorrow, your fear at being trapped, these emotions will begin to coalesce, given form by your mind. If you're not particularly imaginative, these creatures may not be too terrible, may not be able to inflict too much horror and pain. With time, you may even be able to teach yourself to get rid of them. If, however, yours is a mind haunted by monsters, a mind that is vibrantly creative and imaginative, and more than usually twisted, well, there's no telling what horrors might come crawling their way out of the maelstrom, tasting sweet release from the confines of your subconscious, hungering for your terror and suffering. they will refuse to be banished, dragging you kicking and screaming into an endless positive feedback loop of pain and fear. Needless to say, if you're a regular patron of websites like this one, you're probably pretty well fucked. There's only one way to find release from the mirror and the world that you've created therein. They say that if you call to the devil once more and ask him to free you from the mirror, he'll be willing to take you out. For the usual fee, of course. Who knows? Maybe if your imagination is twisted and powerful enough to create a personal hell that leaves you begging for the real thing, those talents might be put to good use. There are over 7 billion people in the world, after all. Even the devil himself can't be messing with all of their minds at once. Talented help is always appreciated. Of course, the corollary to your being trapped inside the mirror is that the devil now gets to do whatever he wants with your body until sunrise. At around that time, your body will mercifully drop dead from the strain of the possession. Autopsy will probably identify the cause as some kind of coronary event. Don't get too relieved though. He's perfectly capable of stirring up plenty of trouble in those few hours. For instance, he may decide to do something big and dramatic, like purchase a large meat cleaver and go on a murder spree, starting with the names in your address book and working his way out to complete strangers if he has time. Or perhaps he'll focus on only one person, someone who trusts you completely, using your persona to get him or her alone and vulnerable. And then, well, no need to describe it here. Once again, I'm sure you can think of a few things. Starting to see why I called this the worst outcome yet. Of course, there's also a chance he won't lay a finger on any of your loved ones, instead deciding to do something a little more subtle, more insidious, like drop off a few nondescript, unmarked packages on certain doorsteps in the dangerous part of town, or locate a particularly dusty, aged yellow text in the storeroom of your local library and intentionally misfile it in the young adult literature section, or whisper 7 very choice words into the ear of the distracted-looking young redhead waiting for the 3 a.m. subway train. Or maybe he'll decide that, in this age of waning superstition, not enough people are getting interested in his games, and the knowledge of them is in danger of being lost. Maybe he'll decide he needs to get the word out a bit more, do a bit of networking, attract some new challengers. Maybe he'll take a quick peek at your browser history, see where the impressionable, curious minds are hanging out these days. Maybe he'll even write a quick tutorial, in modern parlance rather than some inscrutable, obsolete, demonological text, post it on the internet, and see how many bites he gets. Whoops. Maybe I shouldn't have gone there. But if you've made it this far without shying, a little twist at the end isn't going to put you off now, is it, dear reader? I'm sure there are plenty of intrepid adventurers among you with burning questions you'd like answered. And you're all a smart bunch. You know the pitfalls. You know the conventions. You live and breathe this sort of thing, do you not? There's no way you'd fall into any of the obvious traps, right? You're not some Dick or Jane off the street after all. You'd be bringing a whole new level of competition.
You would. Oh, excuse me just a moment. I think I hear someone calling for me. Perfect.
That was The Devil Game by Infernal Nightmare 333. Locals in Kansas have reported a black steam train disturbing the peace at night. The railway authorities in the area deny the use of that type of train anymore. Police encourage locals to report this rogue train when spotted, as concerns of potential railway crashes may occur. The farmlands of flyover states are the lifeblood of America, but there are things out there that are looking for blood from a more human source. This is the thing that stalks the fields.
It was a few weeks ago that the hay bale started creeping slowly away from the house. Every morning when I woke up, each had moved a few hundred feet away from where it was before. I assumed it was pranksters with nothing better to do, so I ignored it. Within a few days, though, the bales began to approach the boundaries of the farm. I was tired of the whole game by then and decided to move them back. It took a tedious hour to bring them all from where they were to over near the house again, and by the time I was done, I was ready to snap the neck of whatever little pissant was deciding to screw with me. The next morning, I found each and every one of my horses messily decapitated. The smell was what woke me up. Each one was slumped over against the side of its stall. There were no signs of the heads. I spent the rest of the day cleaning up the mess and burying the remains. It was only when I was done that I noticed the bales of hay had all returned to their position from the day before, scattered far out into the fields. This time, I left them where they were. That night, I sat on my porch with my shotgun in hand and a pot of coffee on the table beside me. I sat for hours, straining my eyes into the fields to catch a glimpse of who was moving my hay bales. Finally, I was beginning to nod off. I would have, but just as my eyes began to close, I heard a clamor and a rustling of trees from the nearby woods. I leaned forward, my heart racing with excitement. I was going to catch the bastard. I fumbled with my gun and fidgeted in my seat, waiting anxiously for whoever it was to get close enough to ambush. It was only when the thing got close enough for me to make out its silhouette in the dark that I was frozen still. The thing that crept into my fields from the nearby woods didn't seem to notice me sitting there. It stalked, hunched, and deliberate through the field with the posture of a tiptoeing thief. If not for the fact that it must have towered over 10 feet tall even in its crouched position, it might have seemed almost frail. The thinness of its arms and legs, and the emaciated, caved-in quality of its chest reminded me of a starving animal. Still, this thing was unbelievably strong, and I watched it hoist each bale up into its arms with ease and set it down carefully a while away, taking only a few strides to cover the distance. I watched it work, moving each bale thoughtfully. Every once in a while, it would straighten up to look around at the other bales' positions in the field, before adjusting the one it was working on ever so slightly. Before it left, it looked towards the house. I felt its eyes sweep over me in the dark, but whether it saw me or not, I couldn't tell. Then, it turned silently and crept back the way it came, disappearing into the dark of the woods. It took me an hour before I had the courage to move at all. I went inside after a while, but didn't sleep that night. It was only when the sun rose that I dared to step off my porch into the fields. The hay bales were where I left them. Strangely, it didn't move them as far as it had the previous days. They were approaching something invisible in the fields, and as I looked at them, I realized that they seemed to be marking some line. Indeed, as I walked around the house, I saw the distinct circle that they formed, with me at the center. At first, I thought the bales were just being haphazardly moved away from the house. But now, I could see that they were instead being moved towards some boundary. The thing was sending me a message. I slept uneasily that night, and only because I was exhausted. The next morning, the bales hadn't moved at all. They didn't move at all for the rest of that week, in fact. They were finally where the thing wanted them. I made myself sick trying to interpret them. Why would this thing expend so much energy moving my hay bales and threaten me with such violence should I try to interfere? Killing my horses was just that. A threat. An intelligent threat at that. It knew what would scare me, and it knew that I would understand the implications. The sound of an automobile working its way along the road to my farm one morning gave me a little rush of excitement. I had been planning to abandon the farm since I saw the thing, but I couldn't hope to leave on foot without risking it treating me like it treated my horses. But if I could get in the car with whoever was coming my way, I might be able to escape before it could stop me. I didn't know or care who it was. I decided that the moment they stopped the car, I would jump in the passenger seat and tell them to get the hell out of here. I didn't get the chance. The car worked its way slowly along the road, trundling across the uneven ground. I urged it silently to hurry. It was when it passed between the two bales placed on either side of the road that I began to hear a booming clatter from the woods. The thing burst suddenly from between the trees, sprinting on all four of its terrible, gangly limbs towards the car. Within a few seconds it was there, pouncing on the automobile like a predatory cat. Within moments it was picking and peeling the vehicle's steel frame apart, working to get at the driver. The man, whoever he was, screamed all the while, and I could hear him even over the crunching of metal and the shattering of glass. It was only when the thing crushed him carelessly in its hands that the screaming stopped. It tossed him away and straightened up to look at me once again. In the sunlight, I could see the inhumanity of it. It was composed entirely of something awful and alive, which was lashed together in a messy semblance of a human form. Whatever it was made of looked so polished and hard that if it weren't for the minute writhing of the stuff, I'd think it was made of granite. The thing retreated back into the woods, and I was left to my shock. My eyes wandered to where the car sat, the engine still sputtering, between two of the hay bales. Suddenly, I understood. The message was clear. I am this thing's captive, and I am not allowed visitors. Nothing may cross the borders it has set. I'm trapped here by the thing that stalks the fields, and it demands nothing except that I never leave. Still, I don't know if I can handle being that thing's canary. I've been thinking hard for the last few days since I saw it crush that man's chest and silence him before he could even finish his scream. If I crossed the hay bale border, it would probably do the same, smash my skull before I put my hands up to protect myself. It'd go and find a new pet, and probably keep looking until it found someone who could stand knowing that it was waiting just outside, watching it at all hours with its shiny insect eyes. I've been thinking hard for the past few days, and I might just make a run for it.
That was The Thing That Stalks the Fields by David Fewlings. When the apocalypse is well on its way, would you go to the ends of the earth to stop it? Would you face the trials and tribulations of damnation? Perhaps you'll find your answer in the sounding of the fifth trumpet.
You have been given a chance. One single opportunity. Just for you. You don't have to go through the horrors about to be unleashed. You can escape all of that pain. All you have to do is listen to my voice. It begins the same as before. You hear a faint hum that vibrates and slightly tickles the back of your throat. From the sky, the resonance builds and builds to a thunderous, ear-splitting blast of one of the 7 celestial trumpets. Every time a trumpet has sounded, it has signaled the beginning of another 3 years of misery, each one more horrifying than the last. 4 times have the trumpets sung their song. Before the resonance of the 5th trumpet fades, you will be given your chance to escape. When that familiar tickle reemerges, an object will appear in the sky. As it nears, so does the intensity of the tone of that awful sound. You know that it is only a matter of time before that deafening trumpet is heard once more. However, this time, what is to come will be different. The past 4 trumpets were accompanied by things you have understood. Yes, they were terrifying, but it was all within the realm of what you accept as explainable. You understand the origins of an earthquake. You know why fiery mountains from the heavens fall. Science has given you sight from the archaic belief in the supernatural. It has no power to control the hurricane or summon the tornado. It has no ability to release the plague. This is different. The veil has been lifted. What is coming from above is an abomination. It is wormwood. He is called Abaddon, the Banished, and Apollyon, the Destroyer. Life as you knew it is now over, for he holds the keys to the bottomless pit that has imprisoned his army since even before the words, "Let there be light," were spoken. Do you remember the first time we spoke? After the 2nd trumpet had blown, you were given a vision of the pools of sacrifice. If you were able to find the location of those sacred waters, go there now. The moon has begun to turn red. Its crimson light makes the waters appear to be that of blood. Stand in the center of the 3 pools. Tread carefully, for you stand before the image of the sacrament laid upon his symbol. Each pool has a name: the pierced left hand, the pierced right hand, and the pierced foot. Prepare yourself to receive the blessing of the pierced abdomen. The blessing requires you to be anointed with the ethereal spearhead that will now run you through. There is no outward wound, but your blood is now seeping internally into the empty spaces within you. Your body has now become the 4th pool of sacrifice. When you collapse from the pain, ensure that you fall into one of the pools of water. If you fall onto dry earth, you will have missed your only chance to enter the portal. You will lose the anointment and be healed, but you will live the remainder of your days marked, as was Cain, hunted by both angel and demon. If successful, you will awaken in a dark and dank candlelit stone building, lined with pews ending at a great altar. This is the place of worship, where the crossroads meet. Behind you are 3 large mirrors, very similar to the pools that you recently stood before. Look to the altar. A tall, thin, hooded figure is standing before it. Slowly and cautiously approach this menacing creature and kneel in front of it. Bow your head. Do not make eye contact. Extend your arms in front of you with your palms facing upwards. Say nothing. The figure should be deep in prayer, whispering strange incantations. If it is not, do not approach it. Only proceed if it is in prayer. Do not interrupt. Any disruption will be considered a great offense, a crime paid in blood. Be patient, and make no mistake. It knows you are there. Once it has considered you and deemed you worthy, it will acknowledge your presence and ask,
"Why have you come before me?"
Quickly ask it the following question. What is the image of God? It will slowly lift its head. Close your eyes, shut them tight. You will hear its body creaking like breaking limbs of tree branches from an ancient forest. It will move quicker than what seems possible. It will grab you by the wrist and lift you off the ground, one-handed. With the other hand, it caresses your face, then embraces your head from the nape of the neck. Its bony fingers envelop your entire head from behind. The ferocity of its grip is both sensual and violent. You're dangled helplessly above the ground as it lifts you closer to the face, hidden in the shadows underneath its dark and worn hood. You can feel prickly dust coat and sting your face as it exhales its dead and rancid breath over you. A scabbed tongue emerges from the mouth hidden in the darkness and begins to probe the entire surface of your face. It finds particular interest in where your eyes rest. It is here where it wants to enter. The cold, lumpy tongue will start pushing and poking, squeezing and groping the top of each eyeball through your eyelids. You feel the shame and demoralization intensely from the molestation. Pressure builds in your head from your closed eyes as it continues to violate the fragile organs that hide behind your thin lids. The scabs feel like hundreds of little fingers with tiny fingernails that quickly find where your eyelids meet and begin to scratch viciously to try and pry them open. Shut your eyes tighter. It will groan with perverted, masculine, and feminine excitement of carnal desires as the little fingers intensify their efforts to dig into your eyes with raw and obscene desperation. The moans of pleasure sicken you as you resist the assault. One of the scabby protrusions bursts, coating your face in a hot, sticky tar-like fluid that slightly burns. The putrid afterbirth from the abscess spills onto you as the tongue continues to relentlessly throb on the surface of your closed eyes. Suddenly, the tongue withdraws,
and there is silence. Keep your eyes shut and wait. Eventually, you begin to make out a faint sound coming from the being, and the words will emerge for you to hear.
It happened after the sons of Adam had multiplied in those days. The angels, the children of heaven, beheld them, and some became enamored with the image from whence he was created. They conspired amongst each other and said, "Come, let us select for ourselves from the progeny of men." And so we were drawn unto them by an insatiable hunger and thirst, a sensation unfamiliar to our kind. We then swore all together, and all bound ourselves by mutual execrations to abandon our holy station. We descended upon Ardis, which is the top of Mount Armon, and devoured all which the labor of men produced. To our delight, the flesh of man cried out to us in return and embraced our new form. They loved us, and we came to love them. Never had such pleasures of skin, pleasures of sight, pleasures of the tongue, and pleasures of the mind been experienced by any living thing. Man was shown the wondrous transcendence of the grotesque, and revealed to the vile decadence of purity. During our time together, we taught them sorcery and incantations. We gave them knowledge of the forging of metal and healing with herbs. We instructed them in the ways of architecture and mathematics. We revealed power so great it allowed them to command the atom from within the rock of the mountain and from the water of the sea. We freed their minds and released them from the enslavement of the Father. In return, they worshipped us, and their love for us strengthened. They basked in our adoration, but it was not true love we bestowed. It was a deception. Our actions and deeds came with dire consequences. We had angered the Creator and desecrated his creation. Mad with rage, the Father plunged his hand into the fabric of reality and altered the delicate strands of fate and possibilities. With his divine manipulation, he altered the pattern and set into motion a new future and the predestined plan. We had been judged. We had condemned ourselves and humanity to an eternity of suffering and pain. Our bodies would be scorched and burned until the end of time in a lake of fire and brimstone. However, all was not lost, for we had discovered the forbidden secret. Man. They were our true salvation. We prepared and molded them in our image. And when they were ready, we begot the Nephilim. I shall grant thee thy request, for it is the seed of the holiest of lies, the very lie that brought forth original sin. A great harvest will come about from that seed, a seed that is the very fruit of knowledge of the good and the evil. It is such forbidden knowledge that binds the Creator to the laws of his creation, a way to deceive the eyes of the one who is all-seeing, and thwart the mind of the one who is all-knowing. But be warned, for if I bestow this wisdom unto thee, forever forever it will bind thee to my will. Behold, the answer thou seek is, thou art not of the image.
Then it stops. You are alone in the darkness. Slowly open your eyes. I know you are scared, but it is safe now. Get to your feet. The great altar has split open and revealed an entrance that allows you to proceed onward. The pain in your side must be getting worse by now. I can see a sizable protrusion has formed on your side. You don't have much time. Enter the altar and move on. You proceed down a long corridor lined with mirrors. If you look into the mirrors, you may notice that some show your reflection and others do not. Keep moving. Do not waste time here. There is no truth for you to find. It is difficult not to notice your reflections are all slightly different from mirror to mirror. In one, you may be younger or older. Your hair may be longer or shorter. Clothing may be different. In others, there is no reflection at all. But you must move on. Your life is slipping away faster than you realize, and we still have so far to go. Go to the opening at the end of the passageway. You enter a large opening with a dark ravine separating you and a structure containing stairs leading up to what appears to be a temple. From the ravine grows thick black thorns that slightly sway, even though there is no wind. Their points glisten with a substance that can only be poison. Do not get too close. In the center of the ravine is a single pathway that jets up from the thicket of needles and thorns that will provide you a safe passage to walk upon. The pathway ends at the far end to the foot of the stairways of the temple. At the top of the stairs, there will be 4 thrones where the ones known as the 4 living creatures reign. They are covered with eyes in front and in the back. They look down on you with an unnerving, mischievous stare. The first living creature is that of a lion. The second is like an ox. The third will have a face of a man. And the fourth is like a great eagle. Each of the 4 living creatures will have 6 wings covered with eyes all around, even under its wings. At the foot of each creature, there will be a body on its knees, its face looking up to the sky with its arms outstretched, upward, frozen in the act of eternal worship. Its flesh is bleached white and sags loosely from its bones. It wears a blood-red smock from its waist down to its feet. It holds rusty and dirty curved blades. You are most fortunate their backs are to you, and their mutilated faces are obscured from your view. Branded on their backs is an unfamiliar rune that looks like the letter B. They are the bayou. Cautiously move past them. The bayou were 4 men, great kings and leaders of the world. They ruled vast lands that ran red with blood from every man, woman, and child who had the misfortune of being born into their realm. The 4 kings were like grown children, spoiled and naked, fighting each other, biting and gnawing at the teat of their great mother, Earth. Her face beaten and scratched from when they would feed so viciously.
They knew only to gorge on her black milk that flowed from deep within her bosom. Their greed and decadence, their very existence offended all who would peer through the veil. Their wicked lives were ended the day they were raptured and bound like statues within the walls of this great temple. They must now worship the four living creatures as they once commanded others to worship them in life. They suffer now as their kingdom suffered. For every son and daughter who found death from fighting the wars they created. Their skin is blistered and torn, and their eyes are stung with the venom from the tail of 1,000 scorpions. But if they are awakened from their trance and given use of their limbs once again, one can be well assured that it will not be pleasant. In unison, the four creatures will hold up a key, each with a unique emblem on its end, and speak.
Choose. Choose now. Choose once. Choose quickly.
The first creature that looks like a lion will offer you its key and say, acquiescence. The ox will offer you its key and say, Leviathan. The third creature, with a face like a man, will offer its key and say, Clithridiet. Lastly, the creature that is like an eagle will offer you the final key and say, Scytherisma. As the last key is presented, you hear brittle crackling, like autumn leaves from the movement of dead skin from behind you. Make your choice. Make it quickly. The Bayish are beginning to stir. Once they see you, they will catch you, and they will kill you. Make your choice. You will know which one to choose. I promise. Take the key and run. Run faster. They are coming. Their howls are high-pitched gurgles and hisses. The screeches build as they close the distance between you and them. The slices of their blade come closer. The blood pouring from your mouth and nose cannot slow you down. You must run faster. Do not stop until you reach the church of worship. Head straight for the mirrors you saw when you first awoke in the church. Do not slow down. Run headfirst into it. Crash through it. Don't look back. You will awaken shortly. The pools of water are now dried up earth, cracked and barren. The moon should be at its peak redness now. In the distance on the plain, you should see a piercing shimmer of light. It is only temporary. As the moon loses its red shade, the beacon too begins to diminish in darkness. I am sorry you are in so much pain. It pains me to ask any more of you. Your body has so little left to give. It is weak and fragile. But I must ask one last thing of you. One final plea I must beg of you. You must reach that beacon of light in the distance before the last of the red moon shines down upon it, or you will be trapped. Push aside all the pain and despair. Listen to my voice, and use everything you have left to get to that light. Now. Abaddon is here. Even from miles away, his arrival knocks you off your feet. You have to get up. There isn't much time. Abaddon is near, and his thoughts are of nothing but you. You see the brilliant beam of light shoot up into the sky. The source of this powerful beacon comes from an archway standing in an empty plain. Within the archway is a massive and majestic door standing in the emptiness. With the key in hand, you must get that door open before the red moon shines down upon it no more, and any hope of saving you is lost forever. Ignore the wheezing sound you make when you breathe. Pull open that door. The blood from your mouth is everywhere, making it hard for you to get a good grip on the door handle. You must pull harder. You only need enough room to squeeze through. The light is almost gone. Pull harder. You did it. Get in and shut that door as fast as you can and lock it. The light is gone. It is done. If you place your ear to the door, you may hear something that sounds like buzzing or fluttering. A sound that could only be made by the flapping of a million wings. There will be scraping, and there will be beating on the other side of the great door. Then only screams. Behind you is a long dark tunnel, the light at the end. Walk into the light and claim your reward. I walk into the bright light. Slowly, my eyes adjust to the brightness, but I can already feel a warm breeze on my face and hear it trickling from a nearby stream. Everything slowly comes into focus. The most beautiful valley spans out in front of me. It is made of hills of green, sprinkled with every color imaginable, with flowers peppering the landscape. I walk toward the clearing and see a crystal blue pond. I dip my cupped hands into the water and drink. It soothes my chapped lips and parched throat. It tastes like nothing I've ever tasted before. It's amazingly sweet. There's an odd sensation as I swallow the water. It's like a shock from a tiny bit of electricity, but without any pain. Only satisfaction. I then catch the scent of an incredible and intoxicating aroma that overpowers me. I've never smelled anything like it before. On the other side of the pond is a gathering of trees. I instantly know that among these, there is a tree that is the source of that unceasing scent. I know there is no other like it. Its leaf, its flower, and its bark would never wither, and its fruit would be immaculate and delicious. As I approach the border of the foliage, that's when I see them, a man and a woman. I freeze. The couple is walking hand in hand, and they're naked. I make my way closer, making sure to stay hidden behind the bush so I'm not seen. I don't know why I'm doing this. Why should I be afraid of these people? I looked around and realized that my tree was at the center of the grove that held this paradise. But next to my tree is another one. It was just as majestic and impressive, but there is something ominous about it. Something powerful. I look carefully at these two unique and special trees
that grow in this garden. I now realize what this place is and where I'm at. I'm startled when I feel something vibrate in my pocket. It's the key I chose. As I remove the large key from my pocket and open my palm, I notice the markings on its emblem in more detail. When it was offered to me by the winged creature, I simply thought it was marked with the infinity symbol. Now I realize it is actually a serpent devouring its own tail in the shape of infinity. My mind is unlocked. It's all so clear now. I know my purpose. I know why I was chosen. I know why I was created. It was always God's will to destroy his creation. Once destroyed, he could fulfill his promise to bind his enemies and cast them into the lake of fire, where they would suffer for all eternity. The trumpets were a countdown to his planned end. Those branded the enemy had spent their immortality trying to find a way to prevent it from happening. But how do you outsmart an omniscient and omnipresent being? You use the very laws of existence against him. For with the creation of the universe, unbreakable rules had to be created. He had no choice but to enslave himself to those very decrees. Without those infallible system of laws, the universe could not exist. The fallen ones realized the only way to prevent the end was to break the predestined, inevitable chain of events leading to the end. They must have figured out how to connect 2 points of existence, creating a bridge for me to enter. It causes everything to stop and reset back to the very beginning, instead of continuing the predestined path. It never ends. It never reaches Judgment Day. Existence is a loop. We are destined to keep repeating it over and over and over again to escape damnation. It is infinity, like the serpent devouring its own tail. The serpent is thought to be Lucifer, God's true adversary. But Lucifer is not a thing or a person with thought or consciousness. He is the infinity of time, the only thing capable of denying God's divine will. It is the one simple thing that is protecting us from the wrath of an angry God. I feel its familiar presence immediately. I don't turn around. But even if I did, I know it wouldn't harm me. It stands behind me for a while, quietly admiring the fruits of its labor. The fallen angel then inhales breath for air to speak the words that will be my final instructions. I look down at the key, mesmerized by the shape of the serpent. It's so old and worn. The jewel that makes up the serpent's eye twinkles. I understand. I have one more thing to do. I wonder, how many times have I done this? How many times have I crossed the bridge
and stood at this very spot. How many? Man was created in the image of God, but I am not of the image. I am the serpent. I am Nephilim. The breath of a faint whisper, now sweet and warm, spoken into my ear. Just 3 simple words. Make them eat.
That was The Sounding of the Fifth Trumpet by Killahawk 1. Radio Tenbond is brought to you by Grissman's Pest Control. In the heart of the Dust Bowl, loose dirt and bad crop yield are the least of these people's concerns. Something is out there, in that storm of earth and air. This is Dust.
The last storm was already on the horizon when I woke that Sunday morning. It hung in the south, a solid black wall of dust, churning and seemingly motionless. I had every intention of sleeping late into the morning, as had been my Sunday custom since Adele and the girls had left. But the distant rumbling and crackle of lightning drug me from the bed just after sunrise. I shuffled drowsily around the farm in the early morning, lashing the doors of the barn, rounding up the 2 stubborn hogs and shuttering the windows. But soon, I found myself rooted in place, captivated by the writhing shape in the sky. It stretched impossibly wide across the open sky, rolling across the border from Nebraska. The air had a dry, electric chill. Already the sickly yellow wheat swayed in anticipation. I was in a trance, eyes locked on the distance, when I saw a small light dust plume to the west, picked out in stark contrast with black beyond. The horse and rider at the base of the little dust devil approached the farm at a sharp trot, and my dust-bleary eyes registered the silhouette. Carl Jordan had owned the farm next to mine for as long as my family had been in the Dakotas. I grew up with his great booming laughter warming our home nearly every night. His usual broad, yellowing smile was absent beneath recently trimmed mustache and broad-rimmed black hat. His dark suit was blotted with a fine layer of grit that he brushed absently at. "Eddie, no church today?" I hadn't been in months, and he'd once admitted to envying me. I just didn't see the need any longer, and I've relished the extra hours. I ignored the question. "What's troubling you? Is Maddie all right?" I asked. He turned towards the south, to the storm, and sucked loudly on his lower lip. After a few moments of thought, he sighed deeply, with a phlegmy rumble. "The Hendersons are dead, all of them, except for Saul," he said evenly, not returning his gaze to mine. I drank this in for a moment, feeling the insides of my sinuses beginning to burn in the cold and arid breeze. I briefly dwelt upon the image of the youngest Henderson, a tow-headed toddler with a dim-looking smile I had seen at the general store with Saul and Molly a few days prior. "How?" I finally asked. He grimaced slightly, still gazing south. "Saul's missing. No one's seen him, not since last night. Molly and the kids are dead, and Saul's gone. It don't sound good." Carl slumped forward a little, and I saw, not for the first time, how old he was. The whole hornet's nest is stirred up over in Picton. He was gonna lose the farm, they say. Fleetingly, it concerned me that I could easily see the connection between these facts. Mary's fine, he said after another silent moment. Just a little ill this morning. Thanks for asking. He broke from the black clouds and fixed his eyes on mine. He offered a pale imitation of his familiar smile, but his eyes remained squinted tight, haunted. He looked as if he had more to say, but at last, he just nodded and gathered the reins. "Be safe, Eddie," he said, a phrase worn smooth by repeated use, turned towards his farm, trotting quickly, head still crooked towards the storm. By noon, I could only watch as it reached up and blotted out the sun. The dust storm enveloped us, obscuring the sky like the hands of God. I did my best to ration the anointment of bourbon I'd poured off that morning, watching the black winds scour the earth through the broken shutter slat. During the storms of the years before, pale and weak compared to this tempest, Adele would huddle with the girls to read scripture, inevitably ending with the revelations in hushed reverent tones. I tried not to scowl at her fear and awe before, but now I could feel a little tremor of doubt in me as I looked out at the sackcloth sky. When the sky darkened a few shades at nightfall, I prepared a small meal of bread and fried eggs and drained the rest of the bourbon. Later, I laid in the unmade bed with the world spinning and the sky howling outside, and tried not to think. The storm raged stronger than ever the next morning, the sun winking through the maelstrom, a fat circle of hazy orange like a fading coal. Late in the day it showed no sign of abating, and I resigned to leave the house, if only to feed the animals. I tied my goggles to my head and a damp bandana around my mouth, but I still gasped at the ragged burn of the dust when I stepped outside into the storm. The lining of my throat seemed to crack and bleed within moments. I could barely see the barn, but I set out instinctually towards it. A tall hillock of fine black dust was pressed to the side, and it took me a few kicks to clear the door. The dust had seeped in everywhere, and the hogs and cows were covered in a layer of grime. They stood in their pens, eyes red and glassy, shuddering and jerking with each loud creak from the roof beams. They ignored the food. There was a twisting coil of anxiety in my chest when Carl arrived, leading the terrified horse behind him. His beard was matted with dust, and he had to sweep the lenses of the goggles clean at my doorstep. But instead of entering, he only waved me out to join him. "You need to come with me," he shouted over the storm. The dust between his teeth had formed a thin black mud that flecked at the corners of his mouth. It was his tone, flat and even, that terrified me. I didn't argue, but pulled on goggles and offered him a second bandana. I followed close behind him, one hand on the horse's haunch. Carl picked his way down the path, navigating by some uncanny memory of the curves in the little road. We walked cautiously and deliberately west for the better part of half a mile, past Carl's own farm, towards the leaning shape of the Collins farm. A throbbing dread began to stir in my breast as we approached. The door was thrown wide open and off one of its hinges, swinging violently in the wind. I could see Roger Collins, slumped in the doorframe, the congealing blood on his forehead caked with the fine dirt. His eyes were open. Left eye beneath the bullet hole was flooded red, tilted slightly skyward. Clutched in his curled hands was a rifle, with one spent casing,
Abigail Collins and her youngest were inside, curled tightly around each other in the corner of the room. The flowers of blood that bloomed on the fabric of their dresses was bright and vivid. Slumped upright at the dinner table, as if ready for a meal, was another figure, filthy and caked with black dust. He seemed composed, sitting upright and proud, despite the pinprick bullet hole, clean and bloodless, standing starkly in the center of his throat. His grimy skin was dried and shriveled, his eyes were closed, the lids sunken over the pits. It took a long, yawning moment to recognize the desiccated face. Saul Henderson, hands clasped around a little revolver, looking for all the world like he'd been dead for a week. Saul Henderson, grinning obscenely wide, showing dried black gums. Despite the roaring storm, there was an unearthly stillness in the little house, and I could hear my heart thudding in my ears. I turned to Carl with a pitiful expression, a plea for some sort of understanding. I was bringing them some canned food. Roger was worried about being able to last out a long storm. He shouted from the front porch, where he was closing Roger's eyes and wiping the blood from his hand. He looked up at me and stood. "Jed's missing." I gazed around the room again, before turning to Carl. "You don't think that Jed," I began, letting the idea remain unsaid. Jed was a quiet and sickly kid, but something about him had always set my teeth on edge. No, I don't think a 15-year-old could be capable of this. Then again, I didn't think Saul was either. None of this makes any sense. "No, it does not," I agreed. "We should head into Picton to tell someone, but I need you to drive the Collins forward. I can make it between our 3 farms on foot reliably enough, but I don't think me or that horse could make it all the way into town." Carl looked mildly embarrassed, hidden as he was behind dust and beard, and I followed him to barn. The Model A made a few grinding rasps before dying completely, refusing to respond to anything. When I opened the gas cap, a damp and clumping mixture of dust and gasoline tumbled from the little opening. My breath came in increasingly shallow gasps as we moved to the Collins tractor, unscrewing the cap. The same reeking clay was stuffed to the top of the tank. The walk back towards our farms was silent, my heart pounding as I struggled to keep my breathing steady as the inside of my sinuses were scoured raw. First Carl's tractor, then we checked mine. Both were useless and clogged with dust. If Carl was as panicked as I was, he refused to show it. "Eddie, I don't know what this means," he said to me as we crouched over my tractor, the sky dimming. "But I think I'd appreciate it if you stayed with me and Maddie tonight. Storm has to let up in the morning, I'm sure." I could see at last the spark of fear in his eyes, and it brought me a little solace. Carl went ahead, panicky with thoughts of Maddie, sick in bed on her own, and I agreed to follow shortly. I entered my house to gather my shotgun and tin of coffee. I don't believe I intended to start drinking, but the bloody and crooked eye was shining wetly in my memory, and I drew from the bourbon a few soothing pulls. I recall being tired and weary from the day's grim business, but I don't remember lying down on the cool wood of the floor. When I woke gripping the gun and empty bottle, the sky was lighter, but the whirling black clouds still surrounded the world on all sides. Tuesday, I thought through a fog of pain. Or is it Wednesday? I groggily allowed the shame to flood in when I realized I left Carl and Maddie waiting all night. After finding all the water drained the night before, I dressed for the storm and headed out to the well. The pump handle strained against me as I pressed downward, bringing up the first sounds of water. What came out of the pump was black and viscous, a thin black paste. I dropped the tin bucket in disgust, feeling yesterday's dread igniting behind the alcohol ache, and I turned quickly towards Carl's farm. On the road, with my destination not yet visible, I turned to see behind me. There wasn't even the faint outline of my barn. In that moment, I was alone, surrounded by a wall of vibrating earth and wind all sides. It could have been all of creation, and I would have never known. It could have been the end of creation, and I would never have known. I turned back towards Carl's farm and began to run in a panic, frantically hoping I had not altered direction. As the small unpainted house came into view, I saw Carl's horse, lying motionless on the ground, still tied to the railing on the porch. A small dune of black dust had formed against one side. The door was wide open, slamming into the wall with a sharp crack at each breath of the storm. My panic spiked like a fever when I stepped inside, and my body began shaking violently. Maddie lay spilled from her bed, trailing sheets and a shredded fragment of her nightgown. Her head was twisted, neck bruised and bent, and bulging glassy eyes seemed to stare directly at me. Her tongue was thick and black between her teeth. Seated on the bed above her, spindly legs dangling over the edge, was the dried and leathery corpse of Jed Collins, the missing boy. His eye sockets gaped empty and black as he silently grinned out at the world. Carl was nowhere to be found. I backed out quietly from the house, at last truly toning out the chaotic roar of the storm. My mind spun, trying to make sense of utter madness, and it stoked the fires inside me. Panting, desperate dread flooding my limbs until I found myself propelled blind, running through the storm towards my home. I continued past the hulking silhouette of my barn, legs flooding with fire as I sucked in great lungfuls of choking dust. I thought nothing of destination. I only wanted to get as far away from the storm as possible, far from the empty carnal houses of my neighbors, and from empty eyes and wicked grins. I made it as far as Thin Fork of the Missouri that carves the far edge of my land. I saw, through the wall of shifting haze, the black outline of the river from a distance. When I approached, legs slowing and lungs burning, I saw the river more clearly, wide and unearthly still. The water was black and thick, and in mute disbelief I watched it flow, slowly, like molasses, under a dark and churning sky. And then, I began to understand. I nailed the shutters closed, driven by an animal urgency of purpose. The door I braced with Adele's heirloom cabinet, allowing it to crack and splinter on its side as I stacked a steamer chest on top. I didn't really believe that this would slow whatever was coming tonight, in the howling darkness, but I wanted to have the time to know, to be sure. The last bourbon bottle lay empty on the floor, and I was glad for this, for the chance to be clear-headed at last. I sat, back to the wall, facing the door with a shotgun in my hand, and I waited. The sky darkened, and the storm continued to howl. I measured my breaths, trying to hold on to that moment of calm, to stretch it out until it dried and snapped apart. It was late at night when it arrived. I could hear the heavy footsteps circling the porch, pulling tightly, testing each shutter. My hands were suddenly slick with sweat on the barrel of the shotgun. The shuffling footsteps stopped in front of the door, and I saw the wood flex ever so slightly as pressure was applied. A scraping sound began to rise, hissing from the small barricade as it began to slide slowly across the floor. The force on the other side of the door increased, slowly, steadily, grinding against the heavy barricade until the door was open to the storm and to the night beyond. The figure swept into the room with a silent grace that surprised me and stood, regarding me. Carl's skin seemed to crackle and go taut like paper as he moved, and in the hollow of his eyes were tiny twisting clouds of dust, blue ribbons of electricity arcing across the sockets. He was smiling, a smile I had never seen from him, a wide, obscene grin. I felt a strange sort of calm then, a surety of knowing, despite the impossible madness of it all. I raised the shotgun. Eddie. The thing inside Carl spoke, in a voice like grinding sand. The corpse took another step towards me, and I saw a black trickle of mud from the edges of its cracked lips. Go ahead and shoot, Eddie. See what it gets you. I smiled back at him, seeing the solution so clearly at last. I took a moment to be thankful that Adele and the girls are gone. Thankful, in an awful way, that I'd struck her hard enough for her to finally leave me. This would not be the night that they die. It had moved halfway across the room now, shuffling towards me, the malevolent sparks of its eyes locked on me. And now familiar dread reared up to swallow my temporary peace. I saw, in the black whirlpool of its eyes, the great storm, covering the entire earth in a final gloom. I saw trails and chains of endless murder and atrocity crisscrossing the darkened world, and to that last eternal night, I saw the end. All I had left was a little sliver of hope, enough to spur me onward. I swung the shotgun up under my chin, feeling the cool of the barrel on my chin. The thing inside Carl jerked to a halt and ceased to smile, and I knew I gambled right this time. It needed me, and it can't have me. I made sure I was smiling, drinking in the thing's rage and frustration. The thing roared, and with a leap burst from Carl's body, his drawing muscles snapping and shredding into long fraying fibers. As it shed him like a coat, thudding to the floor behind, it was a swirling cloud, a flurry of dust, coursing with lightning and pure, elemental hatred that I saw then, surging towards me, faster than I would have believed possible. Thin tendrils coiled and tightened and wound their way through the air, twisting towards my mouth and nose. I could feel them caress the raw passages of my lungs, hot, twisting, unmistakably, horribly alive as they slid into me. I pulled the trigger.
That was Dust by Joseph K. A quiet cul-de-sac experiences a Halloween like no other, with a strange neighbor and decorations to suit. This is The Masked Man.
Today, I drove my 7-year-old son James into town to go Halloween shopping. I didn't have to buy any candy this year because we live in a cul-de-sac out in the middle of a farming community on the outskirts of the city. I moved last year because I had a divorce with my wife and lost my old house along with custody of James. It's the shit end of the stick, but James and I love Halloween. It's one of the few times a year that Tracy finds it acceptable for my only son to come visit me. James stays with her on every other holiday throughout the year, his birthday, and everything else in between. I get to see him only on my birthday and the week preceding Halloween. Unless the high bitch court finds it suitable for him to come spend the night every once in a while. Frankly, I'm surprised she lets him come shopping with me. Upon perusing the aisles, James showed a strong affinity to a flamboyantly green and purple Buzz Lightyear costume. It's really typical for a kid to have an eye for the most expensive thing on the rack, but I didn't have the heart to say no. Not to those bottomless blue eyes. He also picked out all the house decorations. I know we won't be getting any trick-or-treaters out where I live, but adorning the exterior of our home was always one of our favorite things to do together. It looks like James and I will be having some competition for the Best Halloween Decorations Award, which, sadly, in this neighborhood, is only a pat on the back. When I lived with James and my ex-wife, he and I won the trophy every year since he was 3. Reminiscence aside, my next-door neighbor is really giving us a run for our money. He did quite the splurge on decorations. He must have ordered everything online, because aside from the cliché Happy Halloween banner and the likes, the festive treasures found on his house and lawn were nowhere to be seen in the store where James and I shopped, which only sold festive decor. The fellow's garage door sat below a strand of kite string on which hung dozens of expensive-looking bones and skulls. He also placed several other bones sticking straight up out of his lawn. There was no color or detail, just random bones placed here and there, strewn about his unkept lawn. Truly, though, he's nothing. While walking through my house at dusk, outside the dining room window, I noticed a quick flicker of movement dash in and out of my peripherals as I was preparing for James's week-long stay. I inspected. I don't even know if I should be glad that I did. I walked back in front of the window and saw the same animation, but this time in the center of my vision. I walked back away from the window, and slowly, I peeked out from the corner of the glass. I made out the shape of the very top of a person's head, peering over the top of my fence, and it seemed to be watching me. Whoever it was dug down again, right after they realized we had made eye contact. I backed away from the window. I don't exactly know why. I crawled over to the family room window, which was about 15 to 20 feet to the left, but facing the same direction as the dining room window. I stayed knelt, timidly, but curiously grasping at the curtains. I ever so slowly pulled back the cloth, only to gaze upon the masked fellow who was snooping around behind my property. This time, I saw his entire head. The mask had a gaping, dangling mouth, similar to the mask they used in the Scream series. The only difference was that the jaw of this particular mask was swaying about in the wind, and it also had teeth. Long, thin, fang-like growths that appeared almost like the strands hanging from the mouth of a whale, though fewer in number. The expression on the mask was plain, and the color was rather pale, with slight gray discoloration. It didn't have a goofy smile or an intimidating stare, just a mouth hanging wide open, and a couple of perfectly round, beady little chameleon eyes, eerily shaded. After about 10 seconds of observation, one of the eyes appeared as if it was steadily drifting off, away from where it was fixated, and very slowly began to scan to the left. And as soon as he seemed to lock onto where I was, he quickly disappeared. I don't really know my neighbor, much less where he gets all of his decorations. I noticed a new ornament of sorts in front of his door today. It was a ceramic bowl full of guts, comically placed where he would place a bowl of candy were he too lazy to answer the door for trick-or-treaters. Behind it was a large white piece of paper bound to the wall of his house. On it was written in nearly illegible chicken scratch, "Take 1." The whole sign had bloody fingerprints smeared all over it. More convincingly yet was the bloody tape and the bloody wall. Nearly the entire wall was smeared in brownish red. Spooky. The streams of blood that ran from the handprints were, strangely enough, dry. I didn't know they made novelty blood that could dry like that. I've only ever spoken to this guy once, and it was around the time that I moved. He seemed rather distraught as I approached him. I asked if everything was alright. He said that he was late for work, which was odd because it was around 8:30 at night. I asked him where he worked, and he revealed to me that he was a biologist and worked at the military base, with no other details. It was strange. Every time I saw him after that encounter, his pants had traveled up his ankles another centimeter. Midlife growth spurt, I guess. He was henceforth stumbling around awkwardly and tripping over himself. My other neighbors and I mocked him from time to time. I remember one specific instance when he was watering a shrubbery, and one of his knees gave out, backwards, kind of like a large bird's leg, a pelican or perhaps a heron. It looked excruciating to me, but he just walked it off. I've only ever seen him outside again once after this display, but it was months ago. And last month, as I walked to the mailbox late one afternoon, I heard his kids crying frantically, screaming almost. It continued into the evening. The noise eventually stopped though. I was having trouble sleeping through that horrifying racket. I sincerely hope he had his parenting privileges revoked. However, I've never seen his kids. Let's hope he's only an uncle. Ever since James arrived earlier this week, he has simply abhorred the idea of removing his costume. Little Buzz has been running rampant throughout the house quoting Toy Story. He hasn't disrobed once since he put it on, save for when I demanded he allow me to wash it, because he was quite literally rolling around outside in the dirt. I haven't seen any more of this weirdo in the mask lately. Probably some mischievous kid from the neighborhood behind mine. It's a cul-de-sac too, just a bigger one. There is a dirt road that accompanies an irrigation canal separating the two neighborhoods. My house is the farthest from the main road, and the canal runs parallel to my fence. I don't know of any bridge he could have used to come across, but I never look back there, and I don't particularly care to. Neighbor man brought a new ornament. 200 feet of lights to accompany the 200 feet of intestines he had previously thrown all over the tree in his front yard. The lights coexist uniquely with the prior decor, though all I could smell when I went outside was the burning odor of the sizzling ensemble of mixed-match decorations hanging from the tree. The moisture of those oddly genuine-looking innards had adhered to his archaic festive bulbs, producing a deep red glow. Intentional or not, the smell was almost enough to coerce a complaint out of me. Almost. Come to think of it though, the smell wasn't so bad. Almost like a barbecue. I'm going insane. No simple words can describe what I believe I have witnessed. As the sun was setting this evening, I got another glimpse of this masked man. What I saw now was not at all what I would describe as a mask. I was sitting in my living room reading. The bay window in my living room overlooks the entire street, and I had my blinds open. I was startled and looked up and out the window, towards the nearly dissipated sun, because I had heard what sounded like an asthmatic man gasping for air through a megaphone over top a vocal, frightened cat. I stood up from my couch and walked briskly towards the window. I cupped my hands around my eyes to deter the sunlight and pressed my face against the window. And I saw it. It was pursuing a small cat. It ran like an ostrich. Where it was not bald and discolored, it was spotted with long patches of spindly hairs and networks of pulsating blue veins. Thinning, isolated strands of gray hair flat against its flaky, decomposing head. Its flapping, low-hung chin keeping rhythm with its bounding stride as the sprinting thing began to overtake a creature built for agility. Ultra-thin, ultra-broad shoulders dutifully bounding up and down in harmony with its tree branch-like arms, easily giving it at least a 5-foot reach. Mammoth hands, chopstick fingers, and those repulsive, chameleon eyes. Buckets of drool spilled impatiently from behind its hellish teeth. Emaciated, stilt-like legs completed the horrific image. Altogether, I observed an 8.5-foot freak show with greasy hair, practically leaping from yard to yard, chasing this poor kitten for a reason, ostensibly beyond simple sustenance. The cat approached a fence on the left side of the street. It leaped towards a delusion of safety. The beast proceeded to effortlessly jump from the sidewalk over the lawn and snatch the animal from the top of the fence with its talon-like claws, as a falcon might. The cat didn't stand a chance, nor did it even manage to voice a squeal. The thing disappeared into the shadows with its, meal. An unforgettable 2.5 seconds. Then I thought of my son. He could have very well been in the place of that plaintive animal. No, I can't think like that. Regardless, what am I to do? Forego what little time I have throughout the year with my boy because a scary monster is on the loose? Tell my ex-wife that my neighborhood, in the middle of nowhere, has become too dangerous for our son to stay with me? Buy a rifle and hunt the thing myself? No matter. With only 2 days until Halloween, I doubt there will be any more trouble. I've thought about calling the police, but for what exactly? I definitely couldn't call in and report a burglar, or even anything human for that matter, because they wouldn't be looking for what needed to be caught. No one can know. Earlier tonight, my neighbors threw a street-wide costume party at their place down at the entrance of the street. I didn't go because I had to work late, and after I picked up James from his friend's house, we anticipated having a game night with just the two of us. Sometime during the night, James took a bathroom break. He was gone for over 15 minutes. When he returned, he seemed excited to inform me that he looked out of the living room window in between the blinds and saw what he described as a really tall, weird-looking person with a bag, running patiently to the house where the party was being held, empty bag in hand, according to James. It would disappear into the backyard of the house, and seconds later, bolt out of the yard with a full bag and tear off towards my neighbor's house, wearing a costume. It repeated this process several times, each time wearing a different costume than before. He said that on its last round, it stopped in the middle of the street, cocked its head to the right slightly, and its right eye slid to the side of its head, and stared right at him, as if there weren't blinds between them. He said it then turned its head all the way around and locked eye contact with him, and then its colossal mouth sluggishly transformed from a probing expression
to the widest smile he thought he'd ever seen. Millions of teeth were his exact words. He said that it smiled and had hastily collapsed, dropping the chin into a visible freefall, which ended with a swinging slap on his chest. It then darted off into my reclusive neighbor's yard, and that's when James decided to come and alert me of his findings. I thought of that horrid monster smiling at my boy. I despised the idea. I tried to envision what that particular smile might look like, though I really couldn't. I didn't think a flapping maw that gargantuan had the muscle to maneuver that flailing chin in the first place. Then again, it has to eat sometime. More decorations were, stealthily as always, erected by my mysterious neighbor. A couple dozen or so skeletons, all different sizes, all dressed in cliché Halloween attire. There was a Marilyn Monroe skeleton, a Darth Vader skeleton, an Abraham Lincoln skeleton, so on, so forth. Every one of them was strung up by the back of its neck, feet swinging, head looking down. I really wanted to ask this guy how he comes up with all this, where he gets it all. Perhaps if he knows that last night's rain washed the color off most of his little knickknacks. Gotta hand it to him, though. That slew of morbid decor in combination with his filthy, run-down, cobweb-covered home emits a true horror movie feel. It's now just past midnight. I got finished with my work, I brushed my teeth, and now the doorbell's ringing. Again. And again. And again. Reluctantly, I rise up and walk toward my front door. I open it. My neighbor. No, not the freak next door, but the fellow who lives behind me, on the other side of the canal. He's disgruntled. He's practically out of breath and is threatening me about something, but none of it is sinking in because one of the skeletons hanging from my neighbor's tree, a newcomer, staring right at me. Its jaw unhinged, unlike the others. It's smaller than the other skeletons, and appears to be dripping something. Moonlight revealed to me its eyes. Big, blue eyes. I turned to face the man yelling at me. "You listening over there?" "Oh, yeah. The hell are you trying to pull? You almost gave my wife a heart attack with that mask." Apparently my son and I aren't the only ones who have spotted the neighborhood missing link. How could he have possibly confused that thing with me? "And don't try to smooth talk your way out of this one. I saw you jump clean over your fence. How the hell you managed to do that, I don't even know. And then crawl right back into your basement. It's dark and all, but I got no doubt it was you." I improvised. "I'm terribly sorry. I don't know what came over me. If there's anything I can do..." "Wait here." My heart sank. There's no way. I'm running like a fool into my own house because this asshole bangs on my door at 12:15 in the morning to tell me that he saw this thing jump into my basement. With my trembling hands applying convulsive energy to the doorknob, I turn and fling the door wide open to reveal my son, sleeping, facing the wall, just as I had left him. Figures. He's never all the way under the covers like that, but it is a bit cold in here. God damn, though. This guy at my door really does have some nerve. He scared the shit out of me. I came back to the front door. "Sorry, I'll save it. I don't give a shit about your problems. You just stay the hell away from me and my family, you hear?" "Yeah, sure." A calming chuckle digs its way into his angry tone, as I recognize those freshly familiar, bottomless blue eyes stuffed inside the head of that skeleton. "I gotta hand it to you, though. I nearly busted out laughing when I saw you running around, wearing that little kid's Buzz Lightyear costume."
An astronaut finds themselves returning to Earth after an emergency on their spacecraft. However, home isn't there to catch them. This is Escape Capsule.
You know that feeling, Kathy? When you think there's one more step on the stairs, but there's not. That half second of sinking disorientation. That's what astronauts feel constantly. Until we get accustomed. Sorry, I'm rambling. But talking to you helps. You thought they'd issue me suicide pills before the mission. I laughed. I told you that's a myth. On the station, it's quicker to open an airlock. In any case, astronauts don't think like that. Before the first moon mission, a reporter supposedly asked one of the crew what he would do if the lander couldn't lift off and he got stranded there. His answer, I'd work on the engine. See, astronauts can be funny, Kathy. Like, I've always found the space stations and movies funny. When something goes wrong and those lights start swirling, alarms start blaring, and a voice starts droning, emergency, emergency. As if bad lighting and loud noises would be helpful. No, the ground crew simply spoke in my ear, saying get my ass to the escape capsule. Something was happening. I went, no questions. They'd never joke about that. The capsule was idiot-proof, always pointed home. Climb in, push a button, and you're on the ground ASAP. I wasn't looking forward to shaking my guts out on re-entry, but afterwards I could ask what happened while waiting for the chutes to deploy. Except there was no shaking and no communication. You know that feeling when you think there's one more step on the stairs, but there's not? I felt that way for an hour. The capsule went straight down, but Earth wasn't there. Where are you, Kathy? Where is everyone?
That was Escape Capsule by I Post at Midnight. Listener writes in, I love Halloween, especially the house decoration part, but my neighbor has some really good ornaments. I'm talking blood, bodies, and gore that look almost real. How should I compete? Well, listener, if you're in the area, head over to Jeff's Butchery. I'm sure he'll be happy to sell you some decorations. Maybe even some formaldehyde. This is Radio Tenbond. Stay tuned. The woods are home to numerous strange things, as many of us know. Our character in this story is going to join the club. This is In the Bayou.
This particular moment in my life exists as a disturbing memory that I cannot shake away, that will never go away, just so long as I live. It'll be one of those things so terrifying that it'll still be just as keen in my mind on my deathbed as it was the day it occurred. At the time, I was working at a shitty little fast food place. The only thing worse than working at a shitty fast food place is working at a shitty fast food place on the night shift, by yourself, without a vehicle. Especially when you just so happen to live in the heart of rural Louisiana. Such was my case some years ago, the night this event happened to me. During this time, I lived quite a few miles away from the restaurant I worked at, and due to my lack of a vehicle or any access to a public bus system, I was dependent on others for my transportation to and from work. One night, after a busy evening of serving customers, I closed the store and locked up the restaurant. When I phoned for my ride, nobody answered. Now, I'm not here to throw a pity party, but I can't help to express anger at the fact that the person who drove me to and from work was my roommate, who had a car but no fucking job. And I was basically the only person in our house who paid the rent at this time. And this loser had the carelessness to fall asleep, leaving me no fucking option but to walk. Again. This was not the first time that this had happened. The first time it took me an hour and a half to get home, walking briskly. And to those of you who have never been to the rural regions of Louisiana, you have no clue. Here we have what is called a bayou. It's basically swamp. Thick, murky, moist, fog-laden, mosquito-swarming, gator-infested, crappy-smelling swamp. With thick, tall grass, cattail, cypress trees, and heaves of pond scum. And I just so happen to live on the bayou, all the way down a long dirt road, with hardly any streetlights and thick swamp on both sides of the road. There are no side roads, and the houses down the street are separated sometimes by more than a quarter mile. It's not merely spooky walking down this road at night. It's fucking terrifying. You hear sounds, both real and imagined, coming from the bayou. Chirping, croaking, howling, grunting animals. The rustling of leaves and branches in the canopy of the cypress trees, and the splashing water from underneath them. That's the worst. You can hear the sound of something lurking nearby, abruptly dunk underwater. It can be a turtle, a snake, or an alligator. You never know. You just keep walking, with your teeth and hands clenched tight, hoping nothing crawls through the tall grass next to you and onto the road. Or, even worse than the subtle dunking sounds, the sudden splashes that happen when you're walking and scare a toad or a frog and it jumps into the water. The sound makes you almost shit yourself as you begin a running spree that lasts about 3 seconds before you realize what it was. And then you're left with your heart pounding so hard that the sound of your blood gushing in your temples scares you just as much. These are the types of things that happen when you're in the bayou. This is what I had to look forward to that night as my asshole roommate slept sprawled out on the sofa, with the television set probably tuned into reruns of the Three Stooges and the Marx Brothers. And don't get the impression that I simply called once and gave up. You can trust that his cell had around 7 or so missed calls, 3 very unfriendly voicemails, and several aggressive text messages. I could just imagine his phone laying in another room of the house, softly vibrating in my desperate attempts to reach him as he snored. But eventually, I gave up, and having just about no other friends to contact in the area as a recourse, I stopped by the nearby gas station, grabbed an energy drink, and began my walk back home. Now, you must understand, the first 30 or so minutes of my walk isn't that bad. I'm still in the most populated part of town, and there are streetlights, stores, houses, and cars passing by in large numbers. That's important. If there are a lot of cars going by, you feel safer than when there are very few cars going by. Because when there are only 1 or 2 cars that pass you every 3 minutes, that means there could be a psychopath in one of those cars, and they may have just enough time to stop by and murder you without being caught. But if there are a lot of cars around, there may be a psychopath passing by, but they'll most likely not kill you because there are too many people around to witness the crime. At least that's my reasoning. I digress. No psychopaths pulled up next to me as I walked about this part of town. Next, there comes a time in my journey where I have to turn down several suburban neighborhoods and walk some streets to get where I am going. And here's where things get a little less safe, and I have to be a little more cautious. There's less traffic down these roads, and you never know when some punk or gang may be hanging out in some empty lot or house, who might mess with you, or try to pick a fight, or mug you, or just take an empty bottle of malt and bash your skull in. You know, as an initiation ritual or something. These are the thoughts that go through my head as I walk this region, and they keep me on my toes, until I reach the point where the houses become fewer and fewer, and the bayou begins. This is where the dirt road leading to my home is, and that's where I found myself this night, on foot. I look down the narrow road. You can only see so far before it fades into misty darkness. I resented that I would have to spend the next hour walking its distance until I reached home. But anger took hold of fear when I thought about how all this could be spared if not for the neglect and carelessness of my roommate. When I got home, I was really going to have it in for him. I truly considered at that time the possibility of physically smacking his damned face. And with this thought in mind, I launched defiantly down the road. And the further I walked, the darker it became, until no light shined but the stars and a sliver of the moon above me. Very soon the sounds of any vehicle was completely non-existent. There was just me, the road, and the bayou, and whatever creatures dwelt there. I heard the crickets chirp, the frogs croak, and the occasional bird coo. To avoid fear, I focused on their chorus and let their sounds preoccupy my mind. I walked, watching my shoes press into the sandy dirt as I placed one foot in front of the other. I'd count my steps until I reached 100. Then I'd begin again. I tried to lose myself in the repetition. My shoes became damper and damper, and I felt the soles of my feet become moist. I stopped counting to ponder whether I should smack my roommate with a wet sock. But my thought was interrupted when I glanced up for a moment. Saw that I was not alone on this road. A sharp panic seized my heart and I became very nervous. A long distance up ahead of me, I could discern the soft silhouette of a figure. It was so far away that I couldn't tell whether it was moving ahead or in my direction. I froze, and I could feel the blood gushing in my temples. What were the chances of there being some malicious punk wandering this street at night, looking to rob me or pick a fight? This was the reassuring thought I had as I tried to convince myself that I was safe. I tried to keep calm, to not let my nerves get the best of me. I mean, whoever this was probably just as frightened of the prospects of me as I was of them. If they had already detected me, that is. I didn't know what to do. Run? There was only two directions. Continue walking. And what were the risks? As I stood there, I saw the figure was indeed moving in my direction, and its form was becoming more defined. And this was the time I began to notice how awkwardly it was moving. The figure didn't walk normal. It didn't bob up and down like how a normal person looks as they walk. What was coming towards me, it would seem from my perspective, moved in short, quick, jerking movements. And I could see from what light was present how its twitchy limbs projected from its torso, and how it was getting closer. Now its head stuck out from a neck that was longer than any human neck should be. And how at this time, I could now faintly hear the noises that it seemed to make. The sound of suckling. And how it was moving quicker. And how its face lifted, and I could see its eyes glare like glowing yellow beads. And how these wide, beady eyes locked onto mine, staring at me.
and how it stopped, and how we were both there, motionless, yards away, looking at each other, and how it let out the most ungodly, inhuman screech I have ever heard. Like a pig being gutted, it squealed violently, and the sound resounded through the bayou, and the chirping and croaking of crickets and frogs stopped. Everything stopped. And the rumbling and humming, that was all that could be heard afterwards. The rumbling and humming of a motor ahead. A vehicle speeding towards us. Tires racing loudly. The thing in front of me hunched over and turned to see the headlights beaming our way. It hissed, getting down on all fours, only pausing for a moment to turn back towards me, gawking at me with those wide eyes, before crawling hastily into the swamp. The vehicle that scared the thing away was my roommate's car. He never saw it, whatever it was, and I never wanted to see it again. I moved as soon as I could, and haven't been there since.
That was In the Bayou by Nihilist. War is a beast. However, one soldier is about to experience beasts of a more physical nature. This is Quiet.
I never saw the ocean till I was 19. And if I ever see it again, it'll be too goddamn soon. I was a child, coming out of the train fresh from Amarillo into San Diego in all her glory. The sight of it, all that water and the blind, crushing power of the surf, filled me with dread. I'd seen water before, lakes plenty big, but that was nothing like this. I don't think I can describe what it was like that first time. Furthermore, I'm not sure I care to. You can imagine the state I was in when a few weeks later they gave me a rifle and put me on a boat. When I stopped vomiting up everything that I ate, I decided that I might not kill myself after all, not being able to see the land and that ceaseless, chaotic rocking of the waves. I remember thinking that the war had to be a step up from this. Kids can be so fucking stupid. I had such a giddy sense of glee when I saw the land and its solid banks. They transferred us to a smaller boat in the middle of the night, just our undersized company with our rucksacks and rifles, and not a word. We just took a ride right into it, just because they asked us to. The lieutenants herded us into our platoons on the decks and briefed us. The island had been lost. That was exactly how he put it. Somehow, in the grand plan for the Pacific Ocean, this one tiny speck of Earth, only recently discovered and unmapped, had gotten lost in the shuffle. A singularly perfect clerical error was all it took. It was extremely unlikely, he stressed, that the Japanese had gotten a hold of it, being so far east and south of their current borders. But a recent flyover reported what looked like an airfield in the Central Plateau. We hit the beach in the middle of the night. I heard talk of landings before, and I'm not ashamed to tell, I was scared shitless. I don't know quite what I expected, but it wasn't what we got. That thick, heavy silence, behind the lapping of the waves and the wind in the trees. There was nothing.
No birds, no insects, just deathly stillness. Another 100 yards deeper into the eerie tranquility of the jungle, we stopped in a small clearing for the officers to reconvene. And it was obvious even they were spooked. I wasn't a bright kid, but I knew enough to know that something was very wrong. It was like the whole island was dead. I remember I could only smell the sea, despite the red blossoms dangling from the trees. It wasn't an airfield on top of the plateau. I can't tell you what it was because I've never seen anything like it, and I don't think anyone ever will. If I tell you it was like the Aztec pyramids but turned upside down so that it sank like giant steps into the earth, you'd get the basic idea of it. That somehow fails to capture the profound unearthliness of the structure. There was no sign of individual pieces in the masonry. It appeared to have been carved out of a single immense block of black rock into a sharp and geometric shape. It was slick and perfectly smooth like obsidian, but it had no shine to it. It swallowed up even the moonlight, so that it was impossible to see how deep it went, or even focus our eyes on any one part of it. It was like one giant blind spot. Our platoon drew the honor of investigating the lower levels, so we descended the stairs as the rest of the company surrounded the plateau. We took the stairs slowly and carefully after the first man to touch one of the right-angle edges slid his hands down to the bone. At odd intervals down the steps, there were several stone rooms, simple, empty, hollow cubes of stone with one opening, facing the pit in the center. There was no door that we could see, and with the opening being 4 feet off the ground, you'd have to put your hand on the black razor-sharp edge to climb into it. We circled the descending floors, shining our lights into each of the small structures. They contained the same featureless black walls and nothing else. No dust, no leaves and other detritus from the jungle. The whole monument was immaculate, as if the place was just built. But that couldn't be right. The whole structure felt incalculably old to me somehow, despite having no way to articulate the particular reasons. Down near the bottom, you could see that it simply sloped away into a darkness that swallowed the flashlights. We tossed first a button, and then a shell casing down into the pit, and waited in the unearthly silence. But no sounds returned. No one spoke. We simply turned away from the yawning abyss and continued our sweep of the bottom rung, and the last of the small structures. The body in the back corner was almost invisible at first in the thick shadows, but the long spill of drying blood reflected the lights of our flashlights, and it led right to him. He was coiled, tight, arms around his thighs, and his face tucked into his knees. You could see how badly he was cut, his clothes open in ragged, bloody tatters to reveal the pale skin and bone beneath it. He may have been dressed in a Japanese uniform, but it had been reduced to ribbons. I only had a few seconds to look at him before we heard the first shots. It echoed like the buzzing of a faraway insect in the still jungle, swallowed almost instantly by the blanket of quiet. By the time we reached the top, the rest of the company had vanished. There were shell casings on the ground, and the hot smell of gunpowder in the air. But they were gone. The trees were deathly quiet around. There was not a trace of the nearly 50 other men that had come ashore with us. I could taste bile rising in my throat as panic threatened to cripple me.
I felt crushed between the yawning pit and razor edges on one side, and the dead jungle and the pounding ocean on the other. The silence rang in my ears, and I struggled to still myself. They were just inside the jungle, waiting for us. They came out from between the trees, with all the sound of a moth, simply sliding into our view. I can try to tell you what I saw, the same as I did to the army doc on the hospital ship when I first woke up, and again half a dozen other various officers over the following months, and you'll have the same reaction they did, that I was a dumb country rube suffering from heat stroke and exposure and trauma, that I was crazy. You know me. I'm not crazy. And I remember every second of that night with crystal clarity. The thing, the first one that caught my eye, was wearing the skin of a Jap soldier, all mottled with the belly distended from rot. The head drooped, useless and obscene on the shoulders, tongue swollen and eyes cloudy. I could see where it was coming apart at the ill-defined joints, with ragged holes in the drying flesh. At the bottom of each of these raw pits was blackness, deeper than the stones of the buildings, a darkness that seemed to churn and froth like an angry cloud. The thing moved suddenly, the head snapping and rolling backwards as it dashed towards us. I had my rifle clasped tightly in my hands, but it simply didn't occur to me to fire. All I could do was gape silently at the macabre sight bearing down on us, and think absurdly of my mother's marionettes. The gun went off beside me, and I turned to see a dozen more of the horrors darting silently in on us. Among them were a few more rotting and swollen forms, but the majority wore the same uniforms as us, and were pale, fresh and soaked in blood. More bullets zipped through the air, and I saw the grisly things hit again and again, but they never slowed. I caught a glimpse of the first sergeant's vacant, glassy eyes as his head dangled, limp from his shoulders. I saw the great ragged wound in his back, the shuddering darkness that inhabited his corpse, when he leaped just past me with a sound, landing like a graceful predator onto the soldier beside me. The others around me began to drop in a silent dance of kinetic energy and blurred motion. I was on the track team in high school, and it could have gotten me to college. I didn't need an invitation, I just ran. I ran, blind through jungle, dodging tree trunks the whole way. I ran until I saw the ocean, and it struck a new ringing note of terror in me. I don't remember actually deciding to swim, but when I turned back to see the tree line, I saw one of the white and bloody things emerge, running on all fours, the hands splayed wide, and the back contorted and cracked in an impossible angle. To this day, the mere thought of the ocean still brings on a cold sweat. But that night, I let it embrace me, let the tide drag me out to sea, if only to bring momentary relief from the impossible monolith and terrors on the island. The days I spent drifting offshore and blistering in the sun were a welcome release from the silent island. I never saw the war. They sent me home as soon as I recovered. It was comforting in a way, when I thought no one believed me. It allowed me to believe that it never happened, that it was a product of my mind. But as I got older, I found that it is pointless to lie to anyone, especially yourself. I know what I saw. Someone else believed me too.
I've seen maps of where they tested the hydrogen bomb in the South Pacific.
That was Quiet by Joseph K. The Lannister County Fair would like to remind everyone that the Amazing Man will be performing this weekend. I've personally seen his show 4 times. Never disappoints. The crowd vanishing act is a real showstopper. In a tried and true story of friends exploring the world around them, this group discovers something never meant to be found. This is The Pocket.
There were rumors going around about some abandoned old silo that had loomed over the woods. The woods were located in the middle of a field of just dirt alongside the railroad tracks. Not like anyone cares. It's an eerie sight for sure. Just, sitting there, looming over the woods with rush trailing down the sides. Anyways, some rumored it to be haunted by like some old farmer who hung himself in the silo and takes his revenge on anyone who enters. I say this rumor is complete bullshit, especially when the ones spreading it try to back up their claims with the story of some stupid kids who were curious and went in the silo, never to come back out. Others say that the silo is just a good hangout spot where people would never find them. I'm obviously more inclined to believe the latter. So with both positive and negative comments, my geek band of friends and I decided to check it out. We decided to enhance the creepiness by choosing to visit the silo on a gloomy and cloudy day. So the day came, and my friends Pete, Meg, and Wes met at my house since it was alongside the railway. We walked along the railway, talking and laughing, having ourselves a good time. Until we saw it. The silo was, of course, just sitting there, looming tall over the trees. Curious, we walked toward it as our laughter, along with our talking, died down. The closer we got to it, the colder it felt, as if there was some sort of cold, dark aura radiating from it, sending shivers down our spines. Hell, Wes even let out a small little yelp. We paced around the circumference of the silo, looking for an entrance of some sort. We ended up finding a ladder, leading up into the silo. The rungs of the ladder were also handles to open hatches all along the side of the structure. All were locked, except for one. Though it was stuck, so we had Pete climb up and open the hatch, and within a few minutes, we were inside the silo, standing on the hay left in there. In the center, there was a large hole, deep in the hay. It was dark, but we could hear a steady flow of air coming from the bottom. Oddly enough, there was a rope descending into the hole. Since I was the only one smart enough to actually be prepared for this, I took out my flashlight. Holding the flashlight in my mouth, I began to descend. I dropped to the bottom, scanning the area. Everything seemed safe as I looked at the scattered hay, dirt, and also another peculiar hatch. I beckoned for the others to come down. As they descended, my eyes had caught something covering the rope. The color of it was red. I hid my panic and showed the others the hatch I found. Pete opened it, revealing a dark hole. The fucked up thing about it was the smell that was coming out of it. It reeked of death. The others had sensed it too. Wes once again whimpered. Meg ended up gaining the courage to take my flashlight and go first into the hole. We followed her, and we walked through this dark tunnel for about 10 to 15 minutes, until Meg had told us we reached another hatch, and she opened it. A bright light had filled the tunnel,
And that's when we heard it. A piercing shriek followed by the sounds of something running, panting hard. In a desperate attempt to avoid whatever had made that horrific shriek, we ran. Once we were out of the tunnel, we slammed the hatch shut, attempting to lock it. The sound had stopped, and breathing a sigh of relief, all of us had observed our current surroundings. We were in a concrete block which appeared to be an old septic tank, but with an opening at the top. And through that opening, we could see the forest above. We began to climb out, and then it happened. Again, we heard that damn sound again. Wes wasn't even out of the hole yet. Oh God, Wes. This creature slammed through the hatch and a sharp, clawed hand reached out and grabbed Wes's leg, tight, pulling him into the tunnel. We heard his terrified screams, and then suddenly, it stopped. We heard the sharp snapping of bones and the tearing of flesh. The rest of us were frozen in shock. The sound of Wes being killed was revolting. Meg vomited at the sound. After that, we tried to find our way out of the thicket. We searched for a way out for at least an hour, but we concluded that the forest was enclosed in a larger perimeter of barbed wire fencing. We panicked, having no idea what we should do, and with night coming soon, we figured it would probably come out. In a desperate panic, Meg climbed into a tree, hoping the thing wouldn't find her. Pete found a small hole in the ground to hide in. Bad idea. Again, we heard the shriek, and I watched the thing climb out of its home. In my panic, I quickly climbed up a tree and watched Pete sitting in the hole. I also, to my regret, had got a better look at the creature we were facing. It was grotesque, the worst thing I had ever seen. Its face was mask-like, pale white against its dark skin. The face seemed to only have 2 dark holes for eyes, and a large smile stretched across the face. After a few moments of observation, I had soon noticed that it was a mask. A mask made from Wes's skinned face. I was scared shitless as the thing was crawling towards Pete. I sat in the tree as I watched Pete run in fear. But that was no use, since the thing caught up to him instantly. It shoved both hands through Pete's chest and tore him apart with ease. Its chest. It opened up, revealing bloody tendrils that wrapped around Pete's head, tearing it off from his mutilated corpse, slowly pulling it into the empty cavity, and sealed it shut. The skinned face of Wes had disintegrated, and quickly replaced with a mask made from Pete, with the same hollow eyes and screwed up smile. Then it spoke in a soft, raspy voice.
I am the pocket.
It proceeded to crawl back into its dwelling. From the other tree, I heard Meg crying. I beckoned for her to climb down as I climbed down myself, and told her we are getting the hell out of this place alive. Hesitantly, she climbed down, and I went up to the barbed wire fence and gripped the sharp wire, spreading it wide enough for someone to climb through. My hands bled, but I ignored the pain as Meg climbed through the opening. Again, the pocket shrieked, and in my panic, I hastily crawled through the opening and cut myself up bad. Bleeding, I ran with Meg and ignored the pain, running until we had reached civilization once again. 10 years had passed. The deaths of Pete and Wes were attributed to a madman out in the woods, one that was obviously never found. We didn't try to argue against that narrative. In fact, we made it up, since we knew no one would take the real story seriously. Meg and I were happily married several years after this event. I say were for a reason. The same reason why I'm telling you this story today. Meg is dead. She died. Horrible, horrible death. The police were called to a scene after a couple going for a walk through the woods found her mutilated, headless corpse laying at the edge of the woods. And when I say the word edge, that means that it is far from the barbed wire fence. This can only mean that the pocket is free from its prison. It's free, and it's coming straight for me. I know this. I know it is. Right now, I'm looking at her marriage picture, trying to calm myself down with the happy memories. But it isn't helping. Because in the reflection of the glass, I saw a face slowly coming toward me. Meg's face. Only it was eyeless, and had that damn, terrifying smile.
That was The Pocket by Manufacturer Inc. One man has every pleasure and luxury at his fingertips, but he's missing something. Something that leaves him empty and alone. This is Special.
I awake, as always, to the click and whir of 1,000 hidden cameras and the rising glow of the ambient lights. Over the next 30 minutes, the curtains on my bedroom will slowly part, gliding on mechanized tracks, and the yellow sunlight of dawn will stream into the wide circular room. Like all mornings, I entertain for the briefest moments the thought of hurling myself at the windows and plunging the half-mile to the ground. I hold on to the little fantasy of wind and sky and falling for as long as it will remain, dreaming of those magnificent moments of freedom and choice. Even if I were not a coward, there are 1,000 unseen barriers and safeguards. I cannot see them, but several parents are doubtlessly just outside the door, and would be between me and the window before I could leave the bed. I allow the dream of freedom to evaporate for another morning. The woman next to me, I cannot recall her name, shifts and rolls to embrace me. I wrap my arms around her and return the affection, but there is no love in it. She is soft and young, skin still stretched taut over her athletic and perfect frame. I know that in my youth, I would have been buzzing with anticipation and lust simply seeing her. But now, I can only take solace in the momentary ghost of affection and emotion. Her skin is warm, and her fine and downy body hair is smoother than the silk of the sheets. I draw an abstract pleasure from this closeness, feeling something akin to happiness when our bellies synchronize in breathing, press close as they rise and fall in an alternating rhythm. Her breath is hot and damp on my chin and neck. It only takes me a few moments to tire of her, and I swing my legs to the edge of the bed. The black marble of the walls and floor of my bedroom are heated to my exact preference, so I walk naked into the large bathroom.
Like every morning, I try not to focus on the near-silent buzzing of small servos and motors, as each of the cameras pivots to keep me in view at all time. They must be completely autonomous, but it amuses me to think of 1,000 uniformed parents tediously tracking my every move, 16 hours a day. They would be madder than I by now. The routine begins. Not identical every morning, but a tiny repertoire of ordered tasks combined in a slightly different order than the day before. Shave, shower, preen, pose, smile, evacuate, masturbate. By altering my routines with feckless reorganization, it gives me the impression of variance where there is none. The parents tell me that this is just one of the reasons my channel is still so popular, despite being functionally identical to my father's and his father's before us. I have a flair for fakery, for lying. It makes them proud. It makes me hollow. I can choose what I want to do for the rest of the day from an approved list. Another beautiful facade of freedom. I can hold court over 100 gladiators and command them to break each other apart. I can paint on a canvas 100 feet tall. I can inhale hallucinogens and stumble through the 1,000-acre wildlife preserve on the outer decks of the tower. I can copulate with my choice of limitless young women or men. I can beat a child until his skull caves in. It is, of course, a limited form of choice. I cannot go back to bed and weep. I can never say stop. I can never leave the tower. I am, at my most honest, I believe, in the 8 hours of broadcast solitude each night, locked in the blacked-out bedroom of silk and marble, with whatever woman has caught my fancy. These are the times that I can admit, in my solitude and self-reflection, that I would never be able to exist outside the tower. I know nothing about the outside, and the parents and my concubines can only tell me of the millions of people that love me. I don't know what a real person lives. I only know my world. I spend the days in the museum, aimlessly wandering through ancient paintings and statues, before practicing horseback, riding on one of the open-air decks. I do this particularly because I told the parents I would be in the harem all day, and it amuses me to think of them struggling to adapt the programming and the wasted resources. When I'm done for the day, I retire to a balcony with a drink. The jagged spires of the horizon look like teeth as they swallow the sun, and I can feel the cold, familiar knot in my gut, that unease and dread at the crawling passage of time. I've been as careful as I could not to conceive, but that can never last. I have no illusions about this. Sooner or later, I will have a son or a daughter. Doubtless the parents are already weaning me off the contraceptives in my meals. I grow ill at the thought and stand to complete my nightly ritual. I descend the elevator through the vast interior space of the tower, towards the lower levels. The parents love this portion of my night. Such a wonder flair for the dramatic, they say. I do it because it keeps me sane. The guards below are like the parents, only their uniforms are different. They smile at me with genuine love and affection and allow me to pass the viewing chamber. My father, A man I've never met is laying on a soiled mattress bed in a sterile metal chamber. They only love you for so long. He stirs slightly, but I know he cannot see me. His eyes are now lidless, each orb a milky ball of scar tissue. His mouth is lipless, and his dry and bleeding gums encase only a few shattered teeth. His ears are gone, the skin pulled tight around them and sewn shut with black cord. His limbs each terminated in a raw stump when I was first allowed to see him. Now they are completely gone. I've watched them break, bend, and vanish in slow bites over the years. But they are simply scars around his gaunt torso now. There are deep, fresh gouges in his gut. Every time I think he simply cannot endure more, he astounds me by continuing to live. When my time on the channel ends each night, his begins. The tower goes deep underground, and that is my father's world. A nightmare mirror of my own. For the last few months, they have taken to opening him up to take away ragged chips of his organs. Since they took his tongue and lips, he has no shame about gibbering and wailing wordlessly. I have no love for this man, no pity for this thing. I can barely feel pity for myself. But he is my mirror, my portrait of the future. The people that love me now will grow weary and will fall in love with my inevitable son. Later, these same people will delight in watching my slow and surgical dismantlement for 8 hours every night. The mechanical arm on the ceiling descends, looping a hook through the harness around my father's broken body, and carries him into the next room to prep him for the show. He begins to shriek, a ululating cry of helpless terror, and thrashes in the machine's embrace. But it cradles him almost gently as it takes him from my view and into someone else's. I look away, return to my room, lie motionless and empty in the dark. The channel changes.
That was Special by Joseph K. Everyone has had imaginary friends, but what happens when they aren't so imaginary anymore? We'll find out in Tulpa.
Last year, I spent 6 months participating in what I was told was a psychological experiment. I found an ad in my local paper looking for imaginative people looking to make good money, and since it was the only ad that week that I was remotely qualified for, I gave them a call, and we arranged an interview. They told me that all I would have to do is stay in a room, alone, with sensors attached to my head, and read my brain activity, and while I was there, I would visualize a double of myself. They called it my Tulpa. It seemed easy enough, and I agreed to do it as soon as they told me how much I would be paid. And the next day, I began. They brought me to a simple room and gave me a bed, then attached sensors to my head and hooked them into a little black box on the table beside me. They talked me through the process of visualizing my double again, and explained that if I got bored or restless, instead of moving around,
I should visualize my double moving around, or try to interact with him, and so on. The idea was to keep him with me the entire time I was in the room. I had trouble with it for the first few days. It was more controlled than any sort of daydreaming I had done before. I'd imagine my double for a few minutes, then grow distracted. But by the fourth day, I could manage to keep him present for the entire 6 hours. They told me I was doing very well. The second week, they gave me a different room with wall-mounted speakers. They told me they wanted to see if I could still keep the tulpa with me in spite of distracting stimuli. The music was discordant, ugly, and unsettling, and it made the process a little more difficult. But I managed, nonetheless. The next week, they played even more unsettling music, punctuated with shrieks, feedback loops, what sounded like an old-school modem dialing up, and guttural voices speaking some foreign language. I just laughed it off. I was a pro by then. After about a month, I started to get bored. To liven things up, I started interacting with my doppelganger. We'd have conversations or play rock, paper, scissors, or I'd imagine him juggling or breakdancing or whatever caught my fancy. I asked the researchers if my foolishness would adversely affect their study, but they encouraged me. So, we played and communicated, and that was fun for a while. And then, it got a little strange. I was telling him about my first date one day, and he corrected me. I said my date was wearing a yellow top, and he told me it was a green one. I thought about it for a second, and realized he was right. It creeped me out, and after my shift that day, I talked to the researchers about it. You're using the thought form to access your subconscious, they explained. You knew on some level that you were wrong, and you subconsciously corrected yourself. What had been creepy was suddenly cool. I was talking to my subconscious. It took some practice, but I found that I could question my tulpa and access all sorts of memories. I could make it quote whole pages of books I'd read once, years before, or things I was taught and immediately forgot in high school. It was astounding. That was around the time I started calling out my double outside of the research center. Not often at first, but I was so used to imagining him by now that it almost seemed odd not to see him. So, whenever I was bored, I'd visualize my double. Eventually, I started doing it almost all the time. It was amusing to take him along, like an invisible friend. I imagined him when I was hanging out with friends or visiting my mom. I even brought him along on a date once. I didn't need to speak aloud to him, so I was able to carry out conversations with him, and no one was the wiser. I know that sounds strange, but it was fun. Not only was he a walking repository of everything I knew and everything I had forgotten, he also seemed more in touch with me than I did at times. He had an uncanny grasp of the minutiae of body language that I didn't even realize I was picking up on. For example, I thought the date I brought him along on was going badly, but he pointed out how she was laughing a little too hard at my jokes and leaning towards me as I spoke, and a bunch of other subtle clues I wasn't consciously picking up on. I listened, and let's just say, that date went very well. By the time I had been at the research center for 4 months, he was with me constantly. The researchers approached me one day after my shift and asked me if I stopped visualizing him. I denied it, and they seemed pleased. I silently asked my double if he knew what prompted that, but he just shrugged it off. So did I. I withdrew a little from the world at that point. I was having trouble relating to people. It seemed to me that they were so confused and unsure of themselves, while I had a manifestation of myself to confer with. It made socializing awkward. Nobody else seemed aware of the reasons behind their actions, why some things made them mad and others made them laugh. They didn't know what moved them, but I did. Or at least, I could ask myself and get an answer. A friend confronted me one evening. He pounded at the door until I answered it, and came in fuming and swearing up a storm. "Dude, you haven't answered when I called you in fucking weeks. What's your problem?" I was about to apologize to him, and probably would have offered to hit the bars with him that night, but my tulpa grew suddenly furious. "Hit him," it said, and before I knew what I was doing, I had. I heard his nose break. He fell to the floor and came up swinging, and we beat each other up and down my apartment. I was more furious then than I ever have been, and I was not merciful. I knocked him to the ground and gave him 2 savage kicks to the ribs, and that was when he fled, hunched over and sobbing. The police were by a few minutes later, but I told them that he had been the instigator, and since he wasn't around to refute me, they let me off with a warning. My tulpa was grinning the entire time. We spent the night crowing about my victory and sneering over how badly I had beat my friend. It wasn't until the next morning, when I was checking out my black eye and cut lip in the mirror, that I remembered what had set me off. My double was the one who'd grown furious, not me. I'd been feeling guilty and a little ashamed, but he'd goaded me into a vicious fight with a concerned friend. He was present, of course, and knew my thoughts. "You don't need him anymore. You don't need anyone else," he told me, and I felt my skin crawl. I explained all this to the researchers who employed me, but they just laughed it off. "You can't be scared of something that you're imagining," one told me. My double stood beside him and nodded his head and smirked at me. I tried to take their words to heart, but over the next few days, I found myself growing more and more anxious around my tulpa, and it seemed that he was changing. He looked taller and more menacing. His eyes twinkled with mischief, and I saw malice in his constant smile. No job was worth losing my mind over, I decided. If he was out of control, I'd put him down. I was so used to him at that point that visualizing him was an automatic process, so I started trying my damnedest to not visualize him. It took a few days, but it started to work. I could get rid of him for hours at a time, but every time he came back, he seemed worse. His skin seemed ashen, his teeth more pointed. He hissed and gibbered and threatened and swore. The discordant music I had been listening to for months seemed to accompany him everywhere. Even when I was at home, I'd relax and slip up, no longer concentrating on not seeing him. And there he'd be, and that howling noise with him. I was still visiting the research center and spending my 6 hours there. I needed the money, and I thought they weren't aware that I was now actively not visualizing my tulpa. I was wrong. After my shift one day, about 5.5 months in, 2 impressive men grabbed and restrained me, and someone in a lab coat jammed a hypodermic needle into my body. I woke up from my stupor, back in the room, strapped into the bed, music blaring, with my doppelganger standing over me, cackling. He barely looked human anymore. His features were twisted. His eyes were sunken in their sockets and filmed over like a corpse's. He was much taller than me, but hunched over. His hands were twisted, and the fingernails were like talons. He was, in short, fucking terrifying. I tried to will him away, but I just couldn't seem to concentrate. He giggled and tapped at the IV in my arm. I thrashed in my restraints as best I could, but I could hardly move at all.
They're pumping you full of the good shit, I think. How's the mind? All fuzzy?
He leaned in closer and closer as he spoke. I gagged. His breath smelled like spoiled meat. I tried to focus, but I couldn't banish him. The next few weeks were terrible. Every so often, someone in a doctor's coat would come in and inject me with something or force feed me a pill. They kept me dizzy and unfocused, and sometimes left me hallucinating or delusional. My thought form was still present, constantly mocking. He interacted with, or perhaps caused, my delusions. I hallucinated that my mother was there, scolding me, and then he cut her throat and her blood showered me. It was so real that I could taste it. The doctors never spoke to me. I begged at times, screamed, hurled incentives, demanded answers. They never spoke to me. They may have talked to my tulpa, my personal monster, I'm not sure. I was so doped and confused that it may have just been more delusion. But I remember them talking with him. I grew convinced that he was the real one, and I was the thought form. He encouraged that line of thought at times, mocked me at others. Another thing that I pray was a delusion. He could touch me. More than that, he could hurt me. He'd poke and prod at me if he felt I wasn't paying enough attention to him. Once, he grabbed my testicles and squeezed until I told him I loved him. Another time he slashed my forearm with one of his talons. I still have a scar. Most days I can convince myself that I injured myself and just hallucinated that he was responsible. Most days. Then one day, while he was telling me a story about how he was going to gut everyone I loved, starting with my sister, he paused. A querulous look crossed his face and reached out and touched my head, like my mother used to when I was feverish. He stayed still for a long moment, and then smiled.
All thoughts are creative,
he told me, and then he walked out the door. 3 hours later, I was given an injection and passed out. I awoke, unrestrained, shaking. I made my way to the door and found it unlocked. I walked out into the empty hallway and then ran. I stumbled more than once, but I made it down the stairs and out into the lot behind the building. There, I collapsed, weeping like a child. I knew I had to keep moving, but I couldn't manage it. I got home eventually, I don't remember how. I locked the door and shoved a dresser against it. I took a long shower and slept for a day and a half. Nobody came for me in the night, and nobody came for me the next day, or the one after that. It was over. I'd spent a week locked in that room, but it felt like a century. I'd withdrawn so much from my life beforehand that nobody had even known I was missing. The police didn't find anything. The research center was empty when they searched it. The paper trail fell apart. The names I'd given them were aliases. Even the money I received was apparently untraceable. I recovered as much as one can. I don't leave the house much, and I have panic attacks when I do. I cry a lot. I don't sleep much, and my nightmares are terrible. It's over, I tell myself. I survived. I used the concentration those bastards taught me to convince myself. It works. Sometimes. Not today, though. 3 days ago, I got a phone call from my mother. There's been a tragedy. My sister's the latest victim in a spree of killings, the police say. The perpetrator mugs his victims, then guts them. It was as lovely as a service as a funeral can be, I suppose. I was a little distracted, though. All I could hear was music coming from somewhere distant. Discordant, unsettling stuff. Sounds like feedback and shrieking, and a modem dialing up. I can still hear it. A little louder now.